The unworthy son of an honorable family of nobles, he lived in the academy like a king until his family decided to get rid of him and strike him off the roster. The young man had the feeling that the universe was simply mocking him. Ed Taylor's life was over. He had just been kicked out of his dorm with all his belongings like a lousy dog. Rumors immediately spread through the academy that his family had disowned him, which meant Ed wasn't worth the dirt beneath his feet. A vile, arrogant nobleman paid for his deeds and was treated accordingly. But there was an injustice in the matter, for the insolent Ed, over whom everyone was murmuring, was not him at all, thought the person in the body of the former nobleman. He launched a game whose action takes place in the Academy of Magic Sylvania, a frustrated swordsman of the Academy. The game gave the choice of playing the role of the eldest son of the owner of a large corporation, either a talented young gentleman from a criminal clan or a top-ranked hunter. But of all the options, he got a third-rate villain who was banished from his dorm early in the game, the worst character at the worst time in his life. The new owner of this destiny could not believe that this had happened to him. For all his life he had lived modestly and simply. Greed had never been his vice. The disciples who witnessed his tirade were outraged that such a scum was talking about justice after all his atrocities. Ed glanced in the mirror and saw a status window that showed his stats, even though he was in the magic department and had low intelligence and abysmal stamina. Which isn't surprising, since he's spelled out as a mediocre, promiscuous villain, which is something that comes across early in the story and is hard to remember. The settler tried to remember what had happened to Ed. He showed up in the end credits in the guise of a beggar, indistinguishable from the rest of the tramps. It was natural. The bully knew nothing of the world, and he suddenly found himself on the street. Staying alive was already lucky. He didn't know why he, didn't know how, had come into this world, and he wasn't likely to find out now. But the new Ed Taylor wasn't about to give up. The academy was more like a castle, its territory the entire island of Arkan, with a wild forest spreading to the northeast of it. Ed hid from the curious students and ended up hanging around in the dense thicket of the forest for half a day. That was enough time for him to assess his plight. The episode with Ed's banishment happens at the very beginning. Luckily, though he was disowned by his relatives, he hadn't been kicked out of the academy yet, and that was important. The academy was a first-class institution. Graduating from it was enough to secure one's future. All the action would take place in it, and Ed could use the memory of the 5 adventures of this game and lead an awesome life. Because obviously the main goal, graduation, the problem is the huge cost. The last semester is paid for, but beyond that there is an abyss. If he couldn't get out on scholarship, he'd be expelled, but with his current characteristics, that was hard to do. But now it was more important to provide food, clothing, shelter, and manage not to become a vagrant in the next week. Clothing was not a problem. But food and lodging were problems. Because of his reputation, he was unlikely to be hired. He couldn't go back to the hostel, which meant he was stuck in the woods. It was lucky that there was a stream with drinking water nearby. There were 10 days before the semester started, and in that time, you had to pump yourself up to get stronger. Lucky Ed knew a few spells. The wind blade was good for handling logs. It was quite exciting, but he ran out of breath barely cutting down 15 barrels, but it was of little use. Using magic whets the appetite, Ed discovered, and remembered his grandfather telling how in years of bad harvests they used to eat the young bark. Ed applied ignition on a goblet of water and tried to boil some chips. He was ready to eat anything. If you don't look closely, it looks like a chicken breast, he thought, examining the bark. Starving, Ed popped it into his mouth and began chewing with the hope of a hearty meal. But obviously nothing howled, only the young shoots were fit to eat. For the next 2 days, Ed vomited and cursed his grandfather. His attempts to build a tent were clumsy. He could not get the sticks and branches to fit together. They kept falling. Ed tried to bury them deeper and set up a framework first that would hold everything up, but there were 4 supports and only 2 arms. That's why it wasn't easy at first, and the house was constantly falling apart. But overcoming pain and fatigue, Ed still managed to tie the sticks together with his belt, so that now the shack looked sturdy. Sleeping on the bare ground was not allowed, so he covered it with his expensive clothes. Such a thing was wasteful, but there was no choice. He had spent another day until morning with various little things, but now the tent was ready. And got the achievement. Building a house gave him the novice tinker skill. The system gave them for all actions. Since Ed had led the life of a nobleman before, he didn't realize that he had a talent for working with his hands, better than magic. Ed made an ordinary spear by putting the ceremonial blade on the shaft. It was time to get some real food. After 2 days with an empty stomach and exhausting work, he shouldn't have any energy left. But hopelessness and the magical conventions of this world kept him going, and he also wanted meat. Luckily, they had caught a couple of fish, and Ed began to roast them with the fire spell, right on the river rock. The fish cooked quickly and smelled flavorful, with only a week left before Ed's training began. He just needed to keep at it, then handle everything in the academy without too much difficulty, he decided. But he was so busy with his survival that he forgot something important and turned around when he heard the exclamation. The heroine of the story appeared, a beautiful girl with golden hair who recognized him immediately. Of all the heroes, Ed least expected to run into her here. Princess Fiona, she was the one who banished him from the dormitory and still wanted him out of the academy. Ed Taylor is a villain, taking advantage of his status to beat up McLaurin's childhood friend, for which he is punished. But his vengeful nature doesn't stop there. Ed tried to fake McLaurin's entrance exam paper, but he was caught red-handed by the girl who came to pick up the exam papers. Fiona alias Cloel, the third princess of the empire, she had the skill of clairvoyance and could see lies and conspiracy. Ed tried to justify himself and fought back to the last and was shamefully exposed by Fiona's ability, for which he was disciplined and kicked out of the dorm where everyone must have hated him. And now he had met the one he should have avoided the most. Fiona had asked him sternly what he was doing here. Ed started making excuses that although expelled from the dormitory, he was still a student at the academy. Fiona decided to put it bluntly and demanded that he leave. He couldn't see the rascal walking around the academy and promised to get him expelled. She reprimanded him for his disgusting passing, and Ed's attention was fixed on the food, which was already burning, and after all, he hadn't eaten in 3 days. The damsel promised to be brief, but her flow was not to be shut up, but this problem had to be solved. Princess Fiona really does have the power of his exclude realized Ed. He approached the girl to meet her and asked if there should be a guard with her, which was appropriate according to the status, and the sun was already setting. Who would have thought the noble princess would be alone in the woods? Grinned Ed. Fiona immediately bristled and her body was covered in mana. She said she would not be intimidated and he would regret it. Ed took a knee and replied that intimidation was out of the question because he wanted to thank her. Fiona unconsciously applied her discernment ability and found that there was no lie in his words. Ed noticed her surprise. He was telling the truth and understood the reason for it. The Taylor family, famous and powerful, taking advantage of their status, they exploit people, experiment on them in search of eternal life. McLaurin will find it best to destroy them. Some will be put behind bars, some will be executed. But luckily he was banished. Even if he is cold and hungry now, it's better than death in the square. Things would be much better in the long run. Ed smiled at his thoughts. He just needed to convince Fiona. Otherwise he'll be eliminated, and most likely the game will just end since it's specifically about the academy. With a week left since he'd been banished and a week until school started, Ed began to wonder what had brought the princess here. He stood up and told her that her coming here at this time and without security meant she was taking an assessment test. Professor Glass' assessment test to determine the class. The point of the assignment is to find hidden magic beads in the woods. Ed knew the professor's test was pretty harsh. Of course, the princess wanted to get into the first class. Fiona took his statement in stride. Ed hadn't changed at all since he tried to butter her up. She had already decided to rule him out without a second thought, but Ed told her she wouldn't pass the test without his help, and approaching the girl, asked her to expel him if he was lying. He directed her to a lake to the southeast where there is a small island with a large tree in the middle of it, and there she would have no trouble finding the gift he'd left behind, Ed told her. Fiona was confused. Until 3 days ago, Ed was a liar and a charlatan, and she still remembered his condition. Now, however, a completely different person stood before her. The test to determine class was completed, and Fiona and the other participants returned to the academy. Professor Glass told them to get the beads they found in the woods. The students showed him anything even remotely spherical in shape, and were immediately assigned to the last class, because it was very important to listen to your teacher. It wasn't just simple magic beads that were needed. Only those who found one of the 3 magic beads would get into the first class. The first was Zix, a guy with a sharp look, a short haircut, and eyeliner near his eyes. The second was a red-haired beauty with the look of a sly fox. The last bead that had the most energy was found by the girl the professor pointed to. Best student in the class, he said, and looked in Fiona's direction. Ed lost the weight of his dinner, no strength left to swing his spear again. So he built a primitive fishing rod from a simple branch and a silk thread, which he pulled out of his shirt and made the hook from the bones of a fish. The third princess, Fiona, has discerned sycophancy and substitution from childhood, which has sharpened her intuition and formed the ability of clairvoyance. No one was able to deceive her. Therefore, Ed could only give her truthful information. But there were difficulties. The reason Fiona would be dubbed the Princess of Justice was her failure on the test. Failure would change her. However, if now Fiona, who has already wielded a lot of influence since the beginning of school, gets into first grade, it will be impossible to predict what will happen to her next. Even if Ed managed to avoid exclusion, much of his information would be useless. He'd be done. But of course Fiona wouldn't do that, and the best student was Lucy Merrill. So there was a chance that the future would remain the same, because it was about the Princess of Justice. Hindsight can always find out the truth. Ed didn't lie. The pearl ended up where they said it would. Still, it wasn't a gift. Fiona had originally hidden her identity. She was embarrassed by the excessive attention on her. She wanted to prove herself. The bead would have given her a better result, but Fiona didn't take it since she hadn't found it herself. The title of Princess of Justice wasn't an ability or a skill. She got it for always being fair. Ed had thrown her the bait. She had to see if what he said was true. Even though she could always figure it out, Ed really believed she'd fail the test, and Fiona thought she'd rub his nose in it. But he hadn't lied. She couldn't get into first grade, and there was nothing she could do about it now, only promise herself to keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, the former nobleman learned the important and useful skill of fishing. He now lived in a place from which, in order to get to class on time, he had to run out early in the morning. Ed stopped to catch his breath when he reached the academy. At least he could study at the best institution in the country, he thought, and looked around the wide courtyard. The semester's opening ceremony went quickly, and students were seated at a festive table. Of course, Ed was greeted coolly. There was a whisper among the students. They looked at him with contempt. But such was the winner's reward, and Ed enjoyed it leisurely. He absorbed the calories lost in 10 days, taking advantage of the banquet. Ego goal, to finish his studies. Therefore, Ed held himself with dignity, and this did not escape the gaze of the students, although his reputation was at rock bottom. He had no ambitions, just wanted to graduate, but someone did take notice of him. One girl got distracted from her friend's chatter and glanced in his direction. It seemed to her that he had become a completely different person. Today was the first day at the academy for Ed. He was sitting in the auditorium listening to the professor. On his first day, however, he found himself in the principal's office and narrowly escaped expulsion. He hadn't expected Fiona to tell the principal about him. But judging from the fact that the old man was grinning like crazy, the princess hadn't said anything bad to him. Yet Ed barely managed to avoid the worst of it. He had to be careful not to alter the original story. In the forest, he continued to hone his vital skills and studied magic. Since he was studying in the magic department, the bow suited him perfectly. After he pumps skills and learns to create good quality arrows, he can summon spirits or draw formulas. Spiritual formulas were beyond his talents, though, Ed thought as he walked out into the clearing and saw the girl there with the book. It was Jane Failer, a second-year student, top of her class and a talented spirit summoner. She tore her gaze away from the book and asked Ed if he was the amazing guy Marie was talking about. The girl called his name and introduced herself. She bonded so quickly that Ed didn't even have time to notice it. Jane noticed his surprise and smiled sweetly to dispel his suspicions, and hastened to explain that this forest belonged to Mari, a high-level spirit, and she had heard much about it from her. Marie is a curious spirit, so she keeps an eye on everything that happens in her forest, and naturally she knew about the uninvited guest as well. And then Ed got nervous. He was using the forest as he pleased, chopping trees for firewood, killing game. But Jane said not to worry about the little things. It was the natural cycle of life in the forest. Marie wasn't much bothered by such things. Ed agreed. Even a large wild wolf could have a tender heart. The girl found this surprising as well and laughed sweetly. She wanted to show him something and held out her hands, saying she had contracted this charm just yesterday as soon as she saw it, and offered to touch. Ed knew what a perfume contract was, but saw that her hands were empty. All it takes is the right timing to befriend Jane, but Ed says he doesn't know what she's talking about and can't see the spirit, can't see it. Jane was surprised and a little upset by this clarification. Ed immediately signaled that their conversation was over and turned around. He still had to get himself some food. Only by sticking to the plot could he capitalize on his knowledge. Jane Failer is a very important character. She's someone you should never get close to. He left her alone where he had met her, and the girl kept her eyes on him. But just like Mari the she-wolf had told her, there really was an amazing guy in front of her. And it looks like he didn't really see all the spirits that were with the summoner. Also, she had tried so hard to make friends, but instead of friendliness, she heard only one-word answers. The girl burrowed into the wolf's fur in annoyance. But she still hoped to meet this mysterious guy. Though it was unknown now, there was a gracious silence over the green forest. The distance from Ed's shelter to the dormitory was not a short distance, the path snaking snakily here and there. Ed would run out at the first rays of dawn and run at full speed. Even though it was strange, it increased his performance. To get a scholarship, he studied diligently, kept notes on a stone board with a piece of charcoal, and borrowed books from the library. On the way home, he washed his clothes, sweaty from all the exercise in the river. It looked as if he must have collapsed by evening. But he also had to make wood for the fire, a supply of drinking water, and dried meat for supper, which left 4 hours to sleep. But another thing bothered him most, and he asked the maiden how long she would follow him around like a ghost. She was surprised to be noticed, and Ed replied that it would be strange not to notice someone who was so persistent. He reminded Jane that he was the worst trespasser in existence, and asked why she was following him. But Jane objected that that was what others thought of him, but not her. She didn't know him yet, the girl said, and gave Ed the sincerest smile she could muster. The former nobleman frowned then. She really was such a character. Naive, a little silly in appearance, but with an independent disposition. However, knowing what the future held for her, it was better to just smile back, Ed decided. Since Jane is the final boss of the first act of the Academy story, and she was the only character who smiled at Taylor, Ed reminded himself again that he was a villain, even though he didn't want to do that. Ed told her that since fate had brought them together, would she do him a favor, and Jane cheerfully asked how she could help. Ed's life was chaos, his family had abandoned him, and he was up to his eyeballs in problems. So he asked to lend him some money, which made Jane pale as chalk. He promised to be sure to pay him back. Jane received a scholarship as the top of her class. She would not have survived otherwise, as she was from a very poor family. Money was her main weakness, for she was born on a small farm. Jane was forced to refuse, and saying sorry, vanished. She fell away from him after that, but now Ed was uncomfortable about it, even less eager to meet important characters. He reminded himself again to be alert, lest the story deviate. But when he got home, he was so dazed that he even dropped his bag of supplies. Ed cringed at the extent of the source of the trouble. His guest was even taller than Jane. The object of admiration of classmates and teachers, the possessor of a rare talent, and the strongest character, Lucy Merrill. She stretched sweetly in his shawl and yawned like a cat. Ed didn't know what to say and didn't understand what she needed in his mountain valley. He didn't want to change the original plot. Lucy complained about the noise, the feisty girl not even realizing she was occupying someone else's house. But then added that the source of the noise wasn't Ed, but the huge wolf behind his back. And that wolf wasn't talking to her, but to the owner of the hut, Lucy informed. And now the she-wolf Marie was asking him to save Jane one day at any cost. Ed stared into the empty space behind him. He still couldn't see the spirits, but he didn't want to fight with them. Of course, it was good that Lucy had given him such important information, but he hadn't heard anything himself. He'd hoped he was done with Jane and wouldn't cross paths again, but it looked like he was in for a rough time. Somewhat surprisingly, Lucy managed to fall asleep as soon as the wolf left, right in the middle of the conversation. She drifted further into sleep, but Ed strongly disagreed. But then it hit him. Because of her miniaturization and ability to traverse space by jumping, Lucy was called a cat. Whether it's the top of a clock tower or a rooftop, she will always find the perfect spot in the sun to fall into the arms of Morpheus. Ego Camp was located in the thickest part of the forest where no one goes. Cool breeze, the sound of the creek. It was the perfect place to sleep. Ed realized it was his own fault for picking the best spot, which Lucy also happened to like. The next day, he stood in camp wondering what to do about it. When Lucy came back again, she got here by air, by magic, and if you leave the girl here, It's only a matter of time before the plot changes. Then Ed started practicing making lasso traps. He was much better at it now. But a hungry cat showed up and asked if she could have the meat. Ed forbade it, but for some reason she took it as an invitation. Then he realized that they could not find a common language because the girl appeared for the second time, and therefore will continue to come. Needing to come up with something right away, Ed started digging through his memory. He definitely read about her in various manuals. He definitely wouldn't be able to beat Lucy, he thought, watching her shamelessly eat the bait. So he decided to go tricky. He told her that on the way here he saw Bella the maid looking for her. Then Lucy quickly scrambled up, as if remembering an important and urgent matter. There were no ways to defeat an invulnerable sorceress in the manual. Usually players missed the text introductions at the beginning of the game, but there was important information there. Namely that Lucy runs away every day from her maid, who takes care of her like a mother. Ed smiled, another problem less on his head. He had hoped that Lucy, having been here only 2 days, would not change the main plot, but he soon realized that he had hoped in vain. They were to have a joint combat training, one-on-one training battle. Training weapons were used for safety. And the magic faculty could only use basic elemental magic, as well as death potions, rituals, and spirits were forbidden. The order of battles is determined randomly. Everyone will have one opponent. The point is for students to run into a student from another class. Participation will take on all the important characters. Princess Justice Fiona, Zix of the Northern Plains, Laurel's golden daughter, Spirit Mage Jane, Lazy Lucy, Evil Klaus, the list is long, I can't list them all. Even so, the most important person remains the hero, the failed swordsman McLaurin. Ed was looking forward to the next fight. It was Mack's fight. He already knew the results, so he didn't really follow the fights, because the first-timers would win, and the main character, Mack. Ed wanted to just watch, but Jane appeared nearby and handed him a list of fights. He couldn't believe she'd happily run up to him after he'd humiliated himself and asked for a loan. Unlike Lucy, who was like a cat, Jane was of the dog kind. Ed said he wasn't interested. It wasn't until she asked him if he didn't want to know who he was going to fight that it got to him. In the original story, his character would have already been eliminated, so Ed took to seeing who his opponent would be. And it was the beautiful and terrible Princess Fiona, like pulling the Joker out of a deck, Ed thought. But at that instant, he heard the next contestants being called into the arena. The first was Lucy Merrill, and the second was going to be Taylor McLaurin, and Ed jumped up from his seat. Mack got in the ring and promised everyone that he would give it his best. Right now, Ed didn't care who he was going to fight. He needed to keep an eye on Mack. Let it be in the game. But he's been through this character many times, from pathetic endings to true masterpieces. He had traveled this journey countless times, and among the many paths, there was not one easy one. Ed had already made up his mind that he was going to get his life together, but he wanted to cheer for Mack too. But why didn't Lucy come out? Ed wondered as he heard her being called into the ring again. A wave of anxiety swept across his face because the plot was now very different. Luckily, Ed noticed a tail of her hair sticking out and pulled the cat out of her hiding place. If the duel was cancelled now, be trouble. Mack would pick up a sword for the first time. It was a very important moment, Ed remembered. Lucy asked him if he had any meat because she was very hungry. And Ed shouted to the cat to put up a fight first, Lucy stretching and stepping into the ring. McLaurin stood up in a stance, opposite. He was going to defeat the sorceress with brass knuckles. Mack was the main character in this story, born to be a swordsman who had never held a weapon before. And yet with the first swing, breaks through Lucy's lightning-fast magic. The spell she thought would stop the blow would be blocked. And then Lucy will be left defenseless and Mack can get closer. Out of surprise, Lucy will strike him with a lightning strike, which is a medium-level spell. She will do it unknowingly. But she'll be disqualified for using the wrong level of magic, and Mack will earn the honor of being the first to defeat Lucy. It was a legendary scene, Ed exclaimed and looked forward to seeing it again. The referee gave the fighters a start and shouted the fight to the crowd. Mack didn't own the long-range attacks, so he had to hit first. Lucy immediately hit him with powerful magic as intended. Except Mack didn't block the punch. He flew into the wall, leaving the confines of the arena. Everyone watched the fight with their mouths hanging open, and at this second, no one made a sound. Lazy Lucy yawned tiredly. She was clearly bored, for the fight hadn't lasted a second. The students realized that trying to beat the best student was pointless, especially since she was a mage. Mack's life has always been a series of failures and trials, a poor guy, a retarded student, a mediocrity who is not worthy of pity. While students are drawing conclusions based on this fight, Mack is not about to give up. He raised his practice sword and channeled all his efforts to get to his feet. This was how he was supposed to handle it, Ed believed in him, watching as the fighter tore forward. Now Lucy should have used the zipper, but instead she let Mack get as close as possible. His strike was stopped by a powerful blob of mana she gathered in front of her. And then right in front of him, the magic took shape and turned into a beast. The powerful blow sent Mack flying across the room until he was stuck in the opposite wall. Lucy Merrill used not lightning but wind. Ed stared at the sorceress confused. After that, the jury of teachers unequivocally awarded the victory to Lucy. Mack lost and slumped away. He had a long recovery from his wounds ahead of him. This was a big problem for Ed. He realized that the guy definitely shouldn't be left alone. Lucy was protected by the wind spirit wolf Marie. Their stories went separate ways. Earlier, Lucy asked for jerky, but Ed rushed past her. Because the lazy cat found his camp, it met with the wind spirit and its defense became stronger. But Ed had no sooner made it to the door when the next bout was announced, and it was his turn. Fiona had just appeared in his path, wanting to say something to him. But Ed skipped past. All he cared about was that Mack had lost, and he should have gained confidence by picking up a sword. Fiona escorted a glance at the former nobleman who dared to ignore her so boldly. Mack lost because Ed stayed in the academy, even though he didn't know if there was any use for it now, but he called hero anyway. He shouted across the room that Mack's efforts would pay off. He had nothing to be embarrassed or discouraged about, because if the swordsman broke down, Ed would have his job. Ed supported Mack as best he could, because there would be a lot going on at the academy, and it would be up to the protagonist to handle it. The Emperor was the first person to discover her innate insight, but the skill itself was not a God-given gift. Life in the imperial family is full of intrigue. Because of the darkness of this abyss, the princess had to develop such an ability to resist. That's why she could be sure of its effectiveness. Her relatives always looked at her with an ugly darkness in their eyes, but Fiona saw right through them, only pretending to be silly. Having no other choice, she had always delved into the depths of people, just as she did now when Ed Taylor asked her to be gentler. Fiona responded to his greeting with restraint and watched him closely. There was talk among the Raws. They thought Ed's words were just an act, a special form of bullying. Ed was nasty from the start, using the title to bully the weak. And when things didn't go according to his plan, he decided to tamper with the test results. He's always been a sneaky person. But then, it was as if he had become different, Fiona recalled, their last meeting. His cry of despair was most definitely genuine, and only Fiona could understand it. The princess told Ed that he had completely confused her and hoped their fight would clear things up. She gathered magic in front of her. A normal water balloon flew towards Ed, but a rather strong one. He could use wind or fire magic in response, and she didn't know what he would respond with. Only by exchanging blows could one truly talk. She had hoped that their dramatic fight would help her put the sly guy out of her mind, but that's when her projectile hit its target. The fight ended so easily that the princess was simply dumbfounded. Ed collapsed to the stone floor of the arena without any resistance. He saw the trajectory of her balloon perfectly, the girl exclaimed. The other students began to mock Ed, who performed worse than Mack, offering no resistance. The former nobleman bowed to her and gave out a formal that he had learned a lot from her. But it didn't escape Fiona that after her opponent entered the arena, he didn't look at her more than once. Ed was not interested in their fight from the start. The princess could not be crossed with as the main character, so he rushed through the corridors. After all, the protagonist and hard worker of the story was far more important now. Ed looked around room after room, not realizing where the swordsman could have gone. But it turned out that the princess had followed him, and he asked her unwittingly what she was doing here unaccompanied. But the damsel shouted loudly and unhappily at him, so Ed hurriedly excused himself that their duel had really taught him a lot. But that made Fiona even more angry. It didn't escape her that he wasn't even trying to win, but wanted to get away as quickly as possible. Fiona had a hard enough time managing the class as it was. The crafty merchant was only thinking about getting her hands on everyone. Professors pressuring her, servants pestering her with questions. She already had enough to worry about. The girl exploded, and he only made things more difficult. It realized how uneasy she was because of the accumulated stress, and put his hands on her shoulders to calm her down. Ed suggested she take a deep breath exhale and calm down a bit. She shouldn't have gotten so worked up. After an awkward pause, she hesitantly asked him what just happened, realizing she had given a slack and showed her face. She asked him to forget everything and not to tell anyone about it. Ed agreed. He had no one to talk to anyway and realized it was time to leave. The princess agreed with him. Bad habit of trying to figure everyone out because you could ask directly, but Ed was only thinking of sneaking away and dared to question him directly if he was trying to break up with the family directly because he knew about her dark side. Which means he was deliberately trying to prevent Mack from enrolling in order to be expelled, issued Fiona's brilliant conclusion. She was right about something, of course. His ex-family did have a lot on their plates. But Ed was forced to reply that he had no idea what the princess was talking about. It was information closed to her now. Fiona began to choke on her anger again and blushed like cancer. She couldn't be wrong. Otherwise, everything made no sense. Why would he help someone he hated? Ed tried hopelessly to justify that he had done it just to boost his reputation, but it was obvious he was lying. Then he assured her he was telling the truth, which was already a special form of mockery. The princess had no proof anyway, so he could say whatever he wanted. Once again he had driven the girl white. One could only hope that the plot wouldn't change. It didn't take long for her to flame out. After spilling everything out, she just let him go. It didn't escape Fiona that he'd been looking at the doors from the start, which meant he had urgent business there. Ed thanked and headed for the exit. This was the first time Fiona had ever shown her side like this. She was influential from the start, meeting many people and events that would give Ed a headache. It was partly his own fault because he stayed where he shouldn't have been. Before he left, Ed still turned to her and told her that his burden was incomparable to hers. Even though he was crossing the line, she looked exhausted. Even though it was important to pay attention to everything, rest was needed too, Ed said. This wasn't the place to worry about every little thing. Fiona had spent her life learning to understand others, but now for the first time, someone understood herself. Losing a lot of time, Ed hurriedly caught up with Mack in the training room. If the guy gave up, they'd all be in trouble. But before addressing the would-be swordsman, he wondered what he should say. But at the same instant, a girl appeared in his path and covered Mack with herself, telling him not to come any closer. With tears in her eyes, protagonist Richest said she wouldn't let Mack be disturbed. He was having a hard enough time as it was, and he was pissing Mack off even more, she stated, patronizing her friend like a mother to a child. Mack stood up and remarked dismissively that Ed was still at the academy after all. But then Ed realized that the spirit of the fight that never fails had returned and was sparkling in the boy's eyes. All because while their fight with the princess was going on, and then the conversation, Mack's friend Ayla and his main supporter was rushing over to him. She was the first to support the hero after the humiliating defeat. They were simple words, but said with warmth. As long as Ayla is around, Mack will always rise to the occasion no matter what happens, Ed realized. He looked again at the face of the hero with whom he had been through much to the end. Ed turned around abruptly and said he didn't need anything else. He used to think that since Mack would save the world, he would just have to take care of his own survival. Therefore, he was worried about the hero. But now felt relieved, not because the story that departed from the original was back on track. And because Mack was okay, Ed didn't need anything else. He left his two friends completely bewildered. They didn't understand why he was acting tough. It was nowhere without it, Ed thought as he saw the flashes on the training ground. In the original story, everyone would have been in the arena when this fight happened. A battle between the cunning fox, Laurel's golden daughter, and her fearsome rival. Laurel used ice magic against a fire spirit of enormous size. But hardly such a weak barrier could hold back the fierce flames of the dragon on top of which the sorceress sat. Jane Fayler smiled sweetly at her rival, not the least bit worried. The plot was running its course. Ed was sure Mack and Ayla would see this fight. He wished Mack to keep his eyes open, for this was his future challenge. Laurel was barely able to put up her defense to hold her opponent back in any way. The fire dragon watered her with a violent stream of flames. Jane Fayler smiled. She was to be the last boss of the first act. After the fight, she was congratulated by all her classmates. She was the only one who defeated her freshman. Everyone poured streams of flattery and praise on her, and the girl smiled modestly in response. She noticed her rival being carried past her. Laurel was in a pitiful state. Although Jane was considered the pride of the sophomore class, this sort of thing frightened her. Unlike the original, where Lucy lost, the defender of the sophomores' honor was Jane. She already had plenty of friends and attention, and now life would go at an even crazier pace, Ed thought. And figured it was in his own way, and for the best. He wouldn't see the girl in his camp anytime soon. It was worth contacting the protagonist. His head was spinning. It had been 2 weeks since the battle, and no one had stopped by to see him, so Ed was able to focus. He created a net for the fish and solved the food issue, feeling better because he had pumped his stamina, but it was too early to rest. When he came out of the bushes, he saw Jane, who shamed him for being unclothed, though she herself had just appeared when he was just bathing. They sat around the fire, and Ed asked why she came here all the time, and Jane said it was because she felt like an adventurer here. She wanted to talk to him a bit today and ask for his advice. Ed was surprised. Such a question. Why him? He answered as he dressed. Jane told him what had happened at the joint practice, for he had left early. The girl was very worried that she had seriously injured her rival. Though Laurel herself had used a spell a level higher, which was forbidden, but Jane was too good-hearted to let it go. She tried to forget everything, but she still thought it was her fault, and she had overreacted. Now she was thinking about whether she should have apologized to her rival, and her friends were trying to change her mind. Ed's answer was very simple. If she thought it was right, she should have done so. Sweet and playful Jane is like a jewel to everyone, Ed thought, glancing at the surprised girl. Because when she feels guilty or criticizes herself, people try to change her mind and cheer her up. But Jane herself knew it was good to have companions, but it wouldn't erase the bad things she'd done. Apparently that's why she came to him, Ed realized, and the girl said that was what she'd been waiting for. She was relieved and reached out because Ed never just took her side. The homeless commoner then said that if he had offended her, he couldn't help her, but Jane replied that he just misunderstood her. She wasn't at all offended by this guy, who was different from what he had been last year, and Jane was observant. She noticed that the last time Ed had asked for money, he hadn't acted desperate like people in his position. Clearly, he wanted to keep his distance. The girl thanked him for cheering her up, and wished everyone in the world was like him. Surprisingly, she was comfortable with him. The next day, Ed hurried as usual to the academy, and was in a bad mood. The game was quite difficult. Not all the newcomers knew it. For example, you could get a bad ending if you learned the secret of the foxy Laurel during the trial. She would send an assassin after you. In another episode, you could accidentally skip Ayla and team up with Laurel, but then Ayla would fall off a cliff to his death. If you protect Laurel from the fiery spirit of Tarkin that Jane summoned, Mack would just burn. Ed went over the various dangers and persisted in trying to ignore the one that was calling him. He did get caught in the end, though. Laurel didn't even think she would be ignored like that, gritting her teeth. Of course Ed had to do so, because in front of him was the fourth heroine of the story, the only daughter of the magnate, Elta Crechet. And she was the one who wanted to buy a couple hours of his attention, even though he knew her nickname, the Rookie Slayer, in this game. Laurel is the hidden heroine. Unlike Fiona, she was treated as a villain from the beginning. But her true colors are not revealed until the second half of the story, when players begin to realize the reality of Laurel's loneliness and suffering. And they find themselves at a crossroads between fair Fiona and cunning Laurel. But he couldn't fall for her tricks. If you dance to Laurel's tune, you'll lose the initiative, Ed realized. He continued to ignore the girl who begged to just listen to him and offered her help. Ed stubbornly avoided her gaze, and she got in his way again to keep him from leaving. Laurel noticed that he was annoyed. It wasn't surprising considering that in his circumstances, he was still continuing to study. Of course she had heard of his ignorance and self-centeredness, but that didn't matter now, grinned the fox. She asked to hear her offer, and showed him 3 gold ducats, which she would give as an advance. Laurel knew that he'd gotten close to Jane lately, so she asked him to help befriend her. 3 coins was a large sum, a month's wages for a servant, but Ed only wryly noted that she was making connections with money. But the girl was not embarrassed by this, and on the contrary put the money in his pocket. She as no one else understood. The more friends, the better. Laurel felt that she would have to do battle with Princess Fiona for influence in the academy, and that it was already time to gather people for the team. Ed agreed and offered to shake hands. He looked cordial. Laurel smiled too. She understood that for someone who had lived in affluence all her life, hitting rock bottom was heartbreaking. It usually brings such people to ruin. They sell out their families and themselves for the sake of a ringing coin. The desperate are the easiest to hunt, at least they should be, Laurel thought, and felt the heavy metal in her hand. It was quite entertaining, the first time someone had outsmarted her, in a game she had started first. Ed walked away with nothing. It was easier, accept the reward. It solved a lot of survival problems. But it was scary to even imagine the nightmare he'd have to go through if he got stuck between Jane and Laurel the fox. Ed's rejection did not offend Laurel, and she met with Jane, realizing the pros and cons, the benefits, the personal interest. The ideal entrepreneur will not miss any opportunity he can reach. The girls exchanged greetings. Ed's refusal, on the contrary, spurred her overwhelming desire to make Jane Failer her man. Everyone around them was just talking about the fact that she used forbidden magic during their fight, Laurel said. Even though it had been a long time since then, she was looking for an opportunity to apologize and at the same time test the best second-year student. Jane saw that her rival's wounds hadn't healed yet, and Laurel said not to worry about it. She hoped to manipulate the guilt. It should have been a simple matter, but Jane suddenly asked about their conversation with Ed. Jane smiled sweetly and showed that she wasn't so simple. Usually when it was personal, she asked them to hold back. "But what can you do if spirits like to socialize?" Jane said, and her loyal friends showed up nearby. It turned out that with their help, Jane recognized most of the conversation with Ed. Jane was touched by her willingness to invest gold in their friendship, but told Laurel that she herself should understand. Sincerity can't be bought with money. Ed's behavior evoked more feelings in this case. As if hearing herself, Jane stammered. She wasn't used to this kind of talk, and put it down to the fact that it was the first time she was interacting with her younger self. With that, the girl proudly retired to her room, leaving Laurel alone to reconsider her views about her. Laurel used to think that Jane was like a fairy tale heroine and ignored the real world, but now it was clear that was definitely not the case. One last time, Jane turned around and apologized and hoped that Laurel would be stronger by the time they next met. Laurel realized that the girl knew the dark side of the world, but she hadn't lost her cheerfulness. It was hard to sigh, she sighed. Jane pressed herself against the door. She was having a hard time too. It was great to be expected to do nothing but good, but it was taking a lot of energy. Lucy stared at the clothesline with Ed's laundry and wrinkled her nose. She couldn't stand the odor and rocketed into the sky, sending things flying into the dust and dirt, and Ed had just hung them up. But he heard footsteps and realized the reason for this hasty flight of the lazy cat. The head maid of Sylvania's best hostel, Bella. She was the one who threw Ed out of it last time, and now showed up for a visit. Ed tried to justify himself, but Bella already knew he lived here. Jane had told her a lot about him. But she hadn't realized it was like this, Bella said, glancing disdainfully around his dwelling. She told Ed that this was a good chance for him, but he let those words pass his ears, for his gaze was directed in a completely different direction. Dorm maids are an elite group of women who perfectly perform all kinds of household chores, including cooking for the students, which means this basket might have some great ingredients she gathered in the woods. This kind of information is not usually obtained from books, so Ed tried to remember if there were events in which Bella influenced the main plot. Bella told him he could speak without formality, just as arrogantly as she had done before when she lived in the dorms. But Ed, on the contrary, said she deserved to be treated well. She didn't affect the main plot, and he wanted to know the contents of her basket. So he heard Bella's story about useful and edible herbs, berries, mushrooms. Ed improved his skill of fishing nets and hunting. Therefore, he had plenty of meat and fish. The problem of hunger was almost solved. He used the goblet to heat the water, using magic and wood. Ed had mastered 2 basic spells so far, but had used them so often that he had reached the 10th level of proficiency. Using the herbs Bella had gathered, he brewed a delicious tea that increased stamina, which helped with training and work. The sun hadn't set yet, and after everything that had happened to him, Ed had to admit it was even fun. Right up until a star twinkled in the sky, and then an asteroid hit the Earth, raising a cloud of dust. The shockwave sent Ed tumbling backwards, but luckily he survived. True now, his precious camp was completely destroyed. In the middle of the not-small funnel sat lazy Lucy, the main culprit of this mess. The girl was worried that she had almost died, but Ed grumbled back, for she was the best wizard in the world. But Lucy trembled with fear, for she was being chased by a nightmare in the form of her maid Bella, though to Ed she was the sweetest person. Lucy slept through another class, but for some reason Bella was out of sorts, and her fist clenched tighter than usual. It all happened so quickly and suddenly that Lucy just teleported to the place. She was so frightened by the pain of the blow that she reacted faster than she thought. Ed lost his temper. Still, Bella gave him trouble. The lazy cat brazenly asked for jerky, but Ed knocked it on the head, for the girl had destroyed everything with her visit. The homeless commoner himself was surprised that his fist reached its target, for Lucy usually defended herself with magic. But it turned out that the cat had used up all the magic, and was now nothing more than a defenseless kitten, all at the mercy of the owner of the ruined house, who immediately returned the favor, and added another flick at Bella, who cared for her. And so he decided he needed a stronger house, and he would build the next one out of wood. Lucky that Ed could get any knowledge he wanted from the books in the library. He learned a lot. All that was left was to learn how to sand wood and how to make a roof. But at that moment, the librarian girl came up to him and told him they were closing. Ed was so focused he didn't notice. Alia Islan said that was okay, as her motivation only grew stronger when she saw his hard work. As Ed looked at her, he realized that the girl was literally begging him to tell her name. So he introduced himself and got the expected reaction, close to shock on her face. Notoriety doesn't go away quickly. But Alia said he's completely different from how he's described. He read a lot of books she couldn't even understand and worked hard, and Alia decided she shouldn't trust the rumors. Now she was convinced he was an honest man, like a hero. She promised to cheer for him, and Ed thanked her humbly. He was in no hurry to get close to the others. Alia wished him a good journey and hurried back to the dormitory. As the floor beneath their feet began to shake, and there was a great rumbling sound, the earthquake shifted the heavy cabinet, and it began to fall on the frail girl, spitting books. A magic circle of enormous size appeared above the academy, and a stream of light struck the ground. Disaster struck, and thanks to Mack and the efforts of his friends, the students gathered in a temporary camp for protection. 2 hours had passed since the unprecedented disaster began, the likes of which they had only seen in books on spirit magic. Hovering in the sky was the rune of summoning, the high-ranked spirit of darkness, Glaskin. After assessing everything, Fiona realized that things were bad. In the entire academy, there was only one student capable of summoning so many spirits. And it's very likely that she's their enemy now. She's enraged by the spirit of darkness, best sophomore student Jane Failer. The barrier behind which they hid the students would not last long, and when the demon appeared, the losses would only increase, so Mack suggested leaving the camp. The captain of the Imperial Guard had hoped that the teachers and the principal would take care of the demon, but Laurel insisted that it was better to handle it themselves. The headmaster wasn't at the academy, and if they joined forces, even a high-ranked spirit could defeat him. Klaus Nord immediately refused, even though he was a first-year military student. Laurel was sure they would easily defeat the medium spirits and the boss, and then sneak into the building and capture the possessed Jane. But it wasn't all their enemies. Within them waited the spirit of fire Tarkin and the spirit of darkness Bellisphere. Such an operation bordered on suicide, so Klaus was terrified to refuse. Laurel was surprised that Jane was able to summon everyone, even though she was the best sophomore, plus she was doing the summoning of the demon Glaskin. Ayla assumed it was all Bellisphere interference, and Jane was barely average. Spirits of darkness are enemies of summoners who would lack the power to control them. Demons can take control of such a magician and turn him. Jane was now the most gifted and outstanding summoner in the academy, and was at the mercy of Bellisphere. But for now, it was important to decide how to proceed, and there was only one person who could do that. Zix told everyone. He turned to Princess Fiona as the most noble person now, and asked what they should do. As everyone waited for her decision, she was reminded of a guy's words. That whatever burden he carried was heavier than hers, and yet she should have relaxed, Ed said, as if he knew what was ahead of her. Fiona sighed and said they would be going in an hour, but in a small group with her in charge, her guard, and the best students from each class. Only those who had proven their abilities would go. She told them to prepare and tune in, and she took all responsibility. Later, she was reported on how things were going for the other students, outside their temporary camp. Audrey's room and the potions archives were under attack, said the student, and dropped to a knee for some reason, so there was no help to be expected from those places. Fiona realized that there was simply no one but them to prevent the worst from happening. In addition, another girl reported seeing students in the library as she ran past. She called them Elia. Hearing him, Zix grabbed her by the shoulders and started shaking her, asking if she was wrong, but the girl was sure of her words. Zix let her go and headed straight for the library. He had to save the fragile girl who wouldn't have made it without him. Laurel and Fiona stopped him and took their arguments one at a time. Jane was the main focus, and Elia was still a sophomore. They suggested he rely on that student, and Zix hesitated. Fiona asked the girl who was with Elia, but she was stalling for an answer. Zix noticed her slowness and started shaking her again, asking what she was hiding. Under that pressure, she called Ed Taylor's name, and Zix instantly went berserk. The girl began to tearfully apologize. Ed sat until closing time, and she left early, leaving him to Elia. Everyone knew what kind of man Ed was, but Elia insisted she didn't care about the rumors about him. The other students were shocked to hear Ed was stuck in the library with a fragile girl. Fiona belatedly realized that there was nothing else she could do to keep Zix away. She still tried to block his path by spreading her arms out to the sides. Even so, Fiona suggested confiding in Ed, which caused everyone to cringe. Seeing the look on their faces, she belatedly realized what a stupid thing she had said. Zix left them before she could think of anything else to say. Dark spirits blocked his path, but Zix didn't care. He chopped everyone down and swiftly carried forward, ignoring them. He promised himself he'd wipe Ed out if a single hair fell from Elia. The expression from dirt to dukes doesn't even come close to describing the life journey of Zix, nicknamed Grass Spear. Zix was an excellent hunter, able to track prey and hide well in thick grass. The steppes to the north are wild lands where the voice of the Empire never reached, a world where it's easy to lose your head every day. Zix was born into a family of nomads that roamed these lands. Even before he came of age, he was banished from the clan, not realizing why. He learned to decapitate deer before he could read, and mastered the freshness of corpses, faster than letters. Needless to say, he lived like a beast, a child of barbarians, that he maintained his isolation even while living with the people of the Empire. One day he met a girl who wanted to be friends with him. The little girl wasn't afraid of him at all, and there was no prejudice on her face, so he didn't notice himself introducing himself to her. With a sweet smile on her face, she compared him to a wolf that walks on 2 legs, and in that moment he saw his life from the outside. A life of eternal wandering across the vastness of the northern wastelands, eating carrion by the roadside, sleeping under the moon. This was the life of a wolf pup abandoned by the pack. He was so lonely. The day they met, he felt the loneliness. Elia and her father welcomed Zix into their home. In an effort to fit into civilized society, he had all but forgotten his wild life. The wolf pup became human. Elia was always by his side along the way. And now he was ready to be a beast again. The scoundrel had cheated on the test, insulted the princess, beaten the first-year girl, and now it was even scary to think about. What could he do to the small and fragile Elia, Zix thought, and rushed down the hallway. He found Ed at the entrance to the library hall and shouted at him. Zix grabbed Ed and started questioning why he was here, and where Elia was, and wanted to know what he had done to her. Ed told him the exact spot where he had hidden the girl, and the mad barbarian immediately abandoned him. She lay alone between the bookcases, covered by her red jacket. The girl was fine and just sleeping, so Zix breathed a sigh of relief and thanked fate. And then he saw that heavy bookcases that one man could barely lift were arranged in a circle and protecting Elia. The curtains were drawn so no one could see them from the outside, and a note on the board warning them to stay put and not panic. It should have been over before sundown if she didn't show, and being careful she could survive this one, realized Zix. There was blood on the jacket that covered the girl, but it wasn't hers. Zix realized that Ed had kept the girl safe, even though he himself was wounded. They were now sitting under the statue, though they could have run away long ago and left the girl behind. The same Ed Taylor that no one will say a good word about, but who knew why he would. 3 hours ago, Ed was close to getting badly hurt, but the results of his training paid off. He was able to save Elia. The plot moved faster than expected. He realized from the summoning rune that the confrontation with Glaskin would soon begin. Ed pulled back the curtains. He was sure Mack could handle it, and he shouldn't have even looked in the direction of the main characters, because there was no way the course of events could be reversed. Even so, he decided not to sit idly by, for the swarm of low-ranked spirits would soon arrive. He had to close the doors and build a shelter. Now he could eat jerky and search all night for useful information, he thought. What makes Jane's power special is her having the spirit awareness skill and a connection to spirit. These characteristics grow through contracts. Since encountering spirits is her area of expertise, for him, who hadn't even seen them, the promotion was close to impossible. However, Jane had killed materialized spirits, so he could too. It was an incredibly lucky coincidence. Ed wished himself a pleasant appetite and urged the wind cut. The growth rate was simply insane, for the spirits were raising their spirit understanding. A little more, and he would be able to contract one of them. But Ed had already pushed himself to the limit. A little more and disaster could happen. He was sitting like that when Zix returned. The barbarian still couldn't ignore Ed, seeing as he was sitting here all bruised and resting. There was no reason to lie, so Ed replied that he was just practicing. Zix thought only a naive fool would believe that. But realizing what a man Ed was, he was now in his debt, the noble savage said, and bowed to him. Zix promised to repay that debt as soon as the time came, at any cost. Ed remembered that Elia was Zix's lover, but wasn't important to the plot, so he forgot about her. However, this guy is Mack's friend. He trusted him from the beginning, and therefore he's very important. Ed noticed that Zix had left the temporary camp when he got here, and since he made sure Elia was okay, he should go back. He asked the savage to help Mack. If he did what he said, the crisis would be solved, though he was always on the verge of failure. But Zix was surprised that Ed had a good opinion of Mack, even though he hadn't even mentioned him in conversation before. It wasn't a matter of opinion, it was a matter of compatibility. Tarkin's armor could be penetrated with just a cut of Mack's element. Zix thanked him for his advice, and Ed told him to hurry. He could rest here for now. He even instructed the barbarian, so it should have gone easier. But then it dawned on him that Zix's question meant that he and Mack weren't friends yet. In a duel with Zix, Mack was hurt, but learned a cut that made it through his magic. The savage recognized him and they became friends. However, the last scene of the first act started a month earlier than in the original story, Ed realized. Zix had yet to befriend Mack, the latter unable to learn the element's cut. And now no one in their squad could do any damage to Tarkin. Until this moment, Ed refused to realize that the plot had already gone awry. Zix returned to the camp and apologized to everyone for the delay, and promised to repay his transgression. But Princess Fiona replied that even with him on the team, they would still lose, the first assault attempt having failed. The captain of the Knights said that for the next attempt, they needed more men, and he would go with them as soon as the pain in his leg subsided a bit. Fiona told him in a trembling voice that it wasn't required. Even as he continued to insist, she too had a heart. Fortunately, they managed to retreat and avoided irrecoverable casualties, but the captain was out. Klaus was also lightly wounded. She was thinking about how to deal with it, and said she would try to deal with Tarkin with the powers that be. But Ed interrupted her abruptly and said they didn't have time for that. He showed up when he wasn't expected at all. Soon the summoning would have to be completed, and though he didn't want to do it, he would have to interfere with the plot from now on. He suggested splitting into 2 teams, and Klaus couldn't bear to ask him if he thought the whole thing was a joke. But Zix reassured his cowardly comrade and said he should listen to Ed first. The homeless commoner lays out the details of the plan to them. First, we need to bypass Tarkin, then deal with the demon Bellisphere that has subjugated Jane. But as they had already noticed in the fight against Tarkin, it was impossible to damage him because of his solid armor, nor did they need to fight in a straight fight. Once the first team distracts the dragon, the other team will pass by and subdue Jane by simply walking in a straight line. Laurel countered that they hadn't even encountered anything like Tarkin in training, and big luck that they'd just been able to get away from him. There was a flaw in his plan. If something went wrong, both teams could get hit and would have to deal with 2 monsters at once. Ed replied that weighing the risks is good when there are other options. Their main goal is to defeat Jane, then Tarkin and the other spirits will disappear on their own. Zix said the problem is who will want to be on the decoy team and knowingly take the risk. Laurel offered to choose from those who couldn't wait to end their lives, and everyone gloomed. Mack volunteered first, as befits a true hero, but Ed objected a hero should definitely be on the restraint team. Mack thought that since he was running fast, he would be able to distract Tarkin for a long time, but Ed replied that he was wrong. They're not looking for extremes, they didn't have to be equally divided. Klaus, Laurel and him would be enough to go up against Tarkin, Ed rejoiced, and they immediately declined. The homeless guy tried to convince them quickly. He knew a way to immobilize the fire spirit. But the very idea of fighting caused Klaus to have a fit of hysteria. Fiona sighed heavily and took his side. Everything was right, even if she didn't understand his intentions. As the 3rd princess of the Empire, she ordered them to split into 2 teams and led the way. Ed, Klaus, and Laurel had to distract the dragon and let the main team get ahead. Before they set off, she ordered them to try to survive this battle at all costs. The students split up, and each group advanced to a different position. The Trinity took the bait and found themselves in a narrow corridor, a distant pavilion. Laurel worriedly asked him how he would stall against the lizard, and Ed replied that she would just have to do as he said. This way they were sure to win, Ed said, and they ran straight at the fire spirit that was peacefully slumbering, blocking the entire hallway. The sullen Klaus is very cowardly and insecure despite his abilities, Ed realized. However, among the first-year students, he was the best in the combat department, and Ed gave him confidence by telling him they could do it. Klaus believed they really had a plan. Jane was outside the door, and they just needed to distract Tarkin. Only the determination of the Princess of Justice convinced him to come here. But since he's not alone, but fighting with his friends, he'll be able to overcome his fear, Klaus thought. He was blinded by a bright flash from the dragon's mouth as it prepared to blast fire in their direction. Klaus turned to his comrades, suppressing a panic attack. The fight was about to begin, and he wanted to know where to lure the dragon. But suddenly he realized that his friends had evaporated, even before the fiery outbreak. And now he was left tete-a-tete with this problem. Klaus felt the dragon's heavy gaze. Out of fright, he decided to pretend he was a crocodile. But the dragon wasn't buying it, and roared fearfully. Terrified, Klaus ran away. Laurel took the position Ed had given her and calculated the moment of impact. He told her to leave after they brought Klaus in. That was the end of their role. The sly fox grinned. She realized that Ed wanted to sacrifice the guy. The idea wasn't a bad one, but he couldn't avoid criticism afterwards. But Ed countered that Klaus isn't a victim. Despite the guy's looks, he's a top student and very wispy. Plus, the vixen herself will have a more important role to play. She will have to guard the passageway for the restraint team and will deal critical damage to Tarkin. Laurel grinned. She shouldn't have jumped to conclusions because of the rumors and summoned a multitude of magic circles. Ed told her that everyone was experiencing excitement and hesitation right now, but she was holding up well. She just needed to blast down the aisle, which the girl did with great pleasure. When the dust settled and the rubble of the walls sprinkled, a passage opened up. The first team showed up in the resulting hole and asked her in surprise what she was doing. But Laurel only told them to pass and not to linger here. During a training battle, she blew up the ceiling of the training area with forbidden mid-level magic. Because Ed had entrusted the matter to her, it was indeed a marvelous calculation. The first team had no trouble getting into the passageway. All that's left is to deal with Tarkin, who Klaus ran from and ran off to kill them after everything. Even if their plan worked and the first team got through, they still need to distract the dragon so it doesn't chase after them. Since they'd gone against him, they had no other choice, Laurel thought, as Klaus yelled like he was being cut. Ed then reassured them that there was no way to escape anyway, the only way to apprehend him. Because of the armor, their blows are useless, plus they lost once, Laurel objected. Ed showed her the pouch and told her they were using a secret weapon against Tarkin and told her to calm down and save up her mana. Of course, Laurel was right. You can't beat Tarkin without cutting through the element. She summoned a huge wall of ice to give them some shelter. But the armored and evil dragon easily pierced it with its head. Ed kicked in the doors leading to the roof. He was in a big hurry. They needed massive firepower. And luckily she was snoozing where she always did, despite all the commotion around her. Ed picked her up with one hand. The lazy cat didn't think to wake up, and they didn't have much time. She was here because Ed's camp was destroyed. That's why the cat climbed onto the roof where she slept. That's why she was absent from the plot. Jane was in bad shape, which pissed off Bella, so Lucy used teleportation and escaped, using up all her magic. This way the game would turn off an overly strong character for a while. The cat smelled the jerky and immediately woke up, delicious bits showing from the pouch. Ed didn't have time for foreplay, so he just shoved the entire contents into the sorceress's mouth and took proper aim in the direction of the fire dragon. Ed thought about the distance. In the army he often threw grenades, so there shouldn't be a problem, so he threw the cat down. The timing was good. A couple more moments and there would have been 2 handfuls of ashes left of his partners. Lucy screamed with her mouth full about his cruelty, but she didn't spit the meat out. A flash of hundreds of lightning discharges flooded everything with a light brighter than the sun. Laurel barely had time to put up a protective sphere and shield herself and Klaus from the shockwave. The power. It was so huge that the clap nearly blew Ed himself off the roof. In a way, this was the most important moment. Tarkin is a powerful dragon whose armor could only be pierced by such a blow. Now they could do some damage to him and gain invaluable experience points when he died. Since he'd already been through so much, Ed wanted to take his and deliver the final blow. Jane remembered her mother's embrace, telling her always how proud she was of her. Her friends were proud of their friendship with her. She was the hope of sophomore year for them, who was a diligent student and excelled in training battles. She was constantly surrounded by people that put their hope in her. After a while, the first team reached their goal and stormed into the training room. Jane forced out a smile to greet her friends as usual, but it came out faintly because the girl was in chains. Behind her back was a puppeteer who pulled the strings, forcing Jane to obey. The demon spread its wings. It held Jane in front of it and rose higher. Ed heard that the first team had begun the restraint and believed they would do well. Luckily, he also got there in time. The dragon hadn't burned his friends yet. He asked where Lucy was and heard Laurel say she was hiding somewhere. She must have run out of strength. But it didn't matter, so they would finish off Tarkin on their own. But Laurel was tired too. After 2 powerful throws at the dragon, Ed said he needed to slit his throat. Her magic wasn't really suited for that, so he volunteered himself. The swordsman Klaus was best suited for the role, but he could hardly do anything now. That's why Ed said he'd take responsibility. That's why she just needed to immobilize the monster. Ed had trusted her with his life, and Laurel was surprised that he was saying those words, even though he was essentially becoming extreme. The homeless commoner objected that the price of human life was high, so it was his investment. Such words came to Laurel's liking. She liked it better than when Fiona acted like a ruler just because of blood. Now she was ready. Klaus finally ran out of breath and collapsed to the ground as they started. All the while he was distracting the dragon to himself. He were both at loose ends with Klaus, but Ed understood why he was deathly afraid. Despite this, he threw himself right into the dragon's jaws. Ed strove to get as close as he could so he wouldn't miss. Klaus staggered back and couldn't get up from his horror when he saw the demon's huge paw in the sky. Glaskin's right hand had already shown in the rift, which meant Mack's group had moved on to the final phase. Everything was going according to plan. But the timing was bad because it could distract Laurel, on whom his life depended. But luckily, barely had Ed seen the maw open. The dragon was hit by a charge of ice launched by the fox. Even during the serious shock, before fully recovering from her wounds, Laurel's hand did not tremble. The same was true for Ed. He was in perfect striking distance, a spell he had used thousands of times. Once under the dragon's clutches, he slashed at the exposed neck and severed it with a windy cut. The fire spirit immediately began to disintegrate into many fragments. Ed was rewarded for killing him. Now he could make contracts with spirits. Mack, meanwhile, was doing the main job and jumped right to the huge demon's paw. He made numerous cuts, and when the paw exploded, he began to fall. He was clearly the main character. Even his hair had changed color to white. The distraction squad looked at the incredible rain of sparks that fell from the demon. It was over. Dawn came. They settled under a tree. And Laurel said she'd met many who said they'd risk their lives, but they'd all turned out to be cowards. She asked Ed what was wrong, since they had gotten through a deadly crisis together and he was so calm. Now she could formally introduce herself to him again, and held out her hand like an associate. Ed accepted her handshake without a backward thought after all they had fought together, but found 3 gold ducats in his palm. The cunning fox said that since she won this time, he owed her and would not turn away again. Smiling, she told him that they would see each other again, which Ed definitely didn't want to do. Mack walked up to them. He had a grudge against Ed, and he had to understand why. His swordsman form manifested, just like in the game, during the fight. Mack froze in front of Ed as if gathering his wits. To say duty is duty, and thanked Ed for helping them a lot. Klaus was outraged, and shouted that there was no need to show respect to such a man, for his meanness had nearly gotten him killed. But 3 people looked at him at once and told him to shut up immediately. Fiona remarked that he'd done a good job too, and promised to recommend it to the student council, but Ed said it wasn't necessary. He said that Lucy was the biggest contributor, and Bellasphere and Glaskin were both beaten by Mack, so she should have paid attention to them. Alvira grinned. She noticed he was trying to dismiss the advances and thought he was embarrassed. Ed just kept his distance from them and watched the spontaneous altercation where Zix demanded respect for the older man. But looking at this company, he felt warmth, for he had lived with them for so long, even before he met them. He had been watching them for so long and solving their problems. Mack was getting stronger with each workout, Ayla keeping up. Fiona has accepted her destiny to become a ruler and is slowly growing up. Zix found his place in civilization and became a noble savage. Klaus is gaining confidence. Alvira has realized that life is not made up of fun and entertainment. Laurel, who had been swimming in money all her life, reconsidered her principles. Each of them is a protagonist who has their own important role to play, and at the end, a trophy called success awaits them. Knowing this, Ed turned his back on them. He left so quickly that no one noticed it. He got into a place that couldn't be reached in the story by removing debris. The training room had been destroyed by the battle, and Ed walked to a familiar locker that had not been damaged. This scene came at the end of the story, a spare catwalk where the lazy cat usually snoozed. To cover the success of the main characters, someone had to stay behind the scenes. He opened the door, and she smiled. When he was still at the tree, he asked Laurel why Jane had become possessed, but the fox didn't know. One day, quite by accident, a fox crept into her room. Every object there was a beautiful symbol of the sincerity and gratitude shown to her. There wasn't even room for books on the huge table. The stickers above the desk were weighing down on her. The solution was simple. Take it all off and shove it in the corner of the room. But the pressure only grew. She was simply incapable of doing so. She was obsessed with the duty of honoring all signs of attention. Needless to explain how reckless this is, Bellasphere took advantage of the darkness in her heart, and Jane went mad. Everything happened a month early because it was Jane who got the winner's laurels, not Mack, who lost dryly to Lucy. The reason for Mack's defeat was that Lucy went into the woods and contracted protection with a she-wolf. And she went there because she found the perfect place he'd built there. Eventually, all the threads led to Ed. The character who had to leave the academy set off a long chain of events. Jane scratched her head in embarrassment. She said she understood Lucy now, but she didn't think she would be found so quickly, even though the others had forgotten about her. Jane hid there because she thought she would immediately be searched for because of the damage to the academy. The girl was about to burst into tears. Ed remembered the words of the she-wolf he couldn't see, the one who had asked him once to save Jane. Marie didn't want her ward to be in that position. But it was impossible, for Ed alone knows the future. The she-wolf realized that everyone was pressuring Jane, and only he was keeping his distance. But in the end, Jane failed. She tried to make a contract with a high-ranking spirit, but fell victim to the darkness that destroyed the faculty. She studied late every day, always responded with sincerity to all kind words, and tried to live up to their expectations. She'd done fine so far, but strangely the failure hadn't made her worse, Ed thought. He didn't know how much he could help her now, and simply said she did a good job with a smile on her face. The proud protagonist took the stage and applause erupted. Behind the scene remained dark and silent. The villain of the first act went into the shadows, giving way to the main character. Ed had watched the end of the first act many times, but only now could he see them, the spirits that had gathered to support her. It was only now that he felt he was completely past the first act. Because of the pumping of his connection with spirits, low-ranked spirits were showing interest in him. And even Marie's high-ranking spirit was extremely interested in him. 10 days have passed since the conclusion of the disciplinary committee's trial. Jane has confessed her mistakes, and said she would accept the punishment. But during the first meeting, friends and professors expressed great support for her. In the second session, Fiona recanted all accusations against Jane, and confirmed that she was controlled by Bellasphere. Laurel took care of the rebuilding of the school. The merchant board covered the damages in full without asking for anything in return. However, they added a condition to the contract to have customs duties on educational supplies for the academy. As a result, rewards for top students were withdrawn. A ban from the training hall was imposed, and Jane's expulsion was rejected. It felt like they had finished filming a touching drama about growing up. Everyone was happy about it. Her friends were still whispering behind her back, expressing their concern about her condition. They thought she was blaming herself. In that case, they decided to do their best to cheer her up. And what's better than sweet rolls and cakes with tea when you're depressed? The girls conspired not to bring up the subject of what had happened, not to alarm Jane, and to act as if nothing had happened. But Jane suddenly asked them if there was a difference between falling in love, and twirled a strand of hair thoughtfully. The girls stared at her dumbfounded and asked why such a request. Jane replied that a friend had inquired. This friend had a dream in which she was weaving a wreath of herbs in a clearing, and there came a beautiful prince on a white horse that called her by name. The girl placed this wreath on his head, for she was weaving it for him. That dream wouldn't stop coming to her, or rather her friend, Jane, corrected herself. But looking at her, the girls immediately remembered that Jane was on a 10-day probation and couldn't see anyone. But Jane went on and said that she constantly remembered the man's face. Unable to bear such pressure, one of her friends hastily retreated. The remaining girl was thinking how to explain everything so as not to hurt her friend who had a tender heart. Or else everyone at the academy will know about Jane Failer's love story. And she said Jane should take it easier. Love and hate, rather mysterious things, she added. Better to be honest with your emotions, of course only with close friends, and Clara said, and Jane agreed with her. So Clara told her to be careful touching on such subjects, or it would be bad for her reputation, and it came to Jane. She thanked her friend for the sound advice. She needed to get back to her dorm, and Clara decided to think things over. Clara bumped her forehead on the table. She was barely coping with her friend's crush crisis. Up until now, Ed had been saving up, but thanks to Fiona's petition, he was exempted from the payment for next semester. And with the gold he had, he bought tools and walked home happy with the box. On his way to his temporarily permanent camp, he ran into Jane, who was walking all in her thoughts. Ed had avoided her before, but now that the first act was over, where she was the main character, there was no need. He greeted the girl, congratulating her on the end of her probationary period. Now the first step could be taken. But Jane's reaction surprised him. She flinched like a scalded woman and hid behind a tree. Jane gathered her thoughts and remembered Clara's words to be honest with her feelings. But she still did not have enough determination. The level of difficulty was beyond her strength, so the girl hurriedly rushed away. Ed was surprised that he had embarrassed even kind Jane. In a way, it was an amazing skill. But he had other things to do, for it was time to build the forester's hut. On the first day, he chose a spacious and not much remarkable area in the shade, and peacefully set to work. Then he gathered and dried the wood. The windblade was a great help in this. On the 6th day, he got his report card. The grades in theory and practice were higher than last semester. That was good. But here was Jane continuing to avoid him, and she didn't hide it. Her friends Clara and Anise looked at Ed as if he shouldn't have caught Jane's eye, but he didn't plan to. Ed finished gathering the logs. They dried properly, and his windblade developed to the level of an everyday tool. On the 20th day, vacation began, and Ed set about assembling the house on the foundation. When he went to check the trap, he found a lazy cat there instead of prey. Jerky as bait, a bad idea, Ed realized. The older maid, Bella, brought some greens and mushrooms and asked how he was doing with Jane. In response to his words about Jane most likely hating him and therefore avoiding him, Bella shook her head. On the 30th day, the wind caused the frame to put in like a cardboard, and Ed realized it was missing stiffening ribs and supports in the center. His mood was bad. At the bakery, he ran into Jane again. She ran away as soon as their gazes crossed. 37 days passed, and Zix came to his rescue. He told him that he had befriended Mack. Everything was back to the original. Together, they boarded up the entire roof, leaving room for a chimney. 45 days later, he sat down on the wooden floor of his house, feeling tired but also relieved. Bare walls, no furniture, a hut made of rough logs, but there was a roof over his head and no insects to bite. Ed's building skills increased. Making such a log cabin was no easy task. But now he had a house, his first real house with a roof. Ed leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes. He hadn't noticed he had his first guest. Jane clenched her fists. This time she was determined. Ed was figuring out what else he wanted to build, and when he left the house, he bumped into Lucy's legs and told her this was no place to sleep. When he saw Jane, she came out from behind a tree and said hello to him. Ed asked her how she got here, and the girl was confused. Bella told her that she had seen something delightful in the woods. Jane knew immediately that she was talking about the cabin. She'd seen Ed's new house, too, when she'd been walking in the woods. Even though Ed had told Bella he was building the house himself, it was more impressive than she expected, so the maid appreciated his talent. She also wanted to look in there and see if the house was stable, Bella whispered conspiratorially. Of course she's interested in it. As a perfectly ordinary person, anyone who has seen such a house would want to know what it's like inside. It was perfectly natural and normal, Bella said, and Jane's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Embarrassed, she nervously explained that she was just walking by, and as soon as she saw the house, she wanted to look in. It's perfectly natural after all, she blurted out. The house was excellent, praised Jane. and Ed replied that he had just recently finished. The spirits would have to tell her. Jane realized she'd been caught red-handed and said she only knew the very least. In fact, the spirits were showing far more involvement in the observation process, telling her everything. They talked about how he had become stronger, what muscles he had developed, as they fought for the attention of their mistress. Jane lied that they didn't talk much and she didn't really listen to them, although she herself received a daily report. She wasn't even aware of where his house was and had stumbled upon it completely by accident. Ed realized what she wanted and offered a tour of his simple dwelling. Satisfied as 40 cats, Jane agreed and accepted the invitation. In the evening, they sat around the fire and drank herbal tea. Jane was worried that she owed everyone, Fiona and the others, and didn't know how to pay back now. Ed replied briefly that if she didn't know, she didn't need to. Debts don't have to be repaid out of principle, he said, and Jane was surprised. The thought had never occurred to her. Of course she was such a person, for that incident occurred because of the load of expectations others had placed on her. Even though she was helped with her tuition, or rather invested, she decided to move to another dormitory, a much more modest one. All to reduce her debt in a feeless 1 room per person, index 1 for 8, where she would be supervised by the others all the time. For her, it was like being in prison. But even that didn't solve her problems, and this way Jane would definitely not get out of the vicious cycle. Ed suggested she drop by here if she wanted to be alone. He was fine with that. Jane agreed, and told him that if things got difficult and he couldn't do it alone, he could be sure to share with her. And then she promised her best to help him, and her smile made the chilly evening warm. Ed thought about it. He just hadn't had time to observe his condition much before. The second semester would begin soon, but for now he could enjoy this lull. Because the second act won't be easy. It's like a cold fall downpour. A sealed sage grimoire. A small tattered little book in which the great sage Silvani took notes. It will cause an uproar in the academy because it describes the magic of aspects that can affect the principles of nature. Laurel contemplated the exhibit quite contentedly, which smelled like money. After a moment's thought, Ed replied that it wouldn't happen to him, but that all the difficulties would fall on Mack's shoulders, who would have a hell of a hard time. The second act in The Failed Swordsman began with the takeover of Ophelus's dormitory. Honors students from Ophelis are practically guaranteed a decent life. They have a mind of benefits, free time, and servants. It was on this ground that the problem arose. A downpour started in the Valor area while everyone was returning from vacation. The academy provided ships and carriages. Only those who resided in Ophelis, if they didn't make it in time, they were entitled to the benefit of a vacation. The lower decks residents, in turn, returned on foot in the rain to avoid penalty points. The accumulated discontent eventually broke free in front of Ophelis's dormitory. Of course it was all planned by the hands of one cunning fox. She had conspired in advance with a representative of the ungenerous students who only cared about messing with Ophelis. The discontent had already reached a boiling point. All that was needed was an excuse for an explosion to occur, and Vilain skillfully gave it to them. Chief Maid Ophelisa and part of the academy administration were already influenced by Laurel and ready to support her proposal to change the terms. In such a situation, the academy didn't have to make concessions. Just acceptance and consideration was enough to appease the anger of the students. But the conflict was more heated. Ophelis was decorated with works of art, molded walls, carpets, furniture, all custom made. So the instigators of the riot wanted to do as much damage to the dormitory as possible, which was badly hurting the academy's finances, which were already sagging. At this time, there were negotiations to sell the grimoire that was like the heart of the academy, but in hard times people were willing to part with it. Of course, this gave the Laurel Trade Federation an advantage in bidding. There wasn't a ray of sunshine in the gloomy sky. It reminded Laurel of the sky she'd seen in the slums when she'd stood in the cold streams of rain in nothing but rags. Laurel couldn't stop mocking herself for feeling relieved. There was a lot of light in this incredibly romantic land. And the picture of her living in pitch darkness covered in mud was more realistic to her. And the conspiracy plan on her desk is proof of that. He is the labor of a man in whose life there was not a shred of sincerity. There was always only lies and suspicion there, where her desperate attempts to survive turned her into who she is. But the essence of her cunning nature remains the same, which is why she desperately seeks out others like her, even in Sylvania, which is full of honest people. But even here there was someone who was familiar with the sordid life of a cesspit rat covered in filth. The endless search for his own kind never ended. Despite the hope fading in his heart, one's nature cannot be changed. To break through the miserable reality, Laurel was a dark screen that hides everything behind the scenes. The players called her the Black Veil. The screams of the crowd came through the drumbeat of the downpour. They were no longer willing to tolerate inequality and demanded change. In the original, the incident of Ophelus's capture was the story of how the protagonist stopped the angry students who were being prodded by Laurel. From the first to the fifth floor in Ophelus, there were middle bosses that hindered the protagonist and helped the rebels. The average first floor boss is a bag baiter. He once mocked Mack by calling him a loser, but got a beating from his friends, then held a grudge and was bribed by Laurel. His role was to overpower the maid on the first floor, then open Ophelus's door and let the angry rioters inside. They rushed into the room fully confident of the rightfulness of their actions and of just retribution. When the rioters entered, the role of the first intermediate boss didn't end. In the future, he has to detain the protagonist. The bespectacled villain immediately realized that it was Laurel who had bribed him. It was exactly like that. He had played that role originally. He had been assigned to check the first floor and stand guard. Ed took off his raincoat and showed his face, the cold drops immediately hitting him by the scruff of his neck. His face was as befitting the weather, for from the very beginning of the second act he was again involved in the story. 2 days ago, Ed was hunting in the forest with a bow. Unfortunately, he had no talent for combat skills at all. He had been using the bow for 6 months now for hunting, and his handling skills still left much to be desired. More importantly, however, his camp has been getting a lot of visitors lately. He was constantly bumping into anyone who just ran past. The number of people who knew he lived in the northern forest seemed to have grown exponentially. Anyway, among the frequent guests, 3 in particular should have been singled out. Guest A, possessor of the rarest talent in magic. Visits during the week were spontaneous. Lucy demanded a back door and a chimney at the same time, but was put out the door like an annoying cat so she wouldn't get in the way of her work. It didn't help, however, and she further showered Ed with invaluable advice: glaze the windows or make a skylight. For guest B, on the contrary, his doors were always open. She came bearing gifts from Bella, said the best spirit summoner. This spirit mage visited him almost every day to chat or help with little things, for which Ed was grateful. He was surprised at how much she knew about ways to wash clothes so that the shirts were white and starched. Embarrassed at such direct praise, Jane looked away sharply. Sometimes it seemed easy to understand, but sometimes she revealed unseen facets of her soul that he couldn't possibly understand, Ed thought, when she asked how often Lucy came here. The third guest, however, was guest B. She showed up with her personal maid. Known as the Golden Daughter or the Cunning Fox, Laurel appeared to him for help. The Black Veil of the second act, she was probably gathering people to capture Ophelus, Ed realized immediately. This time he wasn't burning to get involved and planned to ignore her. Laurel wasn't burning to cooperate either. But as soon as she told him that the lousy tot was out of commission, Ed immediately demanded to be told the details, because that meant plot failure. Initially, Toth got into an altercation with Mack. He intended to mock him and beat him up in front of everyone. But the next line was a mistake, for he called Mack an even more pathetic bug than Ed Taylor, for which he was immediately punched in the face by someone he didn't expect. The noble barbarian Zix responded to the insult with hesitation, because he considered himself indebted to Ed for saving Aaliyah. Whether it was because of Mack or because of Ed, but Elvira told Laurel that she had never seen Zix so enraged. The assignment she offered was simple, open doors to students, to which Ed said there were plenty more people for that kind of work. But Laurel countered that even if she paid a round sum, there was no guarantee that these pawns would remain silent after it was all over. If they blabbed too much, it would be bad for her reputation, and Ed realized that she had approached him because he already had a bad reputation. Laurel figured that since he'd been kicked out of Ophelus, he'd want to get back at it and rub its citizens' noses in it, at least once. Ed wasn't particularly eager, but agreed to listen to everything. He could act in moderation after all. Laurel promised a round sum, 20 coins, and he accepted the offer, shook her hand. Before the story distorted more, he had to get it back on track. With 1 day left before the riot begins, capturing Ophelus is a ploy by Laurel to drive down the price before bidding for the sage's book. It's just a stepping stone in the plan. In the story, Laurel succeeds in creating an independent group, and in doing so, confronts Princess Fiona and her student council. The side that Mack chooses will win, and all Ed has to do is join the winner because he has to live with a piece of bread behind his back. While he was pondering, a drenched Jane appeared on his doorstep thinking the rain would end soon. The girl sympathized with Ed, for he had to spend the night in the woods even in such weather, but the lad was becoming more and more accustomed to such a life. She was soon to move into a smaller room, and she promised to give him the unnecessary things she had no place to store anyway. Blankets, pillows, lamps, clocks. On top of that, she had consumables. Throwing it away would be a waste. Putting it in the trash, too. The furniture was Ophelus's property after all. Ed agreed to accept her things, and the girl rejoiced, promising to bring everything with the start of the new semester. But a glance to the side asked him how often Lucy stood like that, and Ed replied that it happened sometimes. Power that goes beyond common sense was not given to Lucy for nothing. It's a life she runs away from, making excuses for laziness. For several years now she has been living like this, gazing at her destiny. On rainy days like this, even a lazy cat thinks about the future. Ed said that Lucy is like this whenever it rains and not to dwell on it, but Jane took that to mean that he wasn't interested in the lazy cat. Now it came to Ed's attention that Jane was still in the Ophelis building. If the dorm is invaded, the space defense system will activate, and all students will be banned from their rooms. Of course, if it was about Jane, she wouldn't have any trouble getting out, so Ed asked her what she would be doing tomorrow at 9 o'clock at night. He wanted them to meet at the Rose Garden at this time. Hearing about the Rose Garden, the girl's heart skipped a beat, and Ed informed her that he would tell the reason for his request there. He could think of nothing else. He wanted her to stay away during all this chaos, and couldn't in the rain. The girl agreed, and stood up abruptly. Red with embarrassment, she hurried out of his dwelling in spite of the downpour. Ed knew that on the morning of the day of the induction ceremony, this downpour would stop. He would see clear skies, and the forest would be filled with the scent of fall. The smell of mushrooms, fresh leaves, moisture, and today he was seeing off the last day of this vacation. Zix had been diligently practicing his will and self-control after being scolded by Aaliyah last time. He heard footsteps on the wet paving stones, and looking out the window, he noticed a man in a raincoat. The man entered the building and asked where the other maids were from the one who was watching the first floor of the dormitory. Except for the core staff, most were holding a meeting in the common room where the head housekeeper had gathered them. So far, everything was going smoothly. The maid escorted Ed down the hall and said she had prepared the item he had asked for. He thanked her for the bucket of oily liquid and set it aside. Now all preparations were complete. The riot and occupation of the Ophelis building had begun. All the active parties were in place. Students with torches filled the entire plaza in front of the building. They demanded equal treatment. The academy should be a realm of knowledge where everyone is equal. Vilain led the crowd forward, constantly encouraging them and shouting the loudest. The students were ready to batter down the dormitory doors with a battering ram, but they suddenly opened. Someone opened them wide with a kick of a boot, and they didn't hesitate to rush in. Ed coughed and gave a prepared speech about how he agreed with everything they were doing and how he wanted revenge on Ophelis. Willie, like a real dummy, bought into his acting and said he regretted believing the rumors about Ed. Ed stopped all the snotty nonsense and rather pushed the in-between character further into the story. Simpleton Willen is the one who will take all the responsibility later. Ed even felt sorry for him. The maid he had detained had escaped, but there was no point in catching her. The superiors to whom she ran to report had already caught her. Because head housekeeper Ellis is acting at Laurel's behest, she ran the protective barriers. Activating protective magic, she locked all the occupants in their rooms, which should have kept them busy. Everything was going according to plan and script, Ed noted, checking the reliability of the magical locks. When he heard the voice, he marveled at such a grand beginning. Black Veil, who started it all, appeared on stage and thanked Ed for a job well done. She was glad she hired him. Laurel said she didn't like the rain, for she was soaked down to her socks, and Ed realized she was standing outside watching everything. The wily fox said that once the teachers intervene, it will all be over, so for her plan, we need to act fast. Laurel suddenly asked him if he had ever killed a man before. Ed shuddered at such a question and shook his head. Laurel hadn't had that experience either, but said she's done worse things than this because she had to survive. For the sake of survival, she trampled on other people's fates, was the first to stab them in the back to avoid such a fate. She'd always thought she was innocent, told herself she had no choice, but it was all mere self-justification. That's how her nickname Golden Daughter came about, and she knew better than anyone that she didn't deserve sympathy. Even so, she wanders like a madwoman in search of a man who will be close to her in spirit. The feeling of loneliness haunts all humans. She wants to escape it and seeks out similarly muddied people to sink with them. But Ed replied that he wouldn't sympathize with such a thing. She should be held responsible for her own actions. He certainly wasn't her salvation. There was an awkward silence, and Laurel was the first to break it, saying she'd said something that didn't suit her. At this, she stated that she would do what she had to do because time was running out. Ed sighed heavily. His work was just ahead of him, and he sat down in a chair in the hallway. Now Laurel will talk to Ellis about future plans. The story escalates when Ophelus's protective magic fails, and it's up to Velen to lead the circle of defense. Thus, the representative of the commoner students, after obtaining all the defense magic, becomes the boss of the 4th floor. It's a scenario where you have to quickly subdue Velen who has fallen into unconsciousness from a maelstrom of mana. From then on, Ed just waits for Mack and his friends. If Ed takes a little time and loses, Mack will quickly go up to the 2nd floor. You could get hit or even injured in the process of the fight. But it couldn't be helped. It was a necessary sacrifice in the name of plot stability. A rich carriage pulled through the rose garden drawn by 4 horses. Jane, that she had arrived at the place early and was waiting for Ed, wondered if she could be here since an important person had arrived. Ed had left her a note saying he had some business to attend to, but would be back soon, and Jane thought he was doing something special and blushed even more. Whoever is riding in that carriage, this girl wouldn't leave the rose garden for anything in the world, all because she hasn't been able to sleep a wink the last couple days. Albeit suffering from remorse, she continued to send spirits to watch Ed and listen to their reports. Not only Lucy visited him, but Princess Fiona, Bella, Zix, and on top of that, the sly fox Laurel. And the fact that most of Ed's guests were students made Jane even more nervous. So determined was she to wait for him. She touched the hairpin and wondered if maybe she had chosen a persimmon flower for nothing. A cosmea would have suited her better. So the girl just decided to take a quick trip to the dorm and change the brooch. Mack's team froze in front of the dormitory, pondering whether it was worth intervening, but Elvira's healing herbs were very expensive. They could wait for the teachers, but Elvira resented it. If they didn't have time to put magic on the herbs, they would lose their value. Ayla was also of the opinion that they shouldn't go there. Elvira could take care of herself. But it wasn't the girl alchemist who was dangerous. It was the headless students who might break into her lab and spew out dangerous and expensive reagents. So instead of making idle chatter, she headed to the dormitory and asked for help. All they had to do was get to her room on the 4th floor, and the alchemy girl promised to destroy anyone who got in her way. But when she kicked down the doors and stepped inside, she found someone there who had been waiting for them for a long time. Ed Taylor himself got in their way, as fate would have it. Mack covered Ayla with himself almost instinctively, and asked the homeless commoner what he was forgetting in this hostel. The signs of vandalism, the furniture that was lying around, the fact that the only way upstairs was blocked by a single person did not escape them. Elvira grinned. This was something she couldn't have guessed. She poked at Ed without any respect and asked him if he wanted to stop them. As if becoming a game character, Ed said the formulaic phrases that they couldn't go any further. Elvira only got more frustrated. She had heard from Zix that Ed was good at wielding magic. But essentially, they were just basic spells, and he was all alone. Looking at it this way, a skilled swordsman, a mage, and the best alchemist in the class had an overwhelming difference in strength. Mack reached for his sword and asked Ed what his intentions were, and what was going on upstairs. He didn't really want to fight him. Ed was silent, and so Mack attacked first to force all the answers out of him. Then Ed threw the chair he was sitting on at him. It was all calculated. Expectedly, Mack reacted in time and destroyed the expensive furniture in one blow. Elvira immediately realized that Ed was using a basic spell since he was a mage. He was targeting Mack, who was the most dangerous opponent for him. But instead, the wind blades sliced off the chains on which the heavy chandelier hung, and the chandelier began to fall directly at Mack. The swordsman barely had time to dodge that blow on his over-reflexes. There was a rumble which was heard, even by the students locked in their rooms, by Klaus, and he immediately threw a tantrum. Due to the dust and shockwave, they were disoriented for a while. Elvira even fell over from surprise. But in the same second, the wind blade nearly cut her head off, taking away a strand of her hair. Her opponent wasn't playing with it. To top it all off, the blade accurately sliced through her bag of potions, and those scattered across the floor. Elvira realized there was a tough battle ahead, which meant something was brewing upstairs. But when the dust cleared, she didn't find Ed in front of her. The girl reached for the potion jar that lay below. But a wave of ignition blocked her path, Ed targeting her from the start. The fire scoured the room, smoke engulfed everything, and the girl froze in place, not knowing what to do. Ed created a battlefield where everything flowed like water, and his actions were quick and precise. Zix didn't tell them everything, for it wasn't just about high mastery of magic. He rolled up his sleeves. As an alchemist, Elvira was the core of their powers. However, she had a fatal flaw. If one were to deprive her magically from ingredients, potions and potions, she didn't have any combat power. Usually students carried rings or necklaces, various pouches for alchemical tools, but Elvira thought it unnecessary. After all, she thought she was a genius, but it seems Ed took even that into account. He smashed the chandelier, took advantage of the backlash, created a wall of fire, all to strike a precise blow on the bag and deprive her of all her tools. The girl analyzed her opponent anew. Though in that case, Ed should have been aiming for the bag itself, not the strap. In front of them was just a former nobleman who didn't have any outstanding skills. But Elvira had her own ace up her sleeve too. She pulled out a blue balloon and turned it into a hare, then added resistance to fire and magic attacks and strengthened the puppet's body, causing it to become huge. Aaliyah, meanwhile, was preparing a spell to put out the flames. She was getting very nervous and was wasting time. The heat and smoke frightened her, making her thoughts confused and preventing her from collecting mana. Worse, Ed interrupted her cast with his wind blade, which he wielded very precisely. Luckily, Mack got there in time, and yelling to his friend to get ready, he blocked Ed's punch. Ayla was confident in her knowledge of magic, but her combat power was average even in her first year. Ed was definitely aiming for Ayla because Mack had to protect her, and they couldn't improve their position together. Elvira shouted to him that if he got a little closer, he could quell Ed's attacks, and ordered her summoned familiar to attack. A wild rabbit with a ferocious look lunged at Ed. The familiar didn't care about the wall of fire that was between them. Mack realized that he had no right to doubt, but simply had to do it. Elvira rushed forward too, covering herself with her cloak so as not to get burned. Ayla saw the alchemy girl bravely throw herself into the fire, so the mad girl was able to get to her potions and rejoiced in them as if they were her old friends. Ed grappled with her familiar, plus he had to control Mack's movements and couldn't interfere with her. With his free hand, he tried to take her in his sights. He completely ignored the bloodthirsty rabbit in front of him and stabbed Elvira with his blade. The girl held herself in check, even though Ed had prepared the reset spell had already been launched. Elvira threw the jar towards his magic, and the blade sliced through it. A regent made from chestnut blossoms, mushrooms, and a magical resetting regent burst out. Its effect was to temporarily suppress the magical power and the products that were created by it, causing Ed's fire to go out. Ed pierced the bloodthirsty rabbit with his sword, but it accomplished its task. Now the wizards couldn't use their power. Elvira's plan had succeeded. Mack began to stalk the weakened wizard who could no longer hold him back, but Ed easily knocked over the prearranged cabinet. The oily liquid that was in the pail spilled onto the waning fire, the flames separating them again. They knew from the smell of burning that it was oil. Elvira shouted to him that he was crazy, because if the fire broke out there could be casualties. Mack returned the sword to its scabbard for his element cutting technique that could dissect anything. He had to hurry after all, the effects of the suppression potion were not eternal. But Elvira, who had been watching the fight from the sidelines, shouted at him to stop. The windows were open to let the smoke out. Carpets that could catch fire were removed, as well as anything easily flammable. Ed Taylor had obviously planned the whole thing, the girl alchemist realized, but Mack didn't hear her. Ed pulled out his hunting bow, which he had previously hidden among the junk. He had plenty of time to aim carefully. Mack ran straight at him, completely unprotected. Even though his opponent wielded a bow, Mack was sure he was just blocking an arrow. But what was his surprise when Ed lowered the bowstring? The arrow flew toward the target, spinning around its center of gravity, past Mack, straight into the defenseless Ayla, who no longer had time to put up a defense or dodge. Ayla couldn't even use basic magic due to the blockage, but she was saved at the last second by Elvira's potion. It was at the edge. The alchemist girl barely had time to save her friend, and the arrow fell beside her. She applied her clawed hand, a magical tool that allowed her to attract small objects within sight. But how surprised Elvira was to see a wrap of soft cloth instead of a tip. Her opponent succumbed to them here as well. She warned Mack again that Ed definitely had something left stashed away. Mack struck him with his sword, and the homeless student defended himself with his bow. But that's when the second-floor boss, Klaus the Grim, awoke upstairs. Hearing the sound of him waking up, Ed breathed a sigh of relief. His work here was done. He stopped holding back Mack's power and instantly flew back against the wall. Elvira was stunned again. After all her efforts, her opponent had just given up, so she didn't believe in such an easy victory. Mack grabbed Ed and started yelling at him. Was there a reason to go this far, he asked. Elvira wasn't happy either, as if she had been playing to someone else's tune their entire fight. If he really wanted to stop them, he would have ambushed them, dropping the chandelier right on top of them. But instead, he attacked in the open, blocking their path. And thereafter he fought in such a way that not a single action of his could be called foolish. Just as she thought, there was clearly something wrong here, Elvira realized when Ed said it was over. Mack threw him to the floor, and Ed said they should hurry upstairs because this battle was over. The friends were dumbfounded at such news, for up to this point he had not let them pass, and now he was rushing them. Elvira bluntly asked why he had succumbed to them, which surprised even Mack. The proud girl couldn't leave it like that. She felt humiliated and demanded an answer. Sometimes the gap between reality and imagination hurts with its cruelty. The young man that should have been waiting for her in the rose garden lay bleeding on the floor. Jane didn't understand what was going on, and judged everything from what she saw with her own eyes. Because of this, she immediately became furious and icily asked them what they were doing. A feeling of slight dissonance visited Jane back in the rose garden, but then she remembered that whatever Ed did, whatever the problem was, it always creates some sort of expectation that the problem by all means will be solved. It wasn't until a decent spanking flew into those smug thoughts that she began to look at these events in a new way. Even though she had offered him her sincere help, he had not asked for it. Ed made sure she would be away from everything, leaving her a note, and went into battle himself, because she was already being punished for her past. Jane didn't know what was going on, but she knew immediately that Ed had made sure she wasn't involved in the incident. While she was wasting her time picking out insignificant bling, he got in trouble, so she was instantly enraged. Mack tried to explain to her what had happened, that the other students were locked in a dormitory that the rioters had taken over, and Ed was in on it with them. But Elvira was more perceptive. Hence she shouted to Mack to stand back immediately, for Jane was now the enemy. The girl unleashed her massive mana and said she wasn't really interested in what they were doing here. Ed shouted to her, but she didn't listen and summoned her strongest defenders. Jane, with lights in her eyes, asked Ed to wait just a moment. Elvira assessed the combat power, medium-level spirits, 4 attributes, plus a lot of change, an entire army. Elvira dragged Mack to the side. There was no way for them to break through here. They had barely defeated the fallen aristocrat. And now their opponent is the best second-year student, who was barely defeated by the entire academy last time. Mack froze in place as the spirits pinned them down, and Elvira was the only one who retained control and demanded a retreat through the broken windows. But Mack wouldn't be the protagonist if he could back out. He could let her valuable medication go missing or someone would get hurt. Obviously, Mack would be the one to be the hero in such a situation. The young man bravely stood in the way of a multitude of spirits. Ed grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and told him that when they say to retreat, you have to do so, or the hero's life won't be long. Turning around, he told them he would get Jane cleaned up, and they should go up to the second floor as they had planned. Elvira resented it before Ed had struggled to block their path, but now he was just letting them go. The alchemist girl didn't understand how he was going to stop all those spirits if he was covered in wounds, but immediately got a slap on the head for speaking disrespectfully to her elders. Ed told her to grab all her potions and apologize for the torn bag. He finally confused even the savvy girl, but she accepted his offer. The trio hurried upstairs, leaving Ed to deal with a furious Jane alone. The girl was about to break and wreck, but the homeless guy just walked up to her. She asked him to take it easy because she could totally figure it out, and detailed explanations could be left for later. Ed put a hand on her shoulder. even though she might have taken it as rude, and said, "Act in moderation." Jane was completely taken aback by this change in mood and confused. She was embarrassed that he had touched her like that, but Ed explained that if she didn't call off the spirits, he would just fall over because of the wind. The wind subsided, and the trio of friends stared at Jane in surprise. Ed had indeed calmed her down. He gestured for them to move more briskly upstairs, though he was barely on his feet himself. Losing his footing in the form of Jane, he swayed and began to fall. Before he collapsed at her feet, her friends didn't have much time left to get to the top. Jane helped him sit up and bombarded him with questions as to why he had let himself be beaten. The younger ones had gone too far, she said, and asked her to promise to her that wherever he went so he wouldn't hurt himself again. Ed thanked her for her concern. Even though things had deviated from the plan, he had still fulfilled his role as first floor boss and could now return to the cabin with peace of mind. But Jane told him that she had seen an ornate carriage in the rose garden. It rushed by quickly so that the girl could barely see it, but she saw the crest of the Golden Crown. The crest of the Golden Crown and the rich decoration said that it was the symbol of the trade guild of Elta, Laurel's adoptive father, who killed her real parents and will disappear in the final act, losing to Laurel's fake boss, the Golden King Elta. On the 5th floor, Laurel told Ellis how she had been rejected by Ed, and the housekeeper realized who she was talking about and appreciated the mistress's taste. Ed had good looks, but that wasn't the main thing for Laurel. She thought he smelled just like Ellis. But at the end, he made a lot of emotional comments to Laurel, which is not typical of him. And then he rejected her hand without hesitation, saying that she herself should be responsible for everything. People like them have to listen to words like that all their lives, Laurel told her housekeeper. Ellis had been a housekeeper at Ophelis for 20 years, since she came here at 15, and was recognized for her abilities. That's why Laurel spent the most money to bribe Ellis and break her intransigence. It had cost Laurel a lot of money, but she didn't regret it, and was glad Ellis had joined her. After all, she had found another person close to her. It was the only way she could realize they were soulmates. It was the only way Laurel could escape her oppressive loneliness. Now Black Veil wanted Ellis to hand over control of Ophelis's defense systems to Willie, and he would destroy the building himself without realizing it. No matter how bleak her past was, or the circumstances she found herself in, this girl is a true villain. Events were going according to plan, and Laurel was hoping to just hide in the storeroom. She had to play the part of the good student. Ellis sighed. Her mistress was such a pathetic person, at such a young age, never able to love anyone. So she'll die alone, Ellis thought, and told Laurel that they weren't soulmates like she thought. The sword at Laurel's throat burned her skin cold and was more eloquent than 1,000 words. Mack quickly caught Klaus on the 2nd floor, subdued him, and forced him to join their group. On the 3rd floor, Maid Kelly blocked their path, but without her twin sister Shelley, she was no match for Mack's squad. They still couldn't figure out why the twin was alone, but they ended up getting to the 4th floor much faster than they had planned. It's just that the 1st floor obstacle was too high a difficulty initially. The 4th floor was a mess, with students running everywhere. Villain had fallen under the control of the protective magic circle and could not control it. The self-defense techniques engraved everywhere in the Ophelis building were originally intended to protect students from outside invaders. But now the site was more like a monkey with a bunch of grenades. Mack fended off many spells with his sword, but could not get any closer to Villain. The rumbling sound caused the locked students to panic, not realizing what was happening. Then those who had the guts and strength simply smashed the windows and, using magic, jumped outside. Things were gradually moving towards disaster, with students leaving the Ophelis building en masse. Mack asked if Elvira had any extract of the night butterfly flower, but the alchemist said it wouldn't work now. The Sea Devil reagent was better suited to an enclosed space, and Elvira sprayed the contents of the vial. It allowed basic magic to be blocked in this corridor. All of Villain's spells were auxiliary, albeit quite powerful. She kicked Klaus's ass and told him to ignore it and just knock Villain out. The bespectacled man raged even more as he saw them move into close combat. But Klaus and Mack had enough reflexes to get through his barrage of blows without damage. A massive explosion erupted on the 4th floor. No matter how it ended, Laurel had achieved her goal of wreaking havoc on the academy. Meanwhile, Ed and Jane watched the carriage, hiding under a tree from the rain. Jane was worried that Ed's wounds would reopen, but he said the blood on his shirt wasn't his. The Golden King of Elta was usually accompanied by more than a dozen carriages and a procession, but such an appearance meant that he had arrived here quickly and secretly. Elta is Laurel's adoptive father and her enemy, who leaves the scene after she defeats him. But he shouldn't be at the academy right now. Ed wanted to know what he was doing here. The carriage had been parked here for a long time, but Elta only came out now. It was as if he was waiting for the building to be demolished. He was greeted by Shania, the twin maid who was supposed to guard the 3rd floor, one of the orphans Ellis had raised. Ellis was completely bribed by Laurel, so it was strange to see Shania with her mistress's enemy. Shania would never betray Ellis, and the housekeeper had been bribed by Laurel, and Ed assumed she had betrayed Mistress. Which means there was only one future to predict, Laurel's downfall. The person who will lead the political fight against Fiona in the 3rd act, and the one who will be the biggest help in the hero's fight against Ed's family. He'd had such a hard time being the interim boss, and now to take on Laurel's role as well, that kind of craziness was out of the question. So Ed had to intervene before it was too late. Ed had to turn to Jane, as awkward as it was, and thought about how to explain it all. But Jane didn't hesitate or wait for him to say she was ready, and asked what needed to be done. The thing is that Elta received a report that his adopted daughter wanted to betray him by conspiring with the rest of the guild. Besides acquiring the Sage Grimoire, gave Laurel the status to attract Elta to the academy, and he didn't react in time to the coup. Ellis found out for some reason, and also stole and kept a secret letter that could prove Laurel's conspiracy. But this favor wasn't free. Ellis wanted to be paid more than Laurel was offering, or she would side with her. Ellis was losing her eyesight, and in the accident had almost lost her hearing. This year was her last as housekeeper, and the outcome of the war depended on her choices. The housekeeper held the sword to Laurel's throat and told her not to move. Her father would arrive soon and it would all be over. Laurel wanted revenge on her adoptive father, but from Ellis's point of view, the two of them weren't so different. The same was true for her. Ellis would choose the one who would pay the most to the orphanages she oversaw. Her speech was interrupted by an explosion that went off next to Laurel. Mack's squad was dragging villain behind them. Elvira knew immediately that there was no way such a simpleton would have access to protective magic. Which means the housekeeper is behind everything, holding Laurel hostage. Elvira quickly realized all to herself. Taking advantage of this hiccup, Laurel ducked out of the traitor's crosshairs and jumped to Mack's team. Her friends immediately rushed to support the girl. Laurel bit her lip. She had to put the blame on Ellis now and tell them that. But procrastinating, Elvira asked what was wrong with her face. Due to the excess of feelings, Laurel could no longer lie convincingly, so she rushed to escape while she could. The Golden King is coming here. He came on his own, therefore he trusted no one. The plan to overthrow him is almost complete, Laurel thought as she ran. All she has to do is contact the main office, send a carrier pigeon that is hidden in her room, and then disappear. Everything will work out. There is no need to despair, the girl convinced herself. There is just no one who would understand her. She was prepared for betrayal, as she always had been, for she had faced it countless times. So now, having traveled such a heart-shattering path, shedding tears was not at all to her liking. So she resolved to do whatever she could. Right now, she just had to run and get to her room before Elta did. It's worth sending a carrier pigeon and her problems will be solved. At this time, Elta entered the 1st floor. Elta saw the student and told him to leave the building sooner rather than later. Ed stepped forward and said that because of the risk of collapse, no one would be allowed in here until the faculty showed up. Elta asked if he was acting on the Academy's orders, but Ed countered that it was his decision under the system Sylvania uses. There were 3 people who controlled the course of this story, Ed realized. Laurel seeks to overthrow Elta and avenge his parents and her childhood, as well as deprive him of his position as head of the company. The Golden King wants to thwart her plan and tries to gain success with a scheme to obtain a sage treatise. And walking between these two as if on a thin blade, Ellis is the main cause of this crisis. Ed didn't know for what reason she had betrayed Laurel, but now both were on the 5th floor. But should he have followed her there? Definitely not. Even if he stays out of the scenario, Ellis will face Mack and company. This part of the task could simply be entrusted to the protagonist, and trusted to succeed. Because the characteristics of the protagonist are already confirmed by their battle. In that case, he had to take that side, so Elta wouldn't be planning in Ophelus's building, he should just be detained. Ed pretended to only acknowledge the Golden King and greeted him formally and asked what the reason was for the arrival of such an important person here. Ed said he would contact the Academy authorities right away and get him the welcome he deserved. But Elta, who had previously been quietly listening to the guy in front of him, interrupted him. He had already realized that the young man blocking his path was on Laurel's side, and he couldn't be said to be wrong. 10 minutes earlier, she and Jane had punched a hole in the wall. Ed asked the occupant of this room what he was doing, that he didn't even come out of it after all. Zix replied that he had no intention of acting on haste. Even if the building collapsed, he still wouldn't die. But what to do now? After another door in his room, "It will be cold to sleep," said the noble savage. Zix formally greeted Jane. It was the first time they had seen each other since her demon possession. The girl apologized to Zix, and Ed told her not to kill herself too much over what had happened, because the disciplinary punishment had already passed. The noble barbarian looked at the couple carefully and, ignoring propriety, asked directly if they were dating, causing Jane to shriek. She started to deny everything too vehemently, which made her even more embarrassed, and looked at Ed uncertainly. Jane asked if he was upset about it, but Ed said it was fine. It was Zix's question that was tactless. The noble barbarian bowed immediately and apologized, and then asked what reason they had for visiting him and kicking down his door. Ed said he had one request and promised to repay that debt later. Zix watched from the sidelines as Ed greeted an important big shot at the academy. Elta leaned over to Ed and suggested that the young lad had been taken in by Laurel's looks and offered a ringing coin if he would behave himself. For that girl had inherited fox blood and would stab him in the back as soon as he revealed himself. Elta, who had raised her from a young age, knew this as well as anyone. He promised to give him twice as much coin as promised by that girl and demanded to get out of the way. Ed thanked him for the offer, but there was no point in doubling the amount no one had offered him. Elta realized that words wouldn't work on him and signaled to his men. He ordered the bodyguards to get rid of Ed quietly, and the guy took off running. But he was already blocked by two men with swords. But they were immediately swept away by a powerful blow of magic, wind-type magic. Zix and Jane appeared behind him from the dark corner where Ed had left them. He told his friends he would go ahead and ask them to hold Elta and his dogs. It wouldn't be hard for a couple of strong mages, plus Zix originally owed Ed a debt for saving Aaliyah. Elta immediately realized that these two were not as simple as they seemed at first glance, so ordered an attack with all his strength, and his hounds rushed at them. There was a massive explosion that caught up with Ed, but he had already managed to run out of the lobby. He should have found Laurel and given her all the information, but he felt her presence behind him. Ed asked if she could move, and the girl was taken aback. Ed asked if she had the strength to run, and suggested she go to the back exit first, and told her to follow his trail. Trust is built for its own reasons. Secretary Charo ingratiated himself to Laurel because he hoped to ferret out important information. The vendor at the bakery is cordial because she left him a generous tip every time. The reason her pet was so affectionate to her was because she fed him the best treats. Every act of kindness has a reason. At least in Laurel's world it was that way, but Ed wasn't asking for anything in return. It was all her fault, a stupid miscalculation, Laurel thought. Although she grew up receiving a lot of favor from the world, like Jane, she wasn't always kind to the world as a summoner. She realized it the day she saw Jane's gaze directed at Ed, who demanded nothing in return and had no greed. Laurel thought she might have the same relationship, which is why she told Ellis all about her plans, not knowing that her attitude towards life, in which she trusts no one to the end, would become so insignificant. Seeing that grim and dirty appearance, she was not to forget, and part with the illusion that she could be such a romantic person. Laurel bribed 5 people to capture Ophelis: housekeeper Ellis, twin sisters, commoner apprentice representative Willine, and fallen aristocrat Ed. Ellis and her sisters betrayed her by going over to Elta's side. Willaine will do the same. Which means Ed included, Laurel realized and stopped. She herself didn't know why she was saying it, and she apologized to him. Right now, she is not in a position to pay him the fee. The situation was not stable, she said. Ed quickly dismissed all her doubts and grabbed her arm. Right now, they could be captured, and first they needed to get out and think about the future. Laurel was dumbfounded. He had no reason to help her, and there was bound to be one. Ed asked, explaining the situation to him rather than thinking bad thoughts. If the reason can't be seen, you can't trust the person. It must be like this. But said aloud that there is a plan to manipulate prices in the market that Elta came up with. After the war ended, the price of arms fell, so they bought up surplus arms and transacted internally several times after monopolizing. Money was urgently needed for this plan, and my father said he had found a buyer for the grimoire at a high price, and then sent Laurel to the academy to find a way to get hold of the book and increase the margin, and Ed figured it out. Correctional trading is a method in which 3 traders enter into a cartel, monopolize a commodity, and trade it to raise the price. Because in the eyes of the buyer, prices are rising rapidly, and one thought comes to mind: you need to buy now. At this time, if you sell all the merchandise, you can make a solid profit. However, the key thing in this transaction is the trust of the participants. If someone sneaks a sale before the deadline, the price will instantly drop and the partners will suffer a loss. Then Elta, who had spent the bonds and bought back most of the goods, would alone suffer a huge loss and be on the verge of ruin. To implement this plan, Laurel has gained influence over the companies, but only when Elta leaves the office can they start bidding without him. Now Ed understood her plan all the way through: capture Ophelis and pounce on the academy to get a discount, and distract Elta at the same time. Laurel was surprised he realized it so quickly. Ed grabbed the gist of it and realized there was one more thing she had to do to make it all work. She needed to pigeonhole the main office immediately and start bidding. She had one in her room, Laurel said. Dove will go to her secure surroundings close to the office. If she can hide afterward, her plan will be complete. But Elta found out about this plan from someone, which means he's going to capture her today and force her to give up the names of all the conspirators. Ed told her that from now on and for as long as possible, she needed to hide in her hiding place. If he was Elta, he'd leave his men on both bridges that led off the island, and then he'd be 100% able to capture her. Ed had advised her to hire a coachman and just drive the carriage across the bridge, and at a convenient place to escape. It was meant to distract the guards. And Laurel herself could hide in his hut for 3 days in the northern part of the forest while the enemies were put on the wrong trail. Ed will go to her room and send a pigeon. All he has to write is "sell now," and the situation will settle down. At the exit, Ed grabbed her by the shoulders and told her he'd deal with whoever was waiting for them, and she should watch carefully and escape when she could. Laurel thought they acted so coherently, as if they had known each other for a long time, because for a second she thought she could really trust him. Ed shook her again to make sure she was gathering her thoughts and not frustrated, and the girl said she understood. Maybe this time it will really work, the fox thought, and asked why he was helping her, blushing. Ed wrinkled his nose. After all, girls are difficult creatures. Why is it only now that she's asking such a question? And said he was just doing it because he thought she needed help, and left the girl alone in silence. Laurel fell to the floor from overfeeling because she couldn't stay on her feet any longer. She heard a heavy noise and thought it was the final battle between Ellis and Mack's group. But the sounds were closer. Maybe it's someone fighting on the first floor, she thought. Again, no. The noise came even closer, even though it was hard to believe, but it was her heart. Shani's maid blocked his path. She didn't expect him to show up from this exit. Even though it was his last obstacle, the maid looked a little weak. But now this riot would come to an end. All of Ophelis's magical defense circles are trying to intercept the initiative. Ellis possessed martial fencing skills at the level of students from the military faculty, with magic that barely reached the average level, but yet blended in harmoniously with the setting. And yet even she was unable to overpower Mack's hero. After all, he is the protagonist and has just begun the final battle of the second act. It was raining, and the Shelleys were tensely waiting to see what Ed would do. The amount of mana was at a minimum. Ed had 2-3 base spell uses left, and the maid had already rushed toward him with sword in hand. But Ed knew her attack system. First, she would hit the bottom, so easily dodged. Then the maid opened her thigh with a garter of daggers. But Ed had time to grab her hand and throw away the garter. He knew her every move. The twin girls could swap abilities with each other once a day, and Shelley used telekinesis on the daggers. The knives flew straight at the target from where Ed had thrown them before. Some of it whistled past his face, but some of it slammed into him. However, Ed was waiting for this attack, and luckily the telekinesis wasn't strong, so he didn't let go of the girl. The borrowed abilities were flawed, so the wounds were deep. Ed pulled the blades out so they wouldn't interfere with movement. He pressed her against the wet paving stones and told her not to move. It had only been a minute. The girl cried out in pain and frustration. She couldn't let her tutor Ellis down. Ed indifferently said that the housekeeper would lose, and then Shelley asked what he might know about her, how much pain this woman has experienced, and for what struggle she has shown up here. Ellis was losing ground to Mack, but wasn't about to give up, firing multiple spells at him. There was a powerful explosion, and the entire corridor became engulfed in magical flames. Ed didn't know anything about how many orphans Ellis had saved. The game doesn't reveal much about her character. Mack burst forth with the strength of a swordsman, his hair taking on a white hue. Ellis wasn't just protecting herself, but all the orphans who depended on her. She realized that without her, they couldn't live the way they used to. And Ed stepped in without even knowing anything, blowing their efforts out of proportion. He honestly admitted to Shelley that it really wasn't his business, but his attitude hadn't changed a bit. Shelley gritted her teeth in pain as he pressed on her shoulder joint and muttered that she would never forgive him for anything. She fainted and fell silent. That's right. He didn't know the history of the extras, so what did they want with him? I should have started by saying that there are still plenty of stories in the world that aren't covered. Everyone has one. People that weighed the pros and cons, thought about good and evil, could at least now go and work and provide themselves a full life. But Ed's modus operandi had never changed since he'd been in this body. He acted simply to survive in this dangerous world. For defeating Shelley, Ed got a skill that postponed pain for later, surprisingly only now, but it helped infiltrate Laurel. Her room was well furnished, luxurious furniture, various decorations, the table covered with documents, books arranged in perfect order. It was totally in keeping with the black veil and her business style. Ed wrote a letter and released a pigeon. Elta will be in Sylvania for 3 more days. Sell everything, is what he wrote, and the bird flew off after the magnet's head. The stab wounds would heal quickly if they just grew flesh, Ed thought, hoping he'd be all right. He was on his way home. If it weren't for Zix and Jane's help and other improvisations, Laurel would have been captured by now and on her way down. But by now, the bait ordered by Laurel was rushing at full speed off the island. Elta had no choice but to give chase. Even if he caught the coachman and questioned him, the pigeon would already arrive at the main office. If all goes according to plan, Laurel will be waiting for him at the ranger's cabin. But Ed saw a shadow that glided through the woods. She had come to meet him. It was quite kind, Ed told her, but then froze, realizing he had been too carefree, for his opponent was none other than Laurel's golden daughter. There were 5 people involved. Ellis was in Laurel's hands with the fall of Elta, her maids too. Villain was easy to bribe. But in Laurel's eyes, Ed Taylor a variable that can't be bought, a chill ran down his spine. Once she eliminates him, in this godforsaken wilderness with not a soul in sight, her perfect crime will end in success. Laurel's essence, the black veil, she uses people and throws them away. True evil in the flesh was approaching him with a knife. If he wanted to survive, he had to work hard with his brains and legs, but his body wouldn't listen. Laurel came within arm's length of him, and Ed's heart clenched. But the steel split his clothes, and tearing off a piece, Laurel bandaged his wound on his arm, rebuking him for letting himself be wounded. She then helped him to his hut, where she had already managed to build a fire. Luckily, the rain had already stopped. Laurel looked at him with a tender look and said they needed to warm up first. They sat by the fire and listened to the crackling of dry logs. Thankfully, everything had gone according to plan. Laurel got a firm promise from the coachman to divert all attention to herself, even if she had to risk her life. Ed was afraid of what might be the source of such devotion from the coachman, but the girl said she had promised him a generous reward. And leaving an important person like her in debt is a big deal, and asked him with a sly fox look if he realized how influential she was. Ed remained indifferent to such statements, and Laurel was disappointed. She thanked him profusely for his help, and Ed asked simply that he return the 20 ducats promised. Laurel assured him that he could take it easy, and she had one more question for him, and it concerned a girl named Jane. They were quite close after all. It was hard not to respect Jane, who was so kind and considerate of others. Ed agreed. Jane really was, but wondered why such a question. Laurel replied thoughtfully that she was nowhere near as kind as sweet Jane. At the same time, Elta received a report from his subordinates and hurriedly left the Ophelis building, withdrawing his men. Even for a noble barbarian, facing several mercenaries at once was a difficult task. In a situation like this, he'd rather try to keep Jane from being too radicalized than fight the battle himself. At first, Jane was just concerned about what was happening, But as the battle progressed, the power of the spirits suddenly increased, along with her rage. And we had to stop her before the first victim showed up, Zix realized. He asked the girl what made her so angry. On her shoulder sat the messenger, a white dove. After Jane listened to him, she told Zix that she wasn't angry at all. Veline took full responsibility for all the destruction. Ellis, according to Zix, was taken into custody and didn't utter a word. Ed didn't let Laurel leave the scene, and since they haven't heard from Elta, their operation can be said to have succeeded. Now they just wait for everything to end. Because of this job, Ed lost a lot of time he could have spent on development. His physical condition wasn't the best either. Now he decided to study spirit infusion, which grew from connecting with spirits, but magic engineering required tools. Ed wanted to catch at least one low-ranking spirit and make a contract when he saw Jane visiting. The girl skipped class, citing a headache, and decided to rest in the woods. Ed even worried that his request made her feel bad. But everything was fine, and she immediately asked warily where Laurel was, cowering at the cabin. Though the scene with Ophelus's capture had come to an end, Laurel still had a lot of work to do. It was necessary to win housekeeper Ellis over to his side again, to lay the groundwork for negotiations about the sage's book. For the next 3 days, however, she would have to wait with anxiety in her heart for good news from the office. But though it was so, she was not upset, for beside Ed, her heart was beating frantically with joy. After all, his goodwill, without demands or conditions, made her feel immersed in a soft bed. She never wanted to give him up to someone else. For someone who had lived her whole life on the streets, he seemed more precious than gold. There was no way she wanted to share this with anyone else, and if that someone was Jane Failer, even less so. After all, for her, a relationship without conditions and with trust is something ordinary, since Jane has everything she can give up one thing. And if she refuses to back down, then there's nothing left but to start a fight. And that's already her specialty, Laurel thought. To live in such a place for 3 days for her is an undeniable advantage. For starters, she decided to use her favorite tactic and bury this shack under a pile of gold. But then she got discouraged. It wouldn't work, and she didn't have the money right now, so it was worth helping Ed with the tuition, the cunning fox decided. It was worth doing it as naturally as possible, casually. It wasn't for his sake at all. That's what she would say. But banged her head against the wall because it sounded so embarrassing and she hadn't related before. When she heard a voice asking her politely to leave this place, for it was her place to sleep. A lazy cat appeared in the doorway, blanket in hand and yawning sweetly. Laurel was surprised to see the best sorceress here, the one who acted like a weirdo, and declared that this was the best place to sleep at this time. But Ed grabbed the cat and, despite its protests, dragged it out of the house. He apologized to Laurel for waking her up and said that Lucy was coming to hide in his house. But he had put her away, so she could rest further, and Laurel realized that the lazy cat was also a frequent visitor to the place, and frowned. Ed replied that he viewed her as a natural disaster from which there was no escape, but it was obvious to Laurel, another competitor. She thought she still had plenty of time, and began the morning of the second day with a greeting and a smile. But unfortunately, Jane said hello to her. There was no way to be alone. Laurel returned to the house, realizing that now was not the best time to let her claws out. There was a lazy cat snoozing in the cabin at this time all the time. Ed tiredly wiped his forehead of sweat and sighed. He was finally done. After learning how to do bricklaying, he was able to put together his first fireplace. After that, he started cooking meat on skewers. The smell was appetizing because he added basil to it. They were relaxed now, even though they hadn't gotten any news. But since there was no bad news, they couldn't worry. Laurel said that as a merchant, she had a lot more business to take care of, and to pay Ed's reward, and asked if he wanted an item in addition. Ed thought about it. What came to mind were building materials, or some sort of magical tools for engineering. Laurel promised to give them back later, and Ed had a request for Jane as well. He asked for help with his spirit contract. Jane contentedly stated that she would be happy to be his teacher, and he would be able to contract a mid-level spirit in no time. First, she offered to check what his connection to the spirits was, and offered to concentrate by holding out the spirit. Ed said he could hear the chick, but in snippets, needing a spirit connection to hear more. The bird went wild and started flapping its wings, and at the same time gave away all of Jane's important secrets about keeping surveillance on him. Because of that, the spirit sparrow immediately disappeared between her palms. She asked if he'd heard what the chick had said, and Ed replied that he'd heard it in bits and pieces, something about a meeting. Jane immediately darkened, not knowing what to say. But Laurel intervened in their awkward pause and asked if they were done. Laurel immediately offered him her services in supplying materials and tools at low prices. Supposedly they were a dead asset to her. In return, he would have to come to her office every 3 days. When he came, they could discuss the price and other details. Jane stated that with that being the case, Laurel could have given everything away for free since Ed had helped her. Fox stated that it was all about the ethics of the merchant. While they argued, Ed chewed on the meat and thought about the fact that he could now begin magical engineering and spirit magic. At the same time, Laurel was visited by the maid Bella, who was looking for her. She apologized for intervening in their heated argument, but came to deliver the grim news as the new housekeeper. "Because I brought news from Ellis's former dorm housekeeper." Jane's friend whispered that she had one very important secret that should remain as such. She whispered in her ear that Jane liked the same Ed Taylor. Bella wondered if she should at least politely feign surprise, and the maid said she understood and saw Clara's anxiety. The girl resented her friend's falling in love with a scoundrel, though she supported her. Ed's reputation gradually improved, but it wasn't this one that mattered. It was another name Jane called. Laurel. Clara didn't know what was wrong, but lately the sly fox along with the rogue had been absent from class. The relationship between a man and a woman is one of attraction and repulsion, in which case Jane has little chance, Clara worried. Ed was also not paying attention to the lover's gazes, as if emotionless, but Bella said he just didn't care about relationships right now. But Clara shuddered at such words. She thought that Ed definitely reveled in popularity. That's why he surrounded himself with a crowd of girls. Bella thought about her words when she got to Ed's camp. There was an angry stray cat sitting in front of the fish store, an innocent kitten who trembles in fear of the tiger, and just a lazy cat who likes to sleep on the roof. Bella got a migraine. She told Ed that everything was fine, just her head was spinning when she saw everyone. But Laurel demandingly reminded her that what Bella had come to say was more important, and Bella repeated herself. The burning fire attracted crickets and dispersed the darkness of the night. It was late, and Jane returned to the dormitory, and Bella took Lucy with her. Since Laurel was in hiding, it was unpleasant to realize that Ophelus's instructors had found out about her. Ed pondered while he tried on some worn clothes. They had gotten the good news of their victory. Now it was up to Elta to give them a fight in the main office, and he wouldn't be able to think about Sylvania. Elta was a cunning man, so it was possible that he had something else stashed away, but Laurel was being helped by a man who was aiming for the position of CEO. Laurel's biggest worry was Ellis might give her away. But those issues were taken care of too because the housekeeper had been paid in advance. From the beginning, she decided to side with the winner, so she didn't care who she served. Bella handed over a parchment with a detailed list of the orphanages Ellis had supported throughout her life. There was no end to Ellis's hard work. Her health had deteriorated badly, but the school continued to pretend not to hear anything. In the end, Ellis could no longer work, so she bet her life on this risky plan, always kept cold, showing no emotion. And of course those who followed Ellis understood her situation and feelings. Of course regaining trust would be difficult, but instead of threats, Ellis offered a deal. In the merchant's world, there is no concept of sympathy, only exchange. Laurel decided to take the housekeeper back. There were no permanent friends or enemies, but her face clearly showed relief. Laurel was time to go back, and asked if Ed would show up at the company branch to sign the contract. He agreed and handed her a torch, saying it would be enough to light the way for a while. He saw her stop talking and asked what was wrong, but Laurel suddenly noted that he was taller than she'd assumed, suddenly wondering about his height. Laurel spoke in a low voice. Even though the move was hasty, she wanted to snatch the initiative, which meant moving on to something more drastic. She gently took him by the tie and told him that relationships are about attraction and repulsion, similar to how crooked his tie fits. Ed countered that no one could see anything here anyway, and Laurel replied that there was nothing wrong with looking a little tidy. And while he was thinking what to say to that, her hand pulled Ed down, and her lips burned with a kiss. Laurel pressed a finger to her lips. The raspberries they had for dinner were delicious. It was nice to feel them again. Ed embarrassedly said that she should have stuck to the limits of what was allowed, and she replied that such words were upsetting. That way he could lose all his popularity. She added, smiling slyly, that next time she hoped he would pull her in and she would practice pushing him away. Saying this, Laurel left for home, but accidentally stumbled on the slippery path. Ed tried to avoid interacting with the main characters in the main script. But as expected in this world, things didn't always work out the way he wanted, Ed thought, and covered his red face with his hand. The stars visible from the forest were still beautiful, the moon shining brightly, the crackling of the fire the same. But there was a sense that the script was steadily being distorted. Ed felt a sense of discomfort, for he was being drawn deeper and deeper into the story against his will. Despite this, his survival policy didn't change. Even though they watched the heroes from afar, his goals remained the same. This plan of action may look simple, but now Ed began to notice how reckless and difficult the task was. So the summer flew by, and autumn came. Jane sat in her favorite place under the white tree and listened to the report of the spirits of the previous night and the thief. Sparrow insisted that one must act decisively in such a situation, but Jane had no way of understanding the meaning of what was being said. Tarkin said he saw everything too. The scene came out young hot. The red-haired vixen knew how to play with people's hearts. Jane got angry and demanded to get to the point and tell her what Ed's reaction had been. Tarkin said the guy kept his distance, even though he had just been burned by passion. Not a single muscle on his face trembled, revealing extraordinary fortitude. Since Ed took it so coldly that even Tarkin shivered, there were two options. Either the fallen aristocrat was indifferent to women, or he doesn't see his rival as a woman, the spirit added, and Jane breathed a sigh of relief. The dragon sounded the alarm, for the likes of Ed were weak in defense. Therefore, the more he pushed the fox away, the more it was possessed by him. So Jane could lose Ed screamed at the dragon until the other spirits took him away to cool down, but the panther told the sorceress not to worry and to be herself. Tarkin chipped in again with his love advice, recommending that she continue to maintain her innocent image. The spirits asked her if she was imagining something exciting, and Jane replied that she would like to hand-feed Ed. And while she was embarrassed from mere imagination, Ed was spoon-feeding the lazy cat. But the flavor wasn't as good as expected. He began making notes on the recipe, to Lucy's indignant hissing. His main skill stat is affected by the sum of all vital skills. Pumping only one will do nothing. You need to pump all evenly. The problem was that he had little time now. Classes had started, and he could spend 5 hours a day on survival skills. He ended up sleeping less. It was hard to get used to the regimen, but the need to keep track of the characters and the main plot still caused problems. Ed followed Mack and the 4 heroines of the game very closely. Mack was in the martial arts department. It was hard to cross paths with him, but he was growing steadily, Ayla supporting him. Fiona was living well, with no apparent problems, but she was about to have a conflict with Laurel, hence the need to keep an eye on her. Laurel looked like she was walking on thin ice. It was hard to see what changes Elta's early appearance would entail. However, there was no change in terms of grimoire mining, and the reason Ed needed more time was to check the professor's corpus. Because the final boss of the 3rd act is Professor Glast. Claire came to the professor with a report that said there was a hidden figure behind Ophelus's capture, and it looked plausible. But still, said Professor Glast in a scary voice, she shouldn't have forgotten about the assignment he had given her before, and find the thesis. Claire was an assistant professor. Her assistant Anise brought materials related to Ophelus's capture. And Claire took it up again, despite the dark circles under her eyes. She was so tired she doubted whether it was worth pursuing it any further. But any way you looked at it, Ed Taylor's identity was suspicious. The fallen aristocrat came to the cunning fox, and the latter said that she had forgotten all about his contract, so he would come for it next week. And as an apology, she offered him tea and sweets, informing him that he could get the materials and tools from the warehouse. It didn't escape Ed's notice that she was dressed differently, and Laurel smiled and said that she just had an important meeting today, hence the special look. The girl sparkled in all her glory, so Ed wondered what else the encounter was by his naive nature. Of course, the vixen couldn't say everything directly, but the answer was obvious, and she changed the subject, wondering if he was done with setting up the cabin. He was at the final stage. Ed needed furniture, but ready-made was too expensive for him. Laurel understandably agreed. She couldn't sell the thing for cheap, but since Ed was good at woodworking, she just broke her chair. The item had just become unusable, the girl reported, and promised to send it back to the cabin tomorrow, but even so, it was a luxury for Ed. But since the deed was already done, there was no point in refusing, and Ed thanked her. Despite what happened that night, the vixen wasn't going to slow down. She was surprised that the expression on his face hadn't changed a bit and took a seat on the table next to the guy. That night, she made a clearly win-win move and opened up completely. But it seems Ed didn't see her as a woman to begin with. And yet it was a man she saw in him, and all her help was filled with ulterior motive. She ran her finger over his chest. Even though she didn't expect an answer, because she wasn't engaging in a fight she couldn't win, even though he was acting aloof. But one day she won't be the only one who can't contain herself, Laurel warned him. Always the same enchanting smile on your face regardless of whether you have a chance of winning or are in a tight spot. It was the nature of a merchant to never reveal true feelings, but then Ed could see her hands trembling. Later he met Jane, who agreed to give him a lesson in spirit summoning, which he was very happy about. She told him to focus his mana and form a bond. A fireball appeared in her hands. Ed tensed, and the fireball turned into a spirit that immediately greeted him. His name was Bruce, introduced himself as a bat, and he was a low-ranking fire spirit. Next, Bruce rambled on that he had gone through many tests and a rigorous screening process to earn the right to become his spirit. He talked so much about being the best among the best that it made Ed's head spin. Bruce was burning with impatience to serve his will, showing extreme eagerness. While playing, he once obtained a spiritual type skill. They laughed a lot together, supported each other, and formed a strong bond. Ed was surprised at such strict discipline, and Jane explained that she had chosen the spirit with the best magical energy quotient. The selection process itself was a bit of a challenge, Jane said, and Ed wondered who had come up with the selection method. And Jane said it was Tarkin's idea, then Ed imagined that hell. First, he had to accept Bruce. She handed him the spirit. Ed was surprised to feel the warmth, and Jane explained that it was part of spirit manifestations. Sometimes they had to be controlled or it would get very hot. Depending on how he adjusted the link changed the firepower, Ed realized, but Jane was confused. He spoke as if the spirit was a machine. The fallen aristocrat shifted his gaze back to the spirit that was waiting for instructions. In his eyes, it was a small heater, which came in handy before winter. Ed's eyes lit up. It was a very useful survival tool. No need to even chop wood, and Jane was happy to see his satisfied face. She promised to help if there were any questions, and quickly outlined the steps of preparation for him, and added that she had tools in her room to increase communication. Jane offered to meet next time, but quickly faltered and covered her mouth with the palm of her hand. She said she was busy too, so people were lining up to ask her for help, and it would be hard for her to find the time. She remembered the advice from spirits and friends about not paying much attention to a guy and pushing him away. Her voice was growing uncertain as she spoke of payment, and Ed agreed, reaching into his pocket to pay, though he couldn't give a decent amount. But Jane dismissed the question of money at once, for he himself was busy surviving and could not throw it away, and it was so cold of him. It wasn't like they had a relationship to pay with money after all, so Jane asked him not to say any more of those moody things. Simple-minded Ed reminded her that she herself had been the first to bring up the payment and said she was acting strange, looking at the girl's worried face. And Jane told me that Clara taught her to say no because she was too kind and open. That was good advice, Ed agreed. But Jane objected that she wasn't like that with everyone and looked at him intently. At this, they agreed to meet next time, and she promised to get the right tools and waved him off. Ed only had to wave back. The girl's antics were making him dizzy. The materials Laurel had given him had a fairly simple structure, so he quickly analyzed them and gained a highly ranked skill. When he runs out of wood, Ed uses Bruce, and when he has no mana, resorts to the fireplace so he could steadily warm the air in the room. He was given a comfortable environment to live in, for recreation and work. Just realizing that fact made him incredibly happy, as if a heavy weight had fallen from his shoulders. Ed looked out the window. The moon, already high up, which meant it was late. Late at night, Claire was walking through the woods to check on something that was keeping her up, and it concerned a certain fallen nobleman. Everyone involved in taking over the building was an employee, a hostel worker, but Ed wasn't connected to them. Claire had heard that Ed appeared in the northern part of the woods, but he wasn't the kind of man who would eat and sleep in the middle of the woods, she thought, and was horrified when he saw something he did not expect to see at all, and immediately lurked among the trees. Claire peered out cautiously, trying to figure out what was going on. The academy principal is big enough to match the great sage of Sylvania, but even he would have a hard time against Lucy Merrill, who lay on the fallen aristocrat's shoulder. So Claire came to the unequivocal conclusion that Ed was definitely involved in Ophelus's capture. Despite the initial false premise, the conclusion was correct. Claire traced Ed's path straight to his cabin, feeling like a real detective from the novels. Ed threw Lucy into the shawl and tossed her a meat sack. He had an appointment tomorrow and he had a lot to do, so he decided to go to bed early. Claire waited until he had gone into the house and went up to the hut to save Lucy as she thought. He crept up as quietly as he could, but Lucia suddenly jumped up and was at her back. Claire politely introduced herself as this year's assistant professor. This answer was satisfactory to Lucy, and she returned to the hut to Claire's surprise. Two glittering predatory eyes stared back at her from the darkness, and then the wacky sorceress with meat in her teeth leapt into the heavens, leaving the young detective lover completely bewildered. Claire came to the professor again and began a conversation about a nobleman who had been struck off the family register. Glast replied that he didn't stoop to memorizing scum with no talent. Even though he said rude things, he should have remembered Lucy Merrill. The same sorceress was suppressed by Ed to the point where she couldn't use her power, dumped her story full of Claire's delusions on the professor. Claire had used the recording spell in the dormitory, despite not getting that permission, just bringing all the notes. Glast indifferently demanded an explanatory note, but Claire had written one earlier, but insisted that the professor look at the record first. In her opinion, Ed was a real stealthy figure, said the romance novel lover, with a rich imagination. But the professor wasn't convinced. Even what Ed was carrying on Lucy's back could happen because the sorceress was just asleep. And after an awkward pause, Claire found herself outside the door again, utterly disappointed. The professor thought for a second. Ed tried to hold Mack back, but his team got through quickly. It was all in the report. Mack was born to follow the path of the sword. Elvira, on the other hand, was an alchemist with a good sense of combat and reaction. So no amount of money could help someone like Ed stop those two. But taking a closer look, the professor let out a surprised exclamation. There was an explosion. Ed's ceremonial knife plunged deep into the tree trunk. This dagger had been with him since the beginning of his exile. He had used it for so long, and now he felt pride in having cast so many spells on it. The spiritual formula laid down well, Bruce appreciated, and said that the more often he used the item, the better the results would be. But after that, the spirit was not silent and began to sing dithyrambs to Ed. He started up a clumsy song, but his master grabbed him by the wing and shook him. Even after that, Bruce did not relent and spoke in such a pompous syllable as if they were ancient aristocrats from legends. And Ed sternly told him to drop the already formal tone that made even the wood stuffy. Spirits that have escaped from the physical body and contracted receive magical power from the host to increase their status. That's why Ed didn't understand why Bruce was making such a fuss over contracting him, as if there was some promise behind it, and demanded that the bat tell it like it was, for it wasn't the first day they'd been together. Bruce started making excuses that he was just overwhelmed with raging sympathy for him and so on, but admitted that when he contracted with him, he received from Jane improved magical power and will be able to grow twice the size of the other spirits. Now Ed realized it was natural for Bruce to try to please him as best he could, because with spirits, everything was determined by their rank in the hierarchy. Ed's fighting skills were still weak, but his stamina had increased so much that he was not inferior to a grown man. His pantry was filled with meat, vegetables, and other things, so he would no longer sleep in the cold and on an empty stomach. Magic theory was easy if he just worked a little harder, if he slept less, and repeated what he had learned. He would gain a new skill. Since every day was a forced march for Ed, he couldn't call these days calm, but compared to the beginning, things were going pretty well. Ed didn't notice how he fell asleep, and when he woke up, he didn't realize where he was. He saw Jane's concerned face asking to come to her senses. Ed apologized for going off on his own for a bit, and Jane told him not to overstretch himself like that because his health was more important. He needed to concentrate after all. He had received 3 letters that day. The first from the Academy Board, the second from a trading company. Nothing special. But the third was important because the course of events had already been distorted. The main event of the second act, the negotiation of the Sage's book, was in full swing. Elta's original client went into direct negotiations with the Academy, which created a 3-way conflict between them and the Academy. The head of the Taylor family that banished Ed planned to use the book to explore eternal life, but he himself was the boss of the fourth act. But it was so strong that there was no way to suppress it now, though one had to be sure to cut it out of this episode. If Crad Taylor gets the book now, he'll just walk away in cold blood, but he'll be even stronger and impossible to deal with later. The letters discussed Creed's possible actions and doubts about them, and there was also an invitation to a meeting. The captain of her knights arrived at Princess Fiona's door and greeted the lady, who was reflecting on the financial difficulties of the academy. Since the academy was a private institution, she could not support it directly, and it was shameful to sell the heart of the academy. Because Director Obel had asked her to help sort things out, it was odd that Crad Taylor had found out about everything and wanted to bid on it. Clark was suspicious of Ed. After all, he lived at the academy, and rumors might have reached him. If it were him, he would have done everything he could to get back to his family. But a third party who came up intervened in their conversation and said it wasn't true. Laurel asked permission to have a cup of tea with Her Majesty, and Fiona was surprised. She thought she hated her. Laurel said those words hurt her. If that were the case, she wouldn't have come to give the princess sound advice, and said that Crad's involvement in the bidding was not Ed's doing, but the handiwork of her adoptive father, Elta. Creed was the main customer from the beginning who asked Elta to buy him the book. Even though his father was overthrown, the plan to get the book remained the same. Fiona was surprised that the guild didn't plan to sell the book to the Taylors at a better price later. Interests aligned, but in reality, there were differences of opinion. And Laurel explained that she doesn't plan to sell the book because she has to keep her distance from her father's clients for her own good. But these words caused only more suspicion. Fiona didn't understand why Laurel was talking about the inner workings of the company. The enemy of my enemy, Laurel said. Fiona could hold back the Taylor family, and she was getting a valuable book. Besides, this situation could hurt Ed, whom she was looking out for as his younger companion, the sly fox said bluntly. Ed had already separated himself from his family, so it would be unpleasant if people thought he was as connected to them. Fiona was surprised that Laurel was looking out for someone, but said aloud that the young man could indeed be useful. You can make a request to a person or give an order, but if the person even then remains silent, then they should be let go, Fiona said. Hearing those words, Laurel barely restrained herself and trembled. Deceive and exploit, she said, and asked, so who is going to exploit who, and wiped away a tear. Clark shouted at her for such insolence in front of the princess, but Laurel continued. She approached Fiona and said that this time they were allies, and she had one piece of advice for her. She warned the princess not to even think of using Ed for her plans, or someone would use her herself. Clark demanded that Laurel be held accountable for such tactlessness, but Fiona refused to budge. Fiona was confused. She knew nothing of Ed Taylor's intentions, so now it was Crad Taylor who was bidding. But who she really had to fear was an arrogant girl with a temper that didn't bow, even to a princess. Fiona wondered if she would be able to see Laurel's face when she was confused and didn't know what to do. But that's exactly what happened when Ed showed up to meet her with the company of noisy, chirpy Jane, himself more gloomy than a cloud. The girls immediately scuffled over the tea, for Laurel wasn't going to play the hospitality game, and said there was only one cup. Then Ed gave it to Jane. And Laurel had to change the subject, for Ed had come to get tools for magical engineering. She had prepared him a whole closet of the best magical devices. They looked like novelties and didn't look like laying goods, which didn't escape the gaze of Jane, who said it was against the ethics of a merchant to give such things away. Laurel objected that the girl was not at all knowledgeable, for there were defects on the things. The scratch was quite tiny, and Jane suspected her competitor of willfully damaging her property, but the fox simply brushed it off. Ed was grateful, but he felt a burden of debt since he hadn't paid for the previous times, but Laurel said it was a mere pittance to her. Jane insisted that they break their pact, but Laurel replied that they would handle it without her. Ed stopped hearing their voices. For a moment he felt a familiar sensation engulfing his body again. It felt like being submerged in water. He had a lot of work to do, and lately he'd been hanging out like this a lot. After all, he needed to keep Crad Taylor under control, with only 2 weeks to spare, and all the preparations needed to be made. Also had to make a mattress for the bed, weave fabric for the upholstery and stuff it with grass or fabrics to make it softer. And we also had to cut and cook the caught deer and clean the inside of the cabin. And also to make jerky for Lucy, Ed thought as he sank deeper and deeper. From somewhere on the surface, their concerned voices and anxious looks reached him. Fiona had to admit that Ed had behaved completely differently since that fishing trip, and the way he had behaved during the battle against Glaskin. He had gained a reputation among the students as a diligent student, and Laurel had warned her not to treat him carelessly. There was a feeling that the young man was beyond her discernment, and she wanted to make at least one check to be sure. Fiona decided to invite Ed over and asked Clark to clear her schedule, but the captain reported to her that she wouldn't be able to meet him anytime soon. Fiona was surprised. She had wanted to summon Ed to her by royal decree, but Clark chagrined that Ed Taylor had collapsed unconscious from overwork. The status window showed exhaustion, high fever, upset stomach, pain, migraine, heavy breathing, and other joys. Ed felt a heaviness in the bottom of his stomach and could barely breathe. But when he looked down, he saw the reason. The lazy cat was peacefully snoozing, peacefully using it as a bed. Ed resented the lad's carefree chatter in his sleep, to everything. Lucy is light as a feather, even lighter, because sometimes you'd think she wasn't a person at all, but a ghost. But now Ed was unable to even move, and since Lucy is the same as usual, he's probably the one who's terribly weakened. He was in his cabin. The blanket looked new, probably brought by Laurel, and he asked Lucy a sprinkling of food and sleep what else she was doing. The lazy cat congratulated him on his awakening. His mana flows were distorted, all a consequence of his training and constant work without rest. She continued to treat him the whole time he slept. Nothing complicated, but it was boring, so she doctored herself. Moreover, because of the barbed glances of the two rivals, she was always walking on a razor's edge. But they couldn't say anything to her because Ed had to be treated. The cat told him not to be sick, for sickness is hard and you can die, for her grandfather who raised her died of sickness in his bed. And Ed thanked the lazy cat profusely, seeing its depth for the first time. Zix peeked through the doorway. He had built a fire outside since he didn't know how to start a fireplace, and said hello to them. Seeing the unexpected guest, Lucy hastily pulled her hat on to hide her face, and instantly left the house through the fireplace like a real Santa Claus. Zix looked at Ed with a strange look and wondered what kind of girl this was already. Zix thought about it. It was no surprise that a strong male was surrounded by several females and thought civilization was open about it. Ed interrupted the noble barbarian's musings before they went any farther and asked him where he had come from. Laurel had left to deal with company business, and Jane had gone back to the academy, Zix told him, and his hair had grown back because fall had already arrived. He gave Ed some kind of bourdon, but even the unpretentious commoner grumbled. Zix recognized Jane or Clara would do better. But Laurel clearly insisted that there were no women in the hut, the barbarian said. Ed decided to check the script as usual and inadvertently asked that the students had started a secret mandrake production, which became a problem. Zix said scandalized Elvira. Mack and Klaus quickly dealt with that issue. Act 2, Scene 5. Everything was going according to plan. A few monsters not destroyed by the church snuck into the water pipe, and the hero group dealt with them too. The 7th scene was fine. So the last major event was the Sage Seal, and Ed wondered how long he'd been hanging around. Zix chagrined him that today was the 10th day, and Ed jumped up on the bed, taking the chowder from him. He thought his dream had lasted 2-3 days, but not 10. Time was short, so Ed asked Zix to relay his words to Laurel as quickly as possible. The next day, the battle for the Sage Seal with many variables began. The first side of the bidding is Princess Fiona. Laurel, the Golden Daughter, was representing her trade guild. And someone who shouldn't have been in this act, Duke Crad Taylor, the final boss of the 4th act. They started the talks from the dinner reception, Fiona carefully keeping a straight face. Even though it had been a long time, Craig decided to formally apologize, for their immature youngster had caused Fiona a lot of difficulties. As she asked, he removed Ed from the family registry. Upon hearing this, the princess replied that it didn't bother her. Duke Taylor sat in front of her and smiled politely. Craig used to be full of nobility, wisdom, dignity, and in every gesture of his vassals you could read respect for him. But Fiona's eyes unhindered saw the essence of the Duke. He is the devil. Craig then shifted his gaze to the second girl at the table, and she introduced herself. Laurel stood up for a formal greeting. Craig had heard of the only daughter of the Golden King Elta. She told him that if there was an item for sale that could make a profit, by all means they should buy it. The essence of bidding was simple. After lunch, everyone wrote down their price on a sheet. The seal of the sage will be given to the highest bidder, for this book is the treasure of the academy. But the Academy is reluctant to make it official that it is selling the relics because it is struggling financially. The princess as an observer guaranteed secrecy, and Deputy Director Rachel could open the bidding quietly. And the method was very simple. Whoever writes the highest amount takes the prize. Fiona knew in advance what method of bidding, because she had studied all similar deals on the sale of such books. A book of order or a book of inerrancy, the writings of wizards or alchemists, cost in the range of 10,000 ducats. They possessed valuable knowledge of their subject, or could act as a valuable luxury item. Laurel surely knows the prices, the sales records of all such famous books. However, Crad Taylor would be the holder of the seal of the sage, Fiona thought. They wrote down their suggestions, and Rachel thanked them for their participation. It was an auction with no upper limit, decided by a single bid. In order to win, you need to know the upper limit of your opponent's bid. Laurel explicitly stated that she wanted to sell the book later and make a profit. If she wants a Geschäft, she cannot offer more than 8,100 ducats for the book. This made the book the most expensive in the history of the auction. Creed need only offer a little more, her maximum bid, and then he would win the bidding. Rachel announced the amounts offered. Creed offered 8.5 ducats, as Fiona expected. He certainly wasn't interested in profit, and she wanted to know his purpose. But then Rachel named the sum of 9,400 coins, which Laurel, the sly fox of them all, had offered. Creed grumbled and quickly left without further ado, and Laurel was invited into another room to sign papers. Fiona tried to figure out what purpose Laurel had in mind. If it wasn't profit, it looked like from the start she wanted to take the book away from Crad. But the fox can't be described as someone who acts in the name of justice, and that further confused all the cards for Fiona. It was like a request or an order, as if someone was controlling Laurel from the shadows, someone who knows about Crade's dark side and wants to stop him. Fiona remembered how Laurel had spoken of Ed and his ties to the family. Even after his banishment, he had worked so hard he had fallen unconscious. Even so, he tried to stand up to the Taylor family to the very end, Fiona decided. The princess clutched her head and was horrified at what she had done. Guilt overwhelmed her for driving such a man into the abyss. But for someone else, her misguided behavior had turned out to be a blessing. Laurel's words that she wouldn't sell the book to Cride were a guile. She had already calculated the difference between their offers. Only 900 coins. She had gotten a promise from Ed to do anything as long as she had this book, and no matter what happened to it afterward. How could he make such a mistake, telling the merchant that he could offer any price? That was not like him at all, Laurel thought. A free pass to Ed for only 900 coins. It was a worthwhile deal. Laurel smiled contentedly. If Princess Fiona saw that face now, she would have a stroke. Zix told him the news and said it was good that Jane was so pure and innocent, because Laurel's face was scary when she got Ed's letters. Ed's bet on Laurel's interest and the information from the Taylor house had paid off, but thinking about what would happen afterward, he wanted to apologize. But that's when Jane showed up at the campground, rushing in as soon as morning classes were over. Ed thanked her for her concern. He apologized for causing her a lot of inconvenience, but the girl denied everything. Zix said she ran around the academy in tears, that everyone thought she was heartbroken, and Jane grabbed the tactless barbarian. She made a gesture to her spirits and said it was chilly today. Let him be careful on the way home as he was dragged into the woods. Bruce appeared from behind her hair and fell down, begging to be punished. He blamed himself for not looking out for his master. He'd been hiding at Jane's all this time because he was afraid that getting close to Ed would use up his mana, and the young man said it was nothing. But according to the returning Zix, being unconscious for 10 days wasn't nothing. It only now came to Ed's attention that 10 days had passed and his stock in the pantry was fermenting heavily. He's lost all his food supplies, and now he's going to have to start all over again. Jane couldn't have him working himself to exhaustion again and volunteered to help. Zix joined in, promising to help with hunting and woodworking. Zix added that if you start from the beginning, deal with everything in order, it will all work out somehow. Suddenly Ed remembered it wasn't such a distant past to forget. A time when he was sitting penniless, in the woods under a wooden shelter, and in that moment he had no one to lean on. Sure, there were a lot of things that had stalled, but still a lot more issues he'd solved while he was dealing with survival. That's right, Ed thought. It'll all work out somehow. He smiled weakly. And Jane looked at him still concerned. She remembered the words of the she-wolf Marie. Even though Ed looked tired, this was her chance, for the Red Fox was busy with her own business for now and would not be visiting the camp. In these matters, the fox was quite skillful. There was much to learn from her, like it or not. To get a man, you have to be a fox, Marie said. First of all, she looks like a redneck in her clothes, the she-wolf said, and Jane agreed. But then Marie added that the girl had already earned 100 points, and began to instruct her that now she should look like a girl who was good at everyday things and could be supportive. Today she would go and see him. Marie wished her mistress success. She herself, of course, had no relationship, but from the outside she could see, of course. Jane, like holy simplicity, stared at her with saucer eyes. The she-wolf asked insistently if Jane had tried to shorten the distance between them after she'd helped him so much, but the girl hadn't even considered such a thing. Even the spirits were surprised when the she-wolf howled as if in grief. Jane covered her ears at her scream, and Marie chastised the girl for not getting another chance like this, for Ed is tough as flint and will get stronger. She must be by his side to win and take advantage of her position, and no matter what it looks treacherous, Marie insisted. Jane barely calmed her down by telling her that she had a plan, and the she-wolf acknowledged that it was a good one, and meanwhile, deep night had come. Jane had cooked some delicious meat. It was divine after Zix's cooking. Ed wanted to learn a lot from her, but needed to rest first. Even though he had help, he couldn't show them his weakness, though not to say he felt well. The headache and fever were still with him. Jane appeared in the doorway, though Ed thought she had already gone home, and asked the girl what she was going to do. Jane was worried that Ed would start doing something when she left, so she just sat down next to him. She told him not to pretend he wasn't having a hard time. If the body tires, so does the spirit. The process is the same for everyone. Jane already knew he was doing better than anyone else. When she was having a hard time, she got a lot of support, but the biggest help she got was from someone who was just there for her. He had many difficulties, but he had worked hard, the lovely spirit summoner told him. When Ed started to grumble, Jane demanded that he just admit he was having a hard time and said so. The former nobleman then just gave up and collapsed on the bed. He was really having a hard time. Ed closed his eyes and was finally able to relax, as if life had unclenched its pincers for a second. He woke with the dawn, immediately getting out of bed. All this time the girl lay beside him as if guarding his sleep. Now his body was fully recovered, grinned Ed. Over the next 10 days, he still hadn't been able to make the kind of progress he had planned, especially in his studies of magical engineering. These skills greatly influenced all the others, but the problem was that there was a limit to how much you could grow using self-learning. Most magic item blueprints are rewards for the main hero quests. Without interfering with the scenario, it is quite difficult to get them. Laurel asked him what he was thinking about, for he had just come to his senses and already he was scaring her again. Ed was also happy to see her healthy, but the girl said she had achieved it at great cost because she was suffering due to chronic stress. Laurel said she stopped by to give him a break, and at the same time to let him know she would be removing her father's name from the company name, and she needed an assistant. A person who would help with management, employees, assets, essentially a co-manager. The sly fox smiled and offered only to imagine it. They will work in the same office separated by a mere wall. He will also get great benefits, shares. It's almost like entering a family. With giddy reverie, Laurel pressed her hands to her ruddy cheeks. But Ed responded with restraint, saying that her involvement was excessive and it seemed odd. Out of embarrassment, the vixen pulled his hood up so as to hide his face. He didn't understand anything, Laurel said. She knew what he might think of her, that her decisions were spontaneous, based on a young girl's emotions. He probably wants to have a business relationship with her to the very end, the fox said, and hit the mark. But he only said so because he knew nothing of how she lived among the piles of gold that came and went, where betrayal was all around. That means that the first most important person for you in such conditions is the person who will never betray you, she said, and looked out from under the hood. What matters is who stays with her, even if her wealth disappears, even if the whole world turns away, she said, putting her hand on his. For some it's a seed, for others a lover, or a person they've spent years with, Ed thought. But Laurel has seen the countless ups and downs of tradesmen, and that fear that the same thing could happen to her haunts her constantly. No more, no less, she asked him to just stay by his side, making up plausible excuses over and over again, but never giving up hope. But Ed figured out her game. She changed her tone too much during her monologue, and her smile was too captivating. The girl laughed. She just couldn't help herself and succumbed to her game. But it's usually hard to keep her protective instincts in check when she makes a face like that, Fox said. Usually their hearts would melt from the gentle and timid appearance, but nevertheless, everything she said was not a lie. Ed thought for a moment, and then gave an invariably serious answer. He still planned to finish the academy as before, and until then, he wouldn't leave it. Even though he hadn't decided what he was going to do after graduation, his words made Laurel smile. Standing up from her seat, she said that although she was going to wait until he graduated, he had no choice from the start, warned the Fox. Perhaps soon she'd use her free pass. She waved his letter of request and said she was glad to see him. Thinking about what the future held for him, Ed thought he'd done something truly awful, as if he'd fallen into her debt, and that was dangerous. Laurel was just going to make a statement that he was now hers and hold out the document. But seeing his appearance had failed with the execution plan, if she hadn't turned back in time, it would have definitely upset Ed, she realized. She had brought her change from paying for the materials, brought all but one coin, but now she didn't know how to look him in the eye. You could have just tossed the bag in the cabin while he wasn't looking. That's what Laurel thought when she saw her competitor in the doorway of the shack with a pillow in her hands, wearing an apron and preoccupied with household chores. Both girls went into a stupor upon noticing each other. The meeting was a surprise to them. They both wanted to know why one had left the hut and the other was walking there. And that was just the beginning for another disaster for the former nobleman. Ed was chopping wood for now, to the endless fidgety chatter of Bruce, who was now concerned with his sleeping and resting regimen with redoubled vigor. The boy realized that Tarkin had reprimanded the spirit and apologized for it. But everywhere he went was a madhouse. Anyway, thanks to Jane and Zix's help, he had prepared enough food and firewood. With Laurel's help, the house was furnished. Now he was concerned about Professor Glass's letter. It said he wanted a private meeting after the magical conference. Unfortunately, Ed was bedridden due to exhaustion and was unable to meet with the professor and didn't even know the reason he had been summoned. Glass is the final boss of the second act, and the final chapter of the second act has already begun. Ed remembered most of the second act. The professor had always believed that a few gifted ones could change the world and resurrect the greatest sage. He was studying star magic that twisted the laws of the world and needed a sage book to complete it, but the academy sold it to Laurel. In his desperation, the professor steals the book and tries to inject the spirit of Sylvania into the body of Ayla, who had a talent for star magic. To start a new progressive era, these were literally the ravings of a madman. But then, to save his girlfriend, protagonist Mack will enter the scene. He will make a breakthrough through traps and dungeons. Glass's final words after suffering a crushing defeat, however, were unexpected. He who always dreamed of academic success, the development of the era, and devoted his life to the search for talent, threw a strange phrase. Ed tried to remember those words the professor had uttered. Anyway, it all started with Ayla and her kidnapping. The girl came to her senses and screamed not to be approached. No wonder she was frightened, for the demon of the underground water system inspired fear. But the girl screamed that it was all because of him, her again, the one she hated so much. Ed Taylor, staring at the girl in surprise, wondered if she was overreacting. After all, they had both been kidnapped and were sitting in the same cell as hostages. The final chapter of Glass' second attack battle begins, Ed thought. 3 days before the events described, he was at his woodsman's cabin. He had now learned how to create all the items he had failed at before, though it was a shame that he had lost so much time due to illness. Glass' battle was about to begin. He still hadn't managed to raise his skills in magical engineering, and he also needed blueprints and materials. And then Ed remembered that there was one way to increase his stats in this skill. There were only 4 steps in the last chapter of this act. Among them, the highest level possessed stage bosses. The secret laboratory was the 3rd phase of the battle. The Reina librarian was so strong that it was difficult to break through her without holy sword techniques. But that was Mack's problem. He was only interested in the contents of the Library of Souls. It was filled to the brim with useful loot. And there were 2 formulas for producing legendary-type magic engineering items, though the undertaking was dangerous. But going there alone shouldn't be a problem, Ed thought with a glance at Jane. The academy was noisy and clamorous as usual during the short break between classes. Professor Glass told the students that even if they rise to the top of the class mid-year, they will quickly adapt to their new classes. Even though Glass said that there were many talents in the first class, there were only 3 of them. From the next semester, there were 7. There were times when the class was closed. Ayla's combat power was mediocre, but she had an excellent talent in star magic. Zix asked the professor if talent was the main criterion for selection into the class. After all, even the students themselves didn't know what they could become if they put in the effort. The professor asked Zix if he thought the students' efforts were being ignored or vilified. The surest way to break someone's life is to convince someone they are talented and give them an ambiguous push, the professor said. Laurel sighed. Before entering the academy, he had gathered information on each of the professors. An obsession with talent that could be seen as smug and stubborn was linked to his daughter. His only daughter, Muri, was a mediocre wizard, but he had boundless faith in her, which was only natural for a father. But Muri didn't see it as her father's faith, but as Professor Glass' faith from the magic department. Based on her father's faith at a young age, she hastily participated in the subjugation of a demon, and eventually fell to the death of the brave but arrogant, then broke her father's heart. After that, he became obsessed with finding talent. As a professor, he devoted his entire life to the unknowable star magic. But if you looked back in hindsight, you could see that it wasn't magic itself that the professor was looking for, and the man who invented it, the sage himself, the best talent in history, Sylvania. The reason the professor moved Ayla from 3rd grade to 1st grade was exactly that. The professor turned to Laurel and said he would call her to a meeting tomorrow, and the fox immediately knew what it was about. The girl didn't think it was completely useless, for tomorrow she would perform the ritual and become the full owner of the seal. Claire finished her lesson. Ed waited for the ritual of receiving the sage to begin soon. Even though he was a little anxious, he had already carefully worked out the entire plan for the next operation. The point of which is to follow behind Mack and his team to rescue Ayla. He would follow him quietly and collect any items he found that Mack wouldn't touch, and even prepared a list. Ed was going to take Glocta's eye, which increased magical power, and the hourglass, which reset physical states to their previous ones. On top of that, he'll assess Mack's height during the battle in Phase 5 and stealthily make his way back to camp. The battle will begin on the day of the sealing ritual. Ed tells Jane that he lost something in the plumbing system and offers to look for it together. He thought the girl would be uncomfortable with the idea since it was a dark, narrow space, but she agreed with great enthusiasm. Even though it made Ed feel hard, his plan was just perfect since he had a trusted comrade. When he turned around, Claire told him that Glass was waiting for him at his place. He had heard from Jane that Claire had been at the camp recently, and he thought it would be about that. The Sage Seal ritual was already tomorrow. It was strange that the professor had summoned him to his office, even though he didn't have much time. But Ed had agreed to come. Last time he didn't accept the invitation because of his illness. This time he didn't want to refuse. But when he came, he saw Ayla the cat there, that she had blown her hair. She could understand, though. They had clashed constantly for 10 months, plus he had used arrows against her. But more important was why Ayla, who the professor would need tomorrow, was here with him in his office. He was also called here, and then a hunch struck Ed. He started going through the papers on the professor's desk. Ed looked around anxiously. As far as he knew, there was no room for change in the future. But if I had to talk about the jolt of contact with Ed Taylor, it was about his personnel file on the professor's desk. It was a report from Claire's assistant who had been following him, which meant the professor might have been aware of his actions in Ophelus's dormitory. Ed didn't realize what he could have had to do with all this, but when he heard the movement, he turned around and unsheathed his knife. Professor Glass closed the doors to his office behind him. Naive Ayla tore toward the professor, screaming for help. But she screamed even louder when Glass used his magic. The magic of the Star World imprisoned Ayla in a prison of time. Ed threw his dagger at the professor, but he was sure to block the attack. However, then the spirit of Ed Bruce detonated the spell cast on that knife. The professor was unhurt and praised Ed for quickly realizing what was at stake. The response was smooth, almost perfect. Amazingly, in a couple minutes, Ed had looked at the research materials and figured it all out. But the strange thing was, the professor said, you couldn't tell all his plans from just a couple of papers, and Ed asked why he was being dragged into all this. He promised to keep his mouth shut after all. The professor had already gotten what he wanted anyway. But Glass said he was pursuing his own agenda and asked him not to hold a grudge. That answer was too vague and didn't give Ed any new information. Even if he escapes from here, the professor certainly won't sit idly by. and there is a high probability that the scenario cannot be executed. If he's kidnapped here, he'll probably be locked in the basement with Ayla, which means he'll be taken straight to the third phase of the battle, and the former nobleman thought it wouldn't be easier to just let himself be caught. Ed came out of hiding behind the professor's desk, and Glast figured the guy had decided to take the fight into the open, and said it would serve as a good lesson for him, extending his hand with a spell. The prison of time worked on the guy, just as it had on Ayla before. The professor confidently approached the boy, who was petrified. At first, Glass couldn't believe that living in the wilderness, Ed was able to succeed in his studies, as if Ed had 48 hours in a day. He couldn't even imagine the sweat and blood paid for these successes, but then he saw his fighting style in the crystal ball, and could confidently conclude that the guy had exceptional combat sense, but it was the path of the weakest. The path of carefully analyzing your opponent and using all means is all a product of effort, not talent. Ed's face didn't express an ounce of concern, also reminding the professor of the bereavement. His only daughter is screaming to glorify her father by discovering a new specialization in magic. This memory, over and over again, surfaced before his eyes. The professor didn't notice the nimble fire spirit popping out of Ed's pocket. He left the office unhindered and sped away toward the forest. In the meantime, Jane was preparing Ed's dinner, making skillful use of the fireplace in his cabin, and worried that the lad was late. The sage left the last lines of his journey to the south. There were still so many undiscovered truths that his title was losing meaning. His teacher Sylvania had left at a young age, still beautiful in his memory. His past years were truly fulfilling. The sadness of losing a teacher has been smoothed out by time, but if you live a long life, there is also a longing. Grief for the lost, sometimes paralyzing the mind. Of course, sometimes he had thoughts of breaking the rules and seeing the teacher's face again. But what's gone is gone. One who has experienced loss must remain strong, even in grief. So he asked her to become strong and handed the girl his hat. He dedicated the last sentence of his book to her, the girl he met just before he died. Lucy clutched the book in her hands, and 2 rivulets as salty as the sea rolled down her cheeks. The sage himself accepted his death, so Lucy accepted it too, and wondered if the day had come when the pain of loss would be washed away by the rain and the sorrow carried away by the wind. Of course she had her joys that briefly distracted her from her sadness, like this bag of venison jerky she clutched in her hands. But right now it was completely empty because he didn't fill it. Lying on the roof, Lucy saw Ed's fire spirit rush into the camp. And when Bruce told the terrible news, Jane was instantly transformed. Even Lucy broke away from her thoughts to wonder what had happened. The secret ceremony of handing over the seal of the sage took place in a luxurious hall. Only the immediate participants of the whole ritual were in the hall. The very black veil Laurel that stood out among the others, and the principal of Sylvania Academy, Obel Farais, who stood opposite. The director's height and build were about the same as Crad Taylor's, but they were still very different. Laurel's original plan was not to sell the book to Creed, but it was an impressive amount of money to lie to the princess for. Laurel asked for 12,000 ducats, an impressive sum. But Craid instantly accepted the condition, so Laurel regretted not requesting more. Craid warned her that Elta had hired men and was heading to the academy with them. He said it out of concern to make sure that this time it would go right. Even though Craid was an extremely unpleasant person, it didn't matter. The information on Elta was valuable, and it also solved the book issue, having a certificate of purchase more than made up for the difference in price. Even more, now she would have a free ticket to Ed in her hands, and the girl couldn't hold back a greedy smile. But a second before she placed her hand on the sage seal, Professor Glast appeared in the room. Along with him, the stone golems he summoned with magic appeared in the room. While Principal Obel held them back, Laurel wanted to take the sage's seal. But Professor Glast had already captured it and was successfully navigating his way back. He disappeared in a blinding flash of magic, along with the fox's precious asset. Despite Ed's absence, the story progressed according to the script, without a hitch. Ayla shivered under his gaze again, letting him know how much he disgusted her. It was now that the professor should have stolen the seal, Ed figured, without paying attention to the girl. When some fat guy told her to shut up or she'd wake up the monster behind him with her screams. It was a great fortune for them that the professor ordered him to refrain from experimenting on them, as he needed them. The fat man marveled at Ed's calmness as he simply agreed with him. He warned them that although he would be doing his research, he would still keep a close eye on them, and Ed sat down on the floor. Now we just had to wait for Mack to burst in here and put up a fight, by which time the library would be cleaned up, and he would get all of his materials. The thought was so sweet that even he felt conscience. It was also annoying that he was here with Ayla, who was screaming with every breath he took. Ed tried to reassure her by telling her that he had no bad intentions about her. If he wanted to, he would have used the moment long ago. In fact, he has always been good to Ayla because she is the main character's support. The girl flatly refused to believe her words, and Ed made another attempt to convince her, telling her that Mack would be here soon to rescue her. Ayla replied in tears that he had no right to even say Mack's name. Then the fallen nobleman apologized for the past and said he had his reasons. Even if she didn't believe him, she could believe Mack. The girl was shocked that just now, an insolent and arrogant nobleman with a bad temper apologized to her. But at that moment, Bruce flew into their cage with cries of concern. He reported that he had followed a faint trace of Ed's magic, and that's how he found him. Ed asked the spirit where it had managed to fly to in that time, and praised it for finding him. Ayla was surprised that Ed had already learned how to control spirits, since only basic magic had been available to him before. And since it was about the spirit, now they could send a request for help, Ayla said, momentarily forgetting the disagreement. Ed reflected on the fact that there was no need to make new changes to the script. Bruce informed Ed that it had been over 2 days since he had been kidnapped, but he still had the beautiful expression on Jane's face clearly before his eyes, and felt her cold anger. Moreover, he believed that the red fox and the lazy cat would join them, so the power of the rescue squad would be like that of 1,000 soldiers. Bruce chirped that there was nothing to worry about. He would always find a way to save his master. Now he could just wait here. Ed grabbed the lad's head from the amount of edits he'd made to the script, blaring to the world about Ed's kidnapping. Out of anger, he threw the overly ardent spirit straight into the wall. Ed yelled to the fat man that he had changed his mind. He couldn't stay here, and he wanted to get out immediately. Ed told him he wasn't kidding. The fat man grinned, reminding him that if he screamed, the demon would wake up. The fallen aristocrat said that if they didn't let him out, it wouldn't be him but the fat man who would be in trouble, but the latter only laughed harder. In indifference he left, saying that Ed could make noise, but in moderation. Ayla wondered what had gotten into Ed, since he had told her to sit still and wait for Mack. Bruce placed the keys in Ed's palm, which he snatched while he distracted the fat man. The guy was really quick on the uptake. Ed told him to go back inside. Bruce kept doing things no one asked him to do. Using the keys, Ed easily unlocked the dungeon, and Ayla followed him. But then the dungeon cage closed right in front of her nose. Ed told her to shut up and only answer yes or no. He told Ayla that they were doing magical experiments outside, so it was dangerous there. She should submit to her captors. No one could hurt her anyway. Besides, she was too nervous now, so she wouldn't be able to run fast. Ayla tried to object, but Ed interrupted her. He demanded only a yes or no from her, and the girl said yes. The fallen nobleman told her to sit quietly and rush down the hall, saying he would take care of everything. Even minor twists and turns can be managed. His skills have improved greatly, so problems can be solved using information. But there are bound to be variables that cannot be solved by hand. Jane or Laurel's involvement in the battle. There's still some way to go with that. But not the intervention of a natural disaster. Many players have tried to solve this problem many times. The answer remained the same. Lucy is a completely invulnerable enemy. Lazy cat reasons for the bad ending 27. The bad ending only occurred under certain circumstances. Ed had to keep Lucy from showing up here at all costs. Zix was exercising in his room as usual when an anxious Mack entered. Barely breathing and riddled with exhaustion, he asked for help to save Ayla. So began the first phase of the chase for Glast, with Zix becoming the first person Mack took with him. Ed has to go through the entire battlefield in reverse order. Luckily, the last level will only become a problem when later monsters later. Since meeting Lazy Lucy and the professor is a bad ending, he has to hurry. The problem was the shower library and the spirit that guarded the place. Reyna is a dangerous ghost. Ed planned to come here after her elimination. Of course, he remembered her patrol pattern. He could even overpower her since he knew the working strategy. But this intermediate boss represents important experience points for the protagonist. In the second half, there will be some guys who can't be beaten without Mack's intense training, so he has to be ready. In this act, Mack had to squeeze the most out of it, catch the resurrected demon, and learn the necessary skills. And Reyna gives the most points, which is why she couldn't be killed. So Ed decided to quietly grab what he needed and leave undetected. He calmly checked the list, knowing he wouldn't be noticed. When it was over, he'd just visit here again, though it was a shame he couldn't take it all at once. Bruce helped Ed keep an eye on Raina, letting him know where the ghost's gaze was directed. But just as Ed was about to come out of hiding, there was an earthquake that shouldn't have happened. An unstable cabinet fell next to Ed and robbed him of his cover. Raina immediately paid attention to the noise. The earthquake was of little concern to her. But because of this, Ed came into her field of vision and lost the opportunity to hide. 30 minutes before the dastardly earthquake, a battle with the golems was simmering in the hall, where the ritual of passing the seal of the sage was taking place. But one sorceress deftly dealt them a blow with her ice magic. Laurel was worried that if a fuss was made, her reputation would be ruined. She was outraged that her book had been stolen by an academy professor. Director Obel stated that he would take full responsibility and asked to wait. Whatever the professor was up to, it obviously couldn't end well. Obel decided that since it had come to this, it would be a good time to inform the head of the trading company, and asked if she knew about the 3 great prohibitions: distorting the providence of the world, blurring the current flow of time, rejecting the framework of human destinies, the 3 taboos, raising the dead, reversing time, and striving for eternal life. Laurel was horrified that the principal knew and did nothing. Glast was in the habit of saying that talented people accelerate the progress of the world, and immensely respected and equaled the sage Sylvania. On the other side is his daughter Muri, who tragically died believing in his ambiguous talent and took it too far. If he suddenly completed a spell of star magic capable of raising the dead, then which of the 2 Professor Glast would revive? Obel wanted to know. Laurel didn't know what to say upon hearing this madness. A secretary ran into the hall and broke the bad news that a student named McLaurin had let the professor get chased by a student. According to eyewitnesses, the professor kidnapped not only the book, but also 2 students. He called Ayla and Ed's names, and Laurel, who had been listening calmly until then, turned around anxiously. The cunning fox instantly began to figure out in her mind that Principal Obel had promised to take over and could save Ed in a flash. Of course, the prudent thing to do would have been to just wait in place until it was over, but she heard a strange noise and grabbed her binoculars. Putting it to her eyes, she looked in the direction of the source of the noise, toward the sewer entrance. The huge dragon Tarkin carried the Lady Mistress on his back and spewed torrents of her wrath in the form of flames. Jane hurried at all speed to save Ed, and Laurel resolutely declared that she was off to save the book. He stated that since the headmaster was so indifferent, she should go get the sage's seal herself, and threw her hood over her head to hide her eyes. The cunning fox firmly ordered everyone to follow her, leaving only a couple of people to negotiate. A martial alchemist that had gained recognition, Dorothy, the head girl of the 3rd faculty. Her martial skills were top-notch. But when she first started, Glast was the one who recognized her talent first and helped nurture it, which is why she idolized the professor. So she figured since the professor had gone to extreme measures, it made some sense, even though she knew nothing of his intentions. All J decided to fulfill Gust's security assignment, but what she encountered was not what she had hoped for at all. A fierce fire spirit of the highest rank appeared in front of the unfortunate girl. But even scarier was his landlady, who demanded to know where Ed was. But by then, Dorothy had simply lost her senses from fear of death. Jane didn't realize if they were going the right way, for it was Tarkin who had directed them here. He ran through in his head all the twists and turns and forks of the tangled water system beneath the academy. And then it came to her that she might have something to do with the present condition of the Dorothy she recognized. Jane decided to cover the unfortunate girl to keep her warm. When footsteps were heard in the hallway and more people showed up, Laurel reflected. What about Jane? She was the best student at the academy, with impressive combat power if you didn't count Lucy. Whatever Jane undertakes, whether it's destroying all the channels or fighting, she can keep Ed safe on her own. In that case, it is she who will receive the laurels of the victor and savior. Laurel immediately painted herself a worse picture of what would happen afterward, and what it could lead to in the long run. The red fox began to wave her hands furiously, chasing away the intrusive thoughts. Usually she could analyze everything, but not now. Laurel tells Jane that Ed has actually already been rescued and that he was badly hurt when he was kidnapped, but is already lying in a bed at the hospital. But Jane didn't believe such a blatant lie and asked why the younger one was telling her this. As soon as she located Ed, immediately rushed there and waited at the entrance. So how did they manage to save him, wondered Jane. While Laurel's brains were failing at the mention of a guy, Jane's were starting to come around, so now they were equal in ability. The cunning fox realized she was being played out. Suddenly, the trusting and naive girl had a grip. First, Jane asked the lazy cat for help, but she went for a walk yawning, but Lucy never listens and does things her own way. Because now she too had now decided to act alone, and a fire of rivalry flared up between the girls. Words were no longer needed. There was no point in arguing for them now. Each of their rivals had simply chosen their side of the maze. The important thing was to save Ed from danger, Laurel decided. And she raced down the hall to be the first. Jane did the same. And the homeless forester is now in real trouble. Just as suddenly, the earthquake came again and collapsed the ceiling, right on top of the ghost. Ed thought it would be better if it really was an earthquake. But in the rays of light that penetrated the dungeon through the shaft she had made, a lazy cat sat and stretched. The reason for the bad ending got bored out of her mind and came after him, thus ending the rivalry, the two sorceresses, without even realizing. The headmaster stood on the roof of the academy and watched the sunset. Obel decided not to interfere. Even though it was a risky move, it was a great opportunity for the students to practice. Though it was worth doing within reasonable limits, his interlocutor objected. The current generation of students is not even golden, but diamond. All previous years there were no such students. In just one school year, many talents have shown through, with the highest expectations for the future. But to Obel, it sounded like a warning that the coming trials are so huge that only people like this will be able to overcome them. On the roof of Ed's hut smoldered a light smoke that was left there from a quick start. The same kind was coming from the mountain that was on the path from his home to the academy, and who had the good fortune to meet Lucy. And so she made a straight path where he hadn't been before, ignoring all laws of magic and common sense. Ed clutched his head at the realization of what a disaster he was facing. The lazy cat asked, as if nothing had happened, if he had any more venison jerky. To which the forester replied that it was from where it was, and Lucy frustratedly went to look for a place to sleep. But Ed said you couldn't. The situation was catastrophic. Jane and Laurel had already entered the maze. It was easy enough to stop them. Given Mack's stature, if he defeats all the other bosses, the scenario doesn't get much skewed if one is missed. So for now, everything was fine. The problem was the hungry cat. If it met Glast, everyone was finished. Ed told her not to go anywhere and to be by his side until the very end, and Lucy asked why on earth she would. He had been told earlier that the greatest strength comes from someone who stands silently by your side in times of need. Because she was strong, she didn't have to do anything. Just be there for him and then he would be safe, Ed said. But she brought up the meat again, that fallen nobleman insisting that she should just stay with him until they got out. Lucy offered to help him get out, but Ed objected that he still had a couple of things to do. In return, he had to carry the snoring cat on his back, thankfully weighing almost nothing. Ed decided to just take only what he needed from the library, find Laurel and Jane, and get out of the maze. In one of the corridors, bats pounced on them. They were easy opponents, so Ed dealt with them with ignition. Only here did he get a real taste of the hunt, experience raining down on him in golden showers. Mentally, he apologized to the main character who would have to work harder on himself. Unlike Jane, Laurel found the right path much faster. She had a talent for magical clairvoyance. But now her thoughts were far from joyful, she realized, striving to achieve something out of pure and good motives. She felt she had found the key to a new relationship that could not be achieved with money, and her heart gave a loud thump. Same feeling as then in the Aphelis building, the sound coming from close by. But while she was pondering, the wall in front of her exploded. She saw the one she'd been thinking about for so long and wondered. Looking at the girl, Ed told her that he had been kidnapped recently, though she already knew that. They were very fortunate to meet, Ed said, and asked to carry his things a bit. These were top-notch recipes, noticed Laurel. But more importantly, it was to find out why he wasn't in deep crisis. He said he'd had one, but managed to work things out, and that's when Laurel noticed another of the guy's unusual baggage. She felt a sharp prick of danger for her promise. Jane Failer was a coward who would not dare to act, while Laurel succeeded by her actions. But how could Ed stand before her unperturbed with another woman in his arms? But the guy loaded her up with errands instead of explanations. Now Laurel had to take a hard stance, pin him down and take the lead, the girl thought. But suddenly his face was so close and he said he couldn't depend on her anymore. Any way you look at it, Ed crossed the line by even asking Laurel to do so, adding to an already considerable debt. But his words of trust and gratitude completely knocked away her ability to think rationally. Another man appeared in the hallway and turned to Laurel. All this time he had been running after her and was glad he had found her, for they were in trouble. Meanwhile, Mack and the main character's entourage entered the maze. Klaus stayed behind everyone as usual and was very nervous. But Elvira quickly brought him to his senses, telling him that they wouldn't leave without Ayla. Mack also said he was sorry to stress them out, but he wanted to save his friend. Zix put a hand on Klaus's shoulder and said that even though they didn't get along, she was a good person and needed to be saved. Leading them forward was the prophet Adele, a self-proclaimed romantic. She smelled something and showed them the direction. She had a feeling that the man they would face in the future was a difficult opponent. And in the same instant, the wall she pointed her finger at exploded. A dragon appeared, dragging someone in its teeth, and she begged for mercy. Jane was still not well oriented in this labyrinth, so she just went ahead. Dropping Claire, she turned to the hero's crew and greeted them cordially. Zix greeted the girl as well, unlike the others who immediately remembered the sensations of the past battle. Fear can rob people of their sanity and the ability to soberly evaluate things. There was no guarantee that they would gain the upper hand, but Mack decided to put all of his strength into the attack. Jane didn't understand why her friends had such faces. It wasn't like she had done anything wrong. She hadn't even hit Claire, who had just passed out. Zix tried to quiet Mack, who had gotten it all wrong and was rushing to save Ayla, when a third party appeared in the hallway and yelled for the hero to cool down. Mack was astonished to see the face of his old enemy and rival in other matters. Jane immediately ran over to Ed. She was glad to see he was okay. Mack and Elvira bristled again. They already knew Ed's fighting style. With only basic skills and shooting and archery, he managed to stop 3 opponents alone who were stronger than him. Now Ed was surrounded by strong allies who were protecting him. Besides, after the Battle of Ophelis, the fallen nobleman's abilities had increased. Through Jane, Mack could still get through. But this wall was insurmountable. His chances of winning were tending toward 0, and Ed headed confidently in his direction. But as they drew up, his opponent clapped him on the shoulder and told him that Ayla was waiting for him. Next, Mack had to go and catch Glast, and everyone went their separate ways. Mack should have taken over the script as the main character, Ed thought, and Ed had to deal with the variable that had arisen. From that point on, the hunt for Elta was on, he decided. The report brought by Laurel's employee stated that the common soldiers who had been hired by Elta had arrived on Aken Island. Elta was utterly defeated and had no chance of returning in the original story, but he was overthrown in another time, giving him a chance to escape. Laurel knew her foster father was planning a counterattack, according to Crad's report. But despite this, the experienced tycoon still found a loophole on how to repay his debt. Since a lot of the staff was in the maze, its exit was not covered. The looted materials could be much more useful than the original. If someone were to ask Ed what his best survival tool is, he would say without a doubt that it's information about the future. The script plan hasn't changed, as in the original story, Elta, the intermediate boss, has to leave at the end of the second act. Ed warned Zix that the road ahead was clear and they could rescue Ayla, and they would ask their questions of her guard. After all, Mack has to deal with the script, because he was the only one who had all the necessary skills he had learned before, thanks to which he would be able to meet that guy. After that, the magic tower summoned by Glast would close the sky and release the terrifying magic. There is much adversity in Mack's future that the human spirit will have a hard time dealing with. No need for long endorsements. Ed just wished him luck. The fallen aristocrat's company headed for the exit. Elta had set his sights on Laurel's trading company and needed to let the faculty know about it. Jane wanted to ask something, but Ed said they had to hurry. The girl couldn't stand it, stopped and yelled loudly that he was going to get hurt again. He was on his way there to capture the Golden King. The details Jane didn't know, but before that he had been kidnapped and barely escaped. And after all, a couple days ago he was lying down without strength, and this was a trading company case. And this story had nothing to do with Ed. She didn't want him to get hurt. Ed realized Jane was right. It was someone else's story. He couldn't tell her the truth, which eliminates variables in the scenario, like Elta. Luckily, Laurel needed her and Jane to catch Elta, so she has to go to tricks to lure them to her side. But Laurel instead agreed with Jane. She said that bringing Ed in was a manifestation of her selfishness, and he should just go somewhere safe. Sure was nice to see an idyll of harmony between two perpetually quarreling girls, Ed thought. But this was not a situation where he could rest. He thanked them for their concern, and said that unfortunately, Laurel's case was not a foreign story to him, which dumbfounded Jane. While Laurel was in a rosy reverie from his words no stranger to the world, Jane demanded an explanation. But Ed just ran on, needing to speed up first. It was always so hard for him to find an adequate reason, he thought. But Jane made it up for him. She remembered that he was bound to Laurel by contract, and if she lost the company, all the benefits would be over, she asked. Ed immediately agreed. It sounded more than plausible. There was a reason Jane was the best sophomore in the class. Ed paused for a second and turned back to the destruction. Mack was really intimidating. He was a hurricane, and at times like this he can be cruel, Ed thought as he looked at the girl lying there. Jane fixed the towel on the alchemist's face and didn't know what to say, for all the destruction was her doing. The kind-hearted girl immediately started making excuses that she didn't mean to, and that she wasn't cruel at all when they figured it out. Ed decided to put that aside for later. They had seen the light at the end of the tunnel. First and foremost, they needed to warn the teachers. But when they emerged from the maze, Laurel's carriage and her men were completely smashed. Elta had gotten here sooner than they thought. He stood alone knee-deep in the creek from which the academy drew its water. Elta told Laurel that he taught her all about data management, so even if he went through all her files, he wouldn't find any evidence there. But she had gaps with personnel management. Even with simple threats, she was quickly betrayed and the old man hid behind Elta's back. Even in this situation, Laurel smiled. The Golden King noticed. It took him a long time to see such a face. The only proof Elta could get was her confession, so he would have to resort to torture, he said. At his flick, the men who were pretending to be killed jumped up and attacked Ed and company. But Laurel quickly intercepted their sword attacks, putting up barriers of spells. Of course she knew that her father would not come alone, for last time he had also arrived with mercenaries. But Elta asked not to be compared. He was much better prepared now and had brought his archers with him. On the second line stood the best shooters on the continent. But their team's main fighting force hadn't even woken up yet. With the exception of Laurel, Elta didn't care about the lives of the others, so he gave the order. The archers gave a volley, the arrows flying so heaping that they seemed like a shower of steel. But Ed met them indifferently, not even moving, for he had the best defense in the world on his back. Whereas Jane and Laurel were capable of defending themselves. Jane told him to be careful. The actions of his opponents were coherent. Ed thanked her, but realized that Elta was ready for that too, since he'd run into Jane before. He took out a magic scroll, a legendary level engineering item, from his pocket. It suppressed the magical power around him for 10 minutes. This joke was disposable, but worth tens of gold coins. The mana limiter was similar to the night butterfly flower reagent that Alvira used, only this one suppressed high-level magic as well. It had a drawback. It took time to trigger and preparations to activate, but it was a dangerous item. They were outnumbered. There was no way to get through a group of experienced mercenaries, and what was worse, their team consisted entirely of mages. Laurel became nervous. As expected, her father had not come empty-handed. He knew the makeup of her group, and once the scroll worked, they would be finished. She asked him how he would answer to the academy for the incident, to which the madman laughed and said it was still better than losing his life. He sounded like some third-rate villain shaking up the world with limiting magic, Ed thought. If Elta survives, it will be a major factor in the world. He had to leave the scene after being stabbed in the back by Laurel, the evil in the flesh that had killed her parents and used her herself to accomplish his goals. But Ed didn't dislike him. After all, the reason Elta is so desperate to get in their way is because he's trying to survive, just like Ed himself. But even so, he wasn't going to give in. All of this wasn't an attempt to honestly eliminate variables in the script. It was just his selfishness, Ed thought, and said to the lazy cat, "Stop snoozing." The girl stretched sweetly, getting off his back. "Too noisy," the miniature sorceress said, and everyone was blinded by a flash of magic. Magical discharges were beating around her as Lazy Lucy awakened. The last book the great magician Glocht wrote in seclusion, in a hut unknown to anyone but one girl. He already had talent and the blessing of the stars, but Glocht thought that was no reason to stop learning, he told Lucy. Use the power for good, and be prepared for the loneliness that will overtake you, for the power of superiority accompanies loneliness. Glocked asked, promising him 3 things: not to kill, to avoid having little hands stained with blood, even if it was an accident. Also, at least while she was studying and living in Sylvania, to live like the rest of the students, the girl remembered her promise. The mercenaries Elta brought were the best, already because they were all veterans. All their lives they had walked on a knife edge avoiding death and managed to survive, and now their evolved instincts were telling them to stop immediately. Elta shouted to them that they were crazy for standing still. But those who were younger, this instinct was not so strongly developed. They did not know this magic, and went into battle. Being a mage, Lucy wasn't very good at using magic. It's just the physical forces that appeared. Under the pressure of the magical forces, the mercenary was thrown back by the impact. Elta became nervous. There was still a little time left before the scroll was activated. Lucy realized that he was the leader, which meant that only he needed to be eliminated, and prepared to snap. But Ed put a hand on her shoulder and stopped her. Elta was already broken as it was, and shamed. And in that instant he felt an earthquake, and at once he realized what had caused it. 7 great stars have created a lineage, Professor Glast's star magic, that by its level makes the laws of nature shudder. Finally awakened, as if the devil's coming to earth had happened. The final scene of the 2nd act, the magical tower that covered the sky. Mack should have already destroyed all the monsters in the sewers and gotten the mandatory skills. Even though it took a long time for him to get his team together, he was able to hold off Glast. Glast's magic was different than usual, so everyone except Ed was shocked. Even Jane and Laurel didn't realize what was going on. Each of the 10 towers was absorbing stellar energy, Lucy said after barely glancing at them. She immediately understood Glast's intent and knew it was possible. Raising the dead, the girl whispered and was stunned by her discovery. Epilogue. After the end of the 2nd act, Lucy talked like this, waking up after everything that happened. The scenario was for her to sleep on the roof as usual. But if you wake her up and take her on the team, Professor Glast will get in trouble, and then he'll propose to her. To bring back to life not Sylvania, but another star mage, her apprentice. The great magician Glockta, Lucy's teacher, after which she becomes an enemy. The player's team is immediately destroyed, and a bad ending ensues. All that's left to do is watch Lucy walk lonely away from the sewers. Though she's not the enemy, there's no way to defeat her. Since the divergence from the original story happened suddenly, Ed was able to make his changes by intervening personally. Sometimes it seemed to him that these changes could prevent a bad ending, he thought, as the scroll activated. A vase appeared, drawing in all the magical power. Elta directed her action at Lucy, who was staring at the magical towers of Glast as if mesmerized. Elta gave orders to the remaining men. The students were now unprotected. But turning around on the mercenary, Ed effortlessly used the wind blade, easily throwing it away. The scroll couldn't contain even him, Elta's face frozen with a mask of amazement. Even legendary-level suppression items had their own limitations. Everything has its exceptions. Lucy said she's in a hurry. There's a place she wants to go. Elta looked at the sorceress with a crazed look. He was on the verge of life and death and seemed tiny in front of Lucy. He sensed his imminent doom, and the lazy cat charged its flick. Ed told her that if she couldn't kill him, she'd better stop. And the sorceress wondered if he was worried about the life of a rogue. She immediately remembered the promise she had made to her teacher. Ed looked at Lucy silently, as if he'd already accepted either outcome. But the girl abandoned her intentions and turned to leave. Ed asked her where she was going, and the lazy cat replied that she was on business. Conversations with Ed always ended that way. She thought he wouldn't answer, but Ed asked if she was sure she wouldn't regret her decision later. And Lucy reflected, loss is inevitable. One who has experienced it becomes resilient, though it is sad, Glockta wrote, and wished his student to be stronger in the pages of his book. She became the point in his life, because the last sentence he entrusted to her, the old man died with a smile on his face. Lucy replied briefly that she wouldn't regret it and beamed. All the mercenaries to the number of 50 got off the island in their boats. Ed put aside thoughts of how to deal with the defeated Elta and climbed the hill, breathing heavily. First, we need to lure his recruits into the organization. Laurel took it upon herself to execute the sentence. Ed gave it his best shot. Getting to the top quickly was not easy. The Tricks buildings, the starting point of this episode, a lone tower on a hill. Glast took the seal of the sage during the ritual of passing it on. Mack chased after him, and that's where the story begins. There was something ironic that this was where it all started, and this was where it was going to end. Ed opened the doors to the roof. Glock lived poorly. All his possessions he betrayed to the academy. Traces were left in every corner of the academy. So it wasn't hard to find Lucy in a place from which the whole academy was visible. For her, this whole academy is a memory of the teacher who raised her. Sitting on the roof and observing the apocalyptic scene, Lucy asked again if he had any jerky. But Ed had to remind him that he'd already spoken, and Lucy tisked disappointedly. This conversation was something Ed was used to by now. He asked her what she was doing, and Lucy said she was reminiscing about the past, and patted the one next to her, inviting her to sit down next to him. Ed glanced over the edge of the railing. If he fell from here, instant death awaited him. It had been hard on Lucy in the past. She had cried a lot, but that was why she had let go. She thought for a long time about the reason for her relief, but then realized it was simple. Too much time had passed. It had been so long, and she kept trying to heal her wounds like a fool. She just needed to save her grandfather with her ancestral magic and not let him get away. Glock finished all his business before he died, so for the Archmage, resurrection would be the strongest poison, and she would have to kill him again. Lucy knew from the beginning that the rescue, or whatever it was a manifestation of her greed. Ed asked her if she was really all right now. For his part, he couldn't dissuade her and tell her not to go. But at the same time, he couldn't help but ask her why Lucy, who wanted to resurrect her teacher, changed her mind. If she goes back on her wish, something terrible could happen. For a second, Ed thought she was going to talk about meat again, but Lucy asked to borrow his shoulder and pressed herself against him. Ed wondered why it was necessary to sit on the very edge, but looking at the dazzling display in front of them, realized what it was all about. In the future, it will be extremely difficult to find those who will study star magic as passionately as Glast. The magic of rebirth, it is the end. Dead is dead, and you can only reverse the loss with what is given for the moment, and Lucy realized that. So they sat together, watching the magical towers soar upward, and the stars seemed to grow taller than usual. A steel giant rose up from the depths to protect the offering. The team of students froze in indecision before him. An ancient weapon created by Glast using star magic, a magical golem. Ayla was encased in his core, and Glast had control of the machine. He aimed full force at the pesky Mack and his friends. They were saved by Zix, who had power as good as a golem. Turning around, he shouted to Mack to move forward. As the golem froze unmoving, Mack tore upward on his arm. He was able to attack Glast, and the professor cursed his short-sightedness. From some point, he could no longer see anything without his glasses. Mack's sword reached its target and wounded him. A teacher's life is a static law. He lived in his office, studying the Sage Seal, analyzing star magic. It was only in passing that he saw that it had snowed outside his window. A freshman girl from the Elements faculty coming into his office all the time. She keeps saying she wants to study star magic. It's raining outside, and the assistant in the office that caused trouble always comes in and tearfully apologizes. Blowing in the spring wind, the academy's best dean stopped by. Even after he became rector, nothing had changed, still popping in for a cup of tea the same way. That's how he lived his life, sitting in one place, all bogged down in his work. He wished the painful memories would disappear one day. Even a wounded Glast was able to knock Mack back with a shockwave. He applied a small time reversal, and the star magic reversed his wounds. But the pain of the memories didn't go away. With a wave of his hand, Glast caused a huge flash. Zix, who had been holding the golem the entire time, began to slump down. A huge flash of magic covered the entire battlefield. Glast applied a multi-layered time prison. And the whole troop froze, caught in a trap from which there was no escape. Zix grabbed Mack and pushed him away from Glast's attack, but got caught in a wave of stoppage himself. Mack hooked the wreckage of his sword into the wall of the magic tower. Sometimes his vision becomes blurry, and then he sees something behind the darkness of his eyelids. And that's his main loss, thought Glast, closing his eyes. He had almost reached his goal. When the poppy climbed out onto the roof of the magic tower holding a splintered sword. Glast shouted at him to give up and didn't try to stop him. He was going hard against reality. The golem that was supposed to take down Mack exploded after many cuts when he applied his skills. The flames of the explosion nearly knocked the professor to the ground, but he steadied himself. Mack used the holy sword technique, his hair turning white as snow. But even a full-resolution golem could be reversed. Time was moving backwards, even for the guys he slowed down. Glast shouted that all was useless, even if his remaining lifeline was cut off. But then he was pierced by the barrier's ice magic, followed by being lowered by an ice spear. Zix, who had thawed out from the magic of time, came to help Mack again. The entire squad acted cohesively to neutralize the professor's forces. It was then that Glast realized he had reached his limit. There was a monstrous explosion, and the golem that was no longer protected by magic was destroyed. And Mack managed to pull Ayla out of the core at the last second. The professor admitted defeat and fell from the roof of the main tower itself. He missed Muri so much, the professor thought, as he fell into the abyss. But then he activated the pre-prepared magical transfer circle. With the power of star magic, he moved under a tree near the academy. He had prepared it in case he escaped, but activated it too late, already useless to stop the bleeding with magic. Even in the original script, there was no follow-up from the professor. One look was enough to realize the professor is going to die here, Ed thought. An hour earlier, when the battle in the magic tower had just begun, Jane kicked the mercenaries off the island, and Elta was imprisoned in a trading company, all problems fixed. Laurel was in a hurry to get to the meeting they had arranged. She just needed to check that Ed was okay. And she caught him down by the Trix Tower, along with Lucy, who was clinging to his sleeve. And it didn't escape the gaze of the sharp-eyed Laurel. She experienced the feeling again. All her instincts were screaming and kicking in alarm at the danger. At this time, student Dorothy and Professor Claire's assistant showed up, which means the situation in the reservoir has been resolved. Both girls were crying, Ed wondered. He didn't know why. And then their cries were replaced by screams of terror, but they looked past him. As Jane landed behind Ed, their squad was back together. Earlier, when he told her that the magic tower was powered by star magic, she wanted to check something out. Even though her actions lately resembled total surveillance of Ed, she originally wanted to protect the northern forest. However, a few days ago, Tarkin had detected a magical energy similar to the one now emanating from the tower. However, there were no magical towers in the northern forest, and they wondered what Glast was doing there. In the novel, nothing happened after the main events. Ed thought about leaving it that way. But even Elta being a fake boss had a huge impact on the plot. It's hard to imagine what the professor was capable of if he didn't leave the scene. Then they did go to check. Glast was lying under a tree and asked him why he wasn't home at curfew. Jane came to dread being more sensitive to such scenes. Glast told them he was just looking at the moon, even though he looked ridiculous. Jane objected that it wasn't, but the professor laughed to himself. It was because he realized he had failed, Ed said, and the professor praised him as they said he had been defeated by mere students. Even if Glast won, he would be defeated by Principal Obel. Ed was a more talented student than he had originally thought. It wasn't like him to notice him so late. He kidnapped Ed to somehow incorporate him into his plan because of his magnificent talent, but the scheme failed as the young man overworked himself. So he caught him in a hurry, but when he returned, Ed had already escaped. Dying alone was a small price to pay for what he had done, but his 17 years lived with his daughter had not been lonely. 17 years, so much and yet so little. Ed asked the professor if he hadn't been friends with Claire if their relationship had lasted until his retirement. It would have been exactly 17 years. He told Glass that he met Claire on the way here and she cried, even though his horrible character and deeds. He was the most stubborn old man Claire had ever met, an arrogant grouch who turned all the work over to her. And yet he was the ultimate scientist, in every sense of the word. Perhaps Claire had guessed his plans. Dorothy, too, said in a trembling voice that she did not know of his plans, but to her he was a precious teacher that he had discovered her talent. Even so, the professor was the one who arbitrarily took the student's life, and no one will deny the fact that he is a criminal. But now, while he was thinking about his life, there was no one around. That's why he mocked himself for dying alone, but it was a delusion. If you think about it, Claire becoming a teacher at such a young age, and Dorothy, a senior in the alchemy department, were the ones who were considered untalented. But the professor, though he said that they were no good, kept stimulating their development now and then, revealing the talents of each. Just as he said his daughter had value too. He spent too much time in the company of others to die alone, because he was a benefactor in the hearts of others. He was extremely nearsighted, and at some point he stopped seeing what was in front of his eyes, and even himself. The professor visited the Soul's library and praised Ed for his hard work. He picked out all the legendary recipes, but said it didn't make sense. Since Ed had made a mess of things himself, he should put things in order, the professor told him, and handed him the key. That private library is his now, the professor whispered. Ed asked why the key was being given to him, and the professor told him off for his displeasure. At the bottom of the desk that Rain's ghost was guarding was a safe. After completing his investigations, he should head there, the professor warned. He turned the last words to Lucy, who was beside him. He wished she would look around her sometimes and not repeat his mistakes. Ed wanted to see Lucy's face at that moment. But the only thing he saw was Professor Glast closing his eyes as if he had fallen asleep. He was lying serenely under a tree in the soft moonlight, and you'd think he was just sleeping. So for a while they just stared at him, not believing he was gone. The dean reprimanded Ed for getting into a bind again, as he had done with the capture of Ophelis, so now also the seal of the sage. Moreover, he had been in the thick of it as a completely unlucky person. All night long, Ed had listened to the rector's lectures, which was the main bad luck. According to him, the dean realized that Ed didn't know why he had been kidnapped and then ran off on his own, after which he confronted Mack. Ed said it was like that. Jane and Laurel quickly came to his rescue. Then Dean asked why he had left Ayla alone. Ed replied that the girl was unable to move and completely distrusted him. That's why he went alone for backup, Ed replied, but the dean interrupted him sharply. He strongly suspected the fallen nobleman, and did not hide it, no wonder, for Ed's words, though logical, his story was full of coincidences. Even though he was pretending to be a third party, the dean thought he still knew a lot, but the guy just brushed it off. It was worth recognizing, however, that in the incident with the dormitory, that with the professor, he had suffered damage due to the negligence of the management. Ed was surprised that the dean held up his report card, and the teacher noted his diligence in his studies. Therefore the academy should reward him for his labors and endeavors, surprised his dean. Silently he left the office, all in his musings, but he was already expected. Ed apologized to Jane for making her worry, and asked if she was all right, since she had to join the fight, but the girl waved her off. But after the Sparrow's advice, said she didn't have full confidence in her health, so she suffered a little but saving him. Ed showed genuine concern and asked what was wrong with her, and Jane said her back hurt a little. Ed said he thought a lot of her, since she had shown so much diligence in helping him, that she even got hurt, whereas he took it all for granted, and asked if she felt anything after Glass' death, having lost something it was too late to regret. Ed said he's definitely ashamed, he feels like a burden, he's grateful to her, but she always suffers at the end. Ed took everything so seriously, not at all guessing her game, and suggested to end their connection, because Jane immediately apologized for her lie. And Ed decided to change the awkward subject, remembering that she was living in Dex's dorm now. And he too, starting next semester, would be back in this building, which made Jane very happy. A lot of things happened, but it all went away in a flash. It was now safe to say the second act was flawlessly cleaned up. The dean suggested he end his life as a hermit and return to the normal life of a student. Ed was entitled to that. He let him go back to his dormitory, and the lad looked wistfully at his woodsman's cabin. He was filled with greed, built a fence, sowed annual plants, strengthened the dwelling, but it was all to no avail. Which means his life in this hermit camp is over. But as he walked into the house, Lucy fell out of the sky, and she was wearing only her sleep pajamas. It was starting to rain. The little girl was walking through the forest. This place was not an academy, but a mountain range in the north. After so many years she had a dream about her childhood, Lucy realized when she saw the familiar house. And she thought that maybe through the shroud of sleep she could see the old man again. But a very different picture appeared before her, instead of the expected, dusty, cobwebby stench. It was a nightmare in which a dead man turned to her, screamed, and asked why she hadn't saved him. Lucy woke up in a bad mood after a nightmare. The maid that came by to wake her up said it was time to get ready for class. But Lucy used a high-ranking teleportation spell and disappeared in a purple flash. She didn't know for what reason herself, but she felt like traveling to the northern part of the forest. The young man who lived in the house he built himself was coming back. For no particular reason, she felt calmer in her soul when she saw him. But when she heard the words that he would leave, she lost her balance and fell. Like all feline representatives, she was very unpredictable. If you want to touch a cat, they avoid it and stuff themselves, but if you're busy, they start tailing you. It's worth noting that all cats are just that, and making them obedient is not easy. To get what you want, you need to immediately refuse any show of interest in them. If they want to get a feline familiar, they just need to get attention and take a neutral stance, the teacher said. Then the cat will reach out to you on its own, although it's more difficult than building a loving relationship, the monstrosity professor said. The lecturer Flavian was very experienced, the course was very popular, Ed's grades were low, but that's why things got better. His progress became so high that even by outline, he outperformed many. The class was over, and the instructor asked him to stay late and stop by his lab. Professor Flavian asked him if he knew of an undergraduate scholarship that gives a discount for tuition. It was a good opportunity for Ed, and he asked about the specifics of the job. Most of the professors had done their job, but Claire needed help. She had quite a backlog of things to do. His student Anis had amazing abilities to handle everything, make syllabi, administer freshman exams. Flavian asked not to get into too strict a pose at the first-year meeting. Ed wondered if among the newcomers to the academy would be the same man. Laurel's magical sense was going crazy, and she didn't know what was going on. He wondered about something else. Could he really sell it to Craig? Ed had originally approached her because he didn't want the thing to go to the Duke. But immediately she pulled herself together. She had to think about the proceeds. After all, she had bought the book for resale. Should be more sneaky, Laurel convinced herself and decided not to put things off. Of course, she didn't think he would grant any of her requests when she reread Ed's letter. Only if she has the certificate. The sly fox smiled at her thoughts. She had a special winter break announcement on her desk, but Professor Glast was gone, and there was the question of who would replace him. No longer would she have to waste her nerves over camp. It was the end of the semester now, so Laurel wasn't the only one busy. Jane and Ed were all laboring like crazy. There's a high probability that nothing will change in Lucy either, Laurel thought as she flexed her quill. Suddenly she felt a strange uneasiness, and she couldn't understand from where. Lucy tells Ed that he is running out of firewood. With the cold weather coming, he won't have enough of his supply. And he hadn't gone hunting lately, the girl said, and Ed was surprised at her unusual participation. He looked at her and thought he looked negligent in her eyes, but soon they would see each other less often, and that way the scenario could be stabilized. Jane came running into camp. Her classes were over for the day, afternoon lectures cancelled. With the vacations coming, she won't be able to visit the camp, so she should come here as often as possible, the girl said. She was having fun here, so much so that she even felt upset that it was over, she said under Lucy's gaze. Though it was a shame to part with the camp, a healthy environment was more important to Ed, and Jane said to visit her when he decided to move. While Jane chirped merrily, Ed thought it was time to visit the secret library of which Glast had left him the key. And Jane put a letter in his palm with the key. It was an application for a room in Dex. It had to be submitted soon, so as not to miss the chance. Ed thanked the girl for taking care of even for such little things. She offered to help compose it. This was the important part. Therefore, Jane wanted to solve it at once, but a shadow flashed before her. Lucy covered Ed as if he were being threatened by a pack of hyenas. Lucy didn't know what to say, or even how to explain her impulsive behavior, so she just told her to stop. Turning to Ed, she said in a shaky voice not to take it. That was the day it all started, Ed thought, staring at the sorceress in surprise. Jane was still helping him practice his spirit magic. Ed was making progress, but something was troubling Jane. She felt an intrusive presence. Unable to bear it, the girl asked Lucy what she had done wrong. Normally, Lucy's outward, tidy appearance was overseen by Ophelus's maids, but today the sorceress had run away from them since morning. Ed's mana had also increased. At this rate, he would be able to master mid-level magic. He was quietly reading a book when a lone cat landed in his lap. She kept up with him even at lunch at the academy, and Ed, who usually ignored her, didn't know what had gotten into her. For some reason, it was Jane that the lazy cat regarded with particular hostility, though the latter offered her apologies. Though she looked more like a guardian than an aggressor. Anyway, learning mid-level magic was harder than he thought. Even in a full day, Ed hadn't mastered the basics. Lucy asked him what he was going to do when she left, and Ed replied that he was just going to visit a place. He also had to check the fireplace and the fire. The temperature was dropping below freezing at night. If anything was wrong, you could freeze to death. Though if he moved into the dorms, he wouldn't have to think about such a thing anymore. There were things to do before going to Glass Library anyway. But Lucy kept up and came closer, seeking his gaze demandingly. Without realizing why, she offered to go together. Ed was coming down the rope he had tied to the tree, through the passage Lucy had made last time, and asked why she was coming with him. The enchantress replied that he could have come down simply by using her magic. Ed decided to drop the subject anyway. He had to see if he could get down or up here on his own. He wasn't able to take all the goodies at once, which meant he'd have to come here more than once. Ed pushed back the broken table, Who would have thought Glast would set up his stash in a place like this? He didn't know why the professor kept the key with him until the end, but when he stuck it in the lock and turned it, a flood of magic hit them in the face. The items ordered from Laurel would arrive soon, but Ed was contemplating ordering a ladder from her. He could barely climb with the load. He offered her a break, and Lucy asked what kind of item he'd taken from the stash. Ed showed her the Phoenix ring that distorted the timeline, transferring power from the future to the present. It gave the use of the powers of the future self in the present, so he could already use high-rank magic right now. But if you use it, you'll be incapable of combat for a long time, equal to the amount of effort expended. If one used such power hastily, the toll would be enormous. If he wanted to use it in battle, he could only do so while pinned down. But if it wasn't about fighting, such as a spirit contract, Jane could control strong spirits because of her huge mana reserve. Beginning spellcasters had little experience in mana. Even just to talk to a spirit took practice. But if one increased the maximum magic power even temporarily, then a contract with a high-ranked spirit would be in his pocket. There were risks here too. Lucy said that if she had the time, she would have created something else. But Ed objected that it was all a relic of the past and not worth thinking about. After all, even if he went back to the library, he wouldn't find anything more valuable than this, Ed said, and returned the ring to his pocket. The professor wouldn't waste time on useless things. Ed had something in his hands that could break the limit of magical power. It was for this reason that the professor started studying magical engineering. He hid it from everyone until the very end. It was all a gift for his daughter. As they walked up, Lucy started from afar, with a story about a lost button that she hadn't paid attention to before until it was gone. She was exhausted about it, because it often happens that what you think is important disappears at some point, the girl said. Maybe it was about nothing, but then it turns out to have weight. She wanted to ask him something. That's why she went after Ed. It was about him moving back into the dormitory, albeit for commoners. With trepidation, Lucy asked him not to move if at all possible. It was a phrase that couldn't be pulled out of a taciturn cat with a pincer. In his heart of hearts, Ed held neutrality. Both options had their advantages. If he moves to Dex, his life will be more comfortable, and living in the woods in this weather is crazy, Ed said. Lucy covered her face with the wide brim of her witch hat and agreed with him. She noticed that it was about to start raining. Usually, Lucy was always accurate in predicting the arrival of bad weather. But her predictions weren't always accurate, Ed thought, looking at the crimson clouds in the sky from which white flakes sprinkled. After all, rain was not the only state of water that fell from the sky. The prolonged period of rain had long since passed, but still reminding them of themselves, they stared silently into the sky. Ed said, as if offhand, that he'd been busy lately, that he hadn't had time to make firewood for the winter, and asked her to help with that. After all, he couldn't do it alone, and she'd said so herself. Hearing his words, the girl immediately grabbed him into her arms. Even though she was lighter than a feather, Ed still fell to the ground from her onslaught. She didn't believe he would stay. And Ed said he was already used to camp life, and with a little more work on the conditions, camp life would offer more perks. Lucy clung to him again, dropping him to the ground, tacitly ending the second act. When I close my eyes, a whole bunch of thoughts pop into my head about the upcoming confrontation, the battle for the post of student council president, until the new enemies that join as rookie students to the academy, and the final boss of the third act, Lucy Merrill. Even though the case is not simple, Ed decided to leave the worries for a while, because after the next episode, everything will be fine. He had such confidence because after all the scenes and trials, it was the first time he had seen such an expression on Lucy Merrill's face. Winter has come, the time of year when the cold weather arrives. Although it snowed, but the weather was quiet. Ed made it a rule not to overwork, even if there was a lot to do. But tomorrow there was a lot of things to do at the academy, so today was the day to solve all the issues at the camp. We had to deal with firewood, provisions. The cold weather had extended the shelf life, and he was able to stockpile the right amount of provisions quickly. Ed gave up his dormitory in exchange for a tuition discount, and so was able to work out the payment issue, no longer having to work as hard as he did in the beginning. He looked unhappily at Lucy, who was all but asleep, but stopped kicking the cat out of the house. She wouldn't have frozen anyway, as she was surrounded by protective magi. But it was more a matter of mood, a sense of relaxation that one would never know when else to experience. And as far as the lowest point of risk was concerned, now was the perfect moment to summon the Lord of the Forest. Marie and Ed clenched the ring.